Let's go.
Organized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you.
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music with another episode of the it's not an episode yet. We're just getting the live stream rolling. It's Friday morning, the 2nd of January, the last day of the holiday weeks, we'll say. Things have been slow, not as much going on. My kids have one more day left on vacation off of school, and we have one more day left. It's going to be a little slow. Hero actually decided not to do a SIP show today, so we will not have a SIP show. We do have Find2Earn coming on at 9:30. We have the news at 8:30. We have the whatever morning space going on. Yo, what's up, Hiya Thompson? How are you? Hope all is well. So we got a couple things going on. A light day. Going to tighten up our processes. We'll actually be announcing over the weekend or on Monday, probably on the live show on Monday. Probably when we open on Monday, we'll announce the winner of the 200 STX giveaway for December from DeOrganized, as well as we will launch our January contest, or one of several maybe. I think we'll actually have a few different ones going on. And so make sure you stay tuned. I do want to actually get into doing this every day. I want to make sure I'm getting the right there we go. Okay. So I want you all, I am reading the chat. You do custom artwork. DM me. I'm on so Hiya Thompson in the chat if you're hearing me. I do kind of watch the chat sometimes while we're streaming. We stream all day. Always looking for new people with new capacities, and I see you are on Twitch. I don't get my messages on Twitch very often. Mostly I'm stuck in X. So if you check me out on X, it's at Peace Love Music G, and or the project is at DeOrganized BTC. Shoot us a DM or a comment in the live stream. We'll actually have the live stream pinned to the DeOrganized page momentarily. But we are always looking for connections, and Twitter is at Peace Love Music G. Because I am one sharp dude, key of G. One sharp is F sharp in the key of G. But yeah, definitely reach out. Always looking to talk to people that are looking to contribute and or provide value. That's a lot of what we do here. We have a group that you might be interested in talking to as well, doing some stuff there. So always looking to do that. I do want to I want you guys to say this with me real quick. I honor where I am today. I trust that I am growing, learning, awakening at the pace that is right for me. I listened to the wisdom within. I choose presence. I choose love over fear. I claim my inner authority, and I am enough. I am here. I am awake, and you are too. I want you to say these things with yourself. And yes, I'm streaming from actually multiple channels. We use Restream, so we stream on a couple of different channels on Twitch, a couple of different channels on X, a couple of different channels on YouTube. on and on. Several Rumble. We have a couple of different Rumbles. We're on Instagram, I think. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. So yes, we're streaming all over the place. We stream every day, Monday through Friday. And I do believe my comment will get to you on Twitch. I don't know. Our interface doesn't always put comments out on X, which I realize is wonky. That's where the majority of our viewership is, on X, because crypto Twitter is where it's at. We are crypto oriented, and yes, thank you for chiming in. Always love having some people in the live chat with us, and just to show you the DeOrganized handle on X as well. That's where the live stream is usually posted, and most of our engagement comes in. Now that I got into the live chat a little bit, talking a little bit longer. So what we normally do, we launch the stream at 7:30. We come back around 8:30 with the news. So I'll be back about 45 minutes with the news. Our team does a live spaces at 8 a.m. to get things warmed up. The whatever morning space. We'll be in there shortly, and we leave the stream running throughout the day. We have rerun content or previous pre-recorded content, stuff we've done live before that we rerun throughout the day, so people can get caught up on what's going on in our beloved Bitcoin and broader crypto ecosystem, including a focus on our beloved Stacks layer 2. My hair is down because it's still a little wet. Had to light a fire, and I didn't have enough time to get myself all perfectly ready for the opening of the stream this morning. I was even late then. It's about 15 degrees outside where I am, so I had to light a fire in the house to hopefully not burn too much oil today. But much love. You guys stay tuned. I'm going to leave you guys with a better dating experience with AI agents and personal data control with Data Inc. You guys, I sat down with Killer Mark from the Bitcoin Pepe crew and his Data Inc. app, and really great stuff. So we're going to get that rolling, and we'll be back with the news momentarily. I'll see you soon. Y'all have a blessed day.
All right, my friends. We have a great treat for you. Our good friend, Killer Mark from the Cafe Crew and called Eight. Really excited to have a friend of the show, a friend of mine. I love the Cafe Crew, and I really appreciate Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning. How are you doing today? Can you hear me okay? Because I don't know, your audio's coming in a little weird for me.
My audio?
Yeah, it just sounds like quiet. Yeah.
Is that a little better?
Yeah, that's way better. Yeah.
I was talking into the side of my microphone.
Yeah, I've been there. Don't worry.
It's only our fourth show today.
I know, you've been going. You don't even know where the microphone is anymore. You're still half awake.
I'm on my second pot of coffee, actually.
Yeah, I drink these things. My coffee spoon just keeps getting bigger every day. I notice I'm like getting a bigger spoon. It's gotten to the point where it's like a ladle now.
You need it, man. You know, and that's the trials and tribulations of being a founder, or in your case, a multi-founder. So, you know, we just gotta take the stimulus as we can.
Yeah, honestly, I wish I didn't need it, but man, I'm always going. So it's, but you know,
I got bad news for you. You're still a young man.
I know, that's the problem. I used to be able to, man. You know, when I first started, I would do 2 days on, 1 off, and when I say that, I mean I would go 48 hours straight. I wouldn't sleep, and then I would take like a full 24 hours and sleep like 18 hours, and I would be so productive.
Your day off isn't really a day off. It's like you're just sleeping.
Literally just sleeping.
Yeah. But it's, you know, you might be a little bit more productive in that kind of.
I was, though. That was the thing. You got into that, you know, flow state, and you have 48 hours of flow state, and you were like, wow, I have done, you know, a month.
And you feel really good after.
Yeah.
You sleep well. That's why you're
Oh,
able to
slept like
sleep
a
for an 18-hour.
baby. Yep, exactly. And it was easier because like I'd be in college and there'd be three of us together and we'd be all hyping each other up. And so that helps too when you got all the boys with you.
Very cool. Very cool. So I'm gonna we can actually talk about whatever you want to talk about. This is for you to let us know about anything. But I know dataing is kind of your baby right now. You've been putting a ton of time and effort and resources into that, and very cool stuff going on with it. I am part of the tester group, although I haven't had a chance to really dig into it for a little while. There's just so many things I'm got my hands in. I am in that DM group though, and I know you guys have been doing there's some interesting things going on there. So why don't you tell us tell us what dataing is, what the purpose is, or at least the upfront purpose. And I know that there's a couple of things that you're seeing it. It provides value in a couple of different ways.
Yeah, no, definitely. So, I mean, from a very high level, we're trying to create an AI that is purpose built to find people love and perpetuate love. So it fundamentally is supposed to understand you and then understand who you should meet and why and how you can maintain and improve those relationships in your life that bring value to your life. So it's kind of meant to prevent people from being lonely and sad and find them the people that they should be meeting that are going to make their lives better, but also help them understand those people so that the relationships that they do start can be as, strong and stable as possible. And so it's been a process of, firstly understanding who is someone, how can we understand who someone is from their digital footprint, from what they provide, from what they're willing to share with our AI. And then understanding, okay, based on all of these things, how can we understand who they should be with or who they're going to like or who they might want? And then once you have those two pieces, then you start to figure out, okay, now how do we make this relationship even better, knowing these two people and what they want fundamentally? How can we find things that they're going to enjoy and that are going to improve their lives? So it's like three major pieces there, and so we've been working on each one somewhat independently. It requires a lot of testing because you need just enough people going through it that you have enough of a sample size to understand what works and what doesn't. And it also takes time because relationships are different in the first few weeks than they are in the first month than they are when you're 6 years down the line, and now things are a little different and you're married and you're trying to figure out how to keep the spark alive when you have kids and other things. So there's a lot to it.
There's a lot to it, and people need all the help they can get, and you're sort of leveraging the modern data training capacity, or the way that we can use data in new ways to you're trying to train the AI on the available data and how to interpret it, what it actually means. You got to kind of figure out what people are looking for, and sometimes the data will tell you different people with different data are going to be looking for different things. So there's you're basically you're solving a big problem. We're at a point in time where the technology allows for this for the first time ever, really. And
100%.
so very interesting how you're applying it though.
And that's kind of how I got into it. So my last company, which we ended up selling to a crypto company, we did personal data monetization. So we allowed people to take back their data from all these companies that have been accumulating it on them just to, place ads and target them. So everything from, Facebook to Instagram to Twitter to Pinterest to Google and Microsoft and even Apple and these huge companies that when you look at the data they have on you, it is pretty insane. And all that data, is meant to improve your life. They tell you, look, we're collecting this so we can improve your algorithm and show you more of the people you might want to meet or things you might want to do. And over time, they've done less and less of that and more just selling you stuff. And so the idea with that company was, at least give it back to the user, and allow them to monetize it with those same people that these big companies are monetizing it with. And I think that was interesting because it was my first foray into the research world, where you started to fundamentally understand, like, how do big companies make decisions? How do they understand what the average consumer wants and what they're like and how their lives are changing? And you start to realize they really don't know anything about it. They're mostly doing survey research. They're mostly just having bot farms respond to that survey research. So a lot of it is just garbage data. And so what we did was we took it straight from the source. Like, you are the best source of all that data because you can accumulate more of it on yourself than anyone can. But then the hard part is anonymizing it and securing it and making sure that people have full ownership of it, and then still being able to find those people when the opportunity arises that someone wants to work with them. And so it was interesting, and I think it's only going to become more and more of an industry as AI comes. So we were pretty early. Like Kled is doing this in crypto, and they love to say we're the first data monetization platform. It's like, no, dude, I did this 5 years ago. We had 10 times more users. It's been done, but it's been very hard to do because the buy side is not as fleshed out as most people think it is. These big companies, frankly, just don't have people who know how to analyze it. And that is the big thing that AI is going to change. Is now everyone has this tool and this research co-pilot that can take in all of this multi-source data and make sense with it and tell stories with it. And I mean, it was amazing to me that you could go to Target and Best Buy and these huge multinational corporations, and they didn't have anyone who was capable of doing that. So I think that's the shift here. But for us, what I realized is, yes, that's great for researchers, but it's also great for people trying to understand each other. If you could take in all this data and you can tell a story about someone and help understand who is this person, what's their life like, what is the mission that they're on, what are the things that they like, and how can that story, weave into my story and make something that I want to be a part of, I guess.
It seems like it has the potential to help people have more meaningful relationships, because they're being more rapidly lined up with people that line up with that will resonate with their personality, their goals, what they like, their person, they're get along with them better. So it seems like the golden, relationships are really, at the end of the day, that's the most valuable thing we have, right? So
it's everything. I mean, and that's the crazy thing is most people wouldn't deny that. Most people, when you say, like, what is the most important thing in life, that most people would say it's the relationships you have, and yet there's so little, like, time and effort and brain power being put into solving this problem, and it's never been worse or harder to find those relationships. And so it's been a little discouraging seeing that it's so small of a part of the economy. When you look at VC capital that goes into this stuff, it's like the average crypto rug gets more than this entire industry raises in a year. But
it really is nuts when you look at it that way too, because VCs aren't looking to do anything altruistic necessarily. I mean, it's not in their nature. Their job is to make money on their money. So it's got to make money. And so that's another part of it that I know you're trying to work on solving.
I know you haven't been on the apps for a while, but it's like $100 a week for a lot of these apps now. So there is money in it. People are willing to spend the money to find.
Is it really that much for the dating apps now?
I'm not kidding you now. Yeah, it's like they are literally, if you don't get like the 3-month plan, which they'll take it down to $20 a week. If you commit to 3 months, they'll charge you like, $100, $200 for a month now on some of these. And that's for the cheaper ones. The more expensive ones, $1,200 some of them now for
I'm
like the league.
Trying to remember. So my youngest just turned 14. She was born about just over a year and a half after I met my wife.
Mm-hmm.
And I had just broken up with my ex. She left me with 4 kids. I was 33 years old, just wow. Slightly older than you.
Yeah.
And I had 4 kids. And by myself, I had custody of the kids. I had actually also just lost my job of like 8 years. It was 2010 was a rough year.
Yeah.
My wife. I was devastated. My ex had moved out. I was not happy about the situation, and I actually was kind of broke. I had actually just got I had gotten let go, and then they challenged my ability to collect unemployment on my unemployment insurance because there was some shenanigans going on back then where they were routinely letting people go at the company I'd worked for, and then getting credits to hire people out of unemployment. So it was crazy. So I got my hearing. I got approved for my unemployment. So I got like 3 months of unemployment back pay. So I had some money.
Nice.
But just before that happened, I was so broke. My sister paid for my Match.com account.
Oh wow.
That's how I met my wife. I married.
Oh wow.
From Match.com. I think it was like $150 for the account or something.
Okay.
Like
that. Yeah. Back
No.
in $2010, that's like $300 now.
Oh, easily, and probably more than that, actually.
Yeah.
But it was more than I could afford at the time. My sister paid for it for me, and I was really just I didn't even know I didn't even want to be on there. I just didn't know what to do with myself.
Yeah.
And so the long and the short of it is I went on several dates, by the way. And I did it by being honest. Also, I explained I had 4 kids. I wasn't looking for anything serious. My wife and I, when we first went out on a date, she was just going through a divorce. She wasn't looking to do anything serious. We were not really trying to have a relationship. We were both just looking to go out and have a good time.
Yeah.
And we did. And I was successful several times before that, single for the first time in my adult life. It was an amazing experience. But then I met my wife, and that was it. That was the extent of my adult dating. It was a couple months of really nice, good times, meeting some people. But those apps back then worked. They worked then. They gave you exposure to a market, and so. I highly encourage people that are. I've heard nightmares about some of the apps that have been going around the last, I don't know, maybe decade, because I'm old, so I see things in a longer timeline now. But I think what you're working on actually gives people a lot more substance to start with, and also having an AI companion. I mean, there's still too many people that don't quite really. My wife's just getting exposed to using Copilot from work.
Yeah.
She's like, oh my god! It's like it keeps track of my grocery list, and I'm taking and when I have presents for all the kids and everything. And now she's learning that it doesn't really store memory for that long and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you got all of this huge amount of people getting exposed to this paradigm with the AI agents that are way more functional. And I know you have a really strong AI basis to your model. So you people when they engage in the app, should we do you want to do a screen share, or you want to just take what's the user experience like? I'm coming on to dating.
So I mean, yeah, we can.
Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute. I think we got GP in here too. Let's bring GP on.
Nice.
GP, you with us? He just said he was back. He might be. Well, you know what? We'll. I'll just let. He can turn himself back on when he comes in.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, no. So I mean, the experience is. I guess maybe I could screen share here. Let's see. I've got a demo account running on kind of a back end, so maybe I might have some bugs here. But I mean, basically, the idea is one thing I really hate. I hate making profiles on dating apps. I'm so bad at talking about myself, telling people like what I care about, who I am. I'm so bad at that. I'm bad at resumes too, cover letters, all that stuff. I just don't do a good job of describing myself. And I think our friends do a better job of describing us. And I think we've been experimenting with just how well can an AI describe us based on giving it as much data as we can so that it can fundamentally understand what we care about. And so this is my profile, you click through pictures, you can see the different sources that I've integrated. So, we're pulling in my X data, my Apple Music, my Eventbrite, YouTube, Google Calendar. It can analyze the photos in your camera roll. It can analyze your ChatGPT data. You can see that logo is all screwed up for ChatGPT.
So it does it all. So it takes all of the information that you want to feed into it.
Yep.
And it'll aggregate that and make your profile, your bio, and all that for you.
Exactly. It does all of it for you. And then it basically tries to understand you based on thousands of personality traits and interests and who I am. So here's my interested in cryptocurrency. You can see me like retweeting some Bitcoin Pepe spaces about Munib, Top Chef Munib. And so it knows like I'm pretty bullish on Pepe and STX and Bitcoin. And here's like some of the stuff that it can see from my photos where I'm talking about, going on a romantic midnight drive or a cozy day, have a cozy day in, or here's my Eventbrite data talking about one of the events that I went to, or some of my calendar events where it understands like, okay, here's like the stuff that I'm looking for. And so once you do that, you basically just start talking to the bot, and I'm like, I want a gamer girl. She doesn't have to be in LA, and it's like, okay, here's a little bit about like what I'd like to know. Is you want someone who's into shooters, or you want someone who's like more just playing an RPG with you? Like, give me a few of those preferences, and it just kind of like starts to try and figure out what you like and who you are, and over time it gets better and better at figuring that out. And then it just starts matching you with people, and it describes why it thinks you'll be a good match, and you can come in after a date and talk about what you liked or what you didn't like. And then once you do find a match, it'll introduce you. It'll tell you why it thinks you're going to be a good match, and then you can continue to use it throughout the process of being in a relationship. So you can ask it, where should we go to dinner tonight? Somewhere we're both gonna like. What should we watch on Netflix? We can't decide. We're having this fight about, who should pay the car payment this month, and I'm making more money, but I feel like she should pay her fair share. Like, how do we come to an agreement on this, and who's right? And it can just kind of like understand who you are and what might be a good solution, and just kind of be like an unbiased third party that also like fundamentally understands where both people are coming from, so they feel seen and understood, and like they have someone in their side of the ring. So that's generally the idea, and it's been pretty interesting. I mean, I've watched it save several relationships where people were on the verge of like just not being able to come to terms with each other, and it found just like a very elegant solution, and was like, it's okay if you guys both think this is over, but maybe if you want to give it one more shot, like, here's what I would do. And they're like, you know what, okay, we care about each other enough to give it this one more shot, and they kind of do what it tells them to do, and they find like they see each other for the first time again in a lot of ways. They are reminded what they liked about each other to start, and it helps them just kind of like remember those things that can sometimes get lost when you're with someone long enough. So I think that's really cool to see, and it's cool to also just have someone who is kind of there fighting for you in your corner, that just kind of lets yeah, maybe this one didn't pan out, but it's not you. I think they're just looking for something a little different. It's not that you're too ugly. It's probably just that you're too into crypto, and they just are kind of like not super into crypto. And
That's less of a problem for guys than it is for women. Like, women will date ugly guys.
Yeah.
Fortunately for guys like me,
yeah.
Especially.
But I mean, on the apps, it's tough now. Like, it is like it's never been harder to be an ugly guy with the way Tinder and these other apps are structured, because they don't do a good job of describing all of your other great qualities. They can't translate aura and be like, look, all the women he's been with say he's a vibe, though.
The algorithm is designed to put people in front of the user that they're more likely to click on and engage with. And inherently, you can't tell a person's personality from the image.
Yep.
So, of course, the ones with more broad physical appeal are going to trigger more response, and thus they're going to get pushed forward in the algorithm. at least in the current paradigm of the algorithms. And I'm sure that there's
Yep.
high tech development trying to put those people together based on their personality and everything too. But they already have their model in place, so they don't need to. If people are still using the app, they're not dramatically changing the current paradigm. And what you're working on changes the paradigm.
100%. And a lot of people are just getting filtered out. Like you said, because like physical appearance is so important, like height is the most visible of things. So like height becomes the most important metric when, 20 years ago, I don't think, it was probably top 5, but it wasn't by and large agreed upon to be the most important thing. And so it's really shifted a lot of that just because of the incentives that are in place and the information that people have access to. It's the one thing I can verify. Okay, he might be lying about his job, he might be lying about this or this, but yeah, he looks pretty tall in that picture. And so that becomes the thing that it's focused on, as opposed to all the other things that color in someone's character that end up being really important. And I think there are so many of these questions that a lot of people maybe forget to ask that it can be good at reminding people of. Like, you said you wanted kids. Well, he's going to be a really great father, I think. He takes really great care of his cousins. He's always, trying to spend time and play with the kids in his life. And I think he would make a really great dad. But, that tall guy, he actually hates kids. He doesn't want a dog. He doesn't like taking care of anyone but himself. So, if that is something you want, maybe, just keep that in mind. And I think a lot of people maybe just having that nudge every once in a while. And I think they used to have a friend or someone who would kind of be that voice to them. But I think people don't have that nearly as much anymore. So it's very interesting to see how that's caused just a lot of disjointed sort of issues in the market right now. And I think the other piece of that is also just people are very broke, and a lot of the good men out there are struggling, and they can't afford to pay for the premium plans on all these dating apps and risk the amount of money it might take to go on 3 dates a week to find that person. If each date doesn't really work out and it's not very well matched, it's really expensive and it's a big time commitment. And if we can at least just minimize some of that expense and some of that time commitment and make it a little bit easier, I'm hoping we can find people those relationships a little bit easier and just make it a fun process. It should be fun. It shouldn't be so miserable. It shouldn't be something that people dread. It should be an enjoyable part of life.
Yes, I agree. It really should be the most important, enjoyable part of life, or one of the most enjoyable parts of life. Finding a person, that you fit with. That's really what kind of like a huge part of what almost all of our social interactions are about, to a large degree. It's finding a person, and then creating a family with that person, and then the extension of that, and all of the things around that, getting a good job, taking care of yourself, and all of that kind of revolves primarily around those specific events, life events.
Yep. And it's a great opportunity to learn about yourself too, is what I'd say. Like every time you go out, you're like, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. Self-discovery is another thing. And actually, so you would say that there is a self-discovery piece to this.
100%. Like it's constantly trying to understand you, but also telling you what it's learning and saying, I do realize, you say you want a gamer girl, but I don't know if you could just sit inside and game all day. You're a social guy. You do want to get out there and you want to have friends, and maybe it can work if you've got your friend group who you go out with every week and you get that out of your system. Then maybe you are okay just cozying up and playing video games all day. But maybe you need someone who has a little bit of both of those things, and it's very good at understanding how and it's just like all of the different social medias we're connecting, where each one is kind of like a different part of you. Who I am on Twitter is not who I am on Pinterest, is not who I am when I'm texting my friends or going out and seeing people in person. And so it's about finding all these disparate pieces of yourself and really understanding, like, what is the balance that makes you the happiest, and how can you find someone who fits nicely into that balance?
That's actually really interesting. I never actually saw it that way, but it really can almost help you. Sometimes we don't know really what we want. Oftentimes we don't know what we want. we have a perception of what we want. A lot of time that's actually influenced externally. So it really is almost like it's a guide to helping you understand what you want too. That's a
100%.
really interesting, which is definitely a new paradigm for dating apps.
Yeah, that one most will not tell you that. They'll just try to find you what you think you want, and even then they don't really try that hard to find it for you.
No, because if you find what you want, then you don't need to pay their weekly subscription.
That's exactly it. Yep.
So it's a disincentive model.
And so yeah, they've all used the same business model. None of them have tried innovating on the business model at all, which is disappointing to me, and it's just a terrible model. It's like, okay, I'm gonna pay to get in front of people who don't really want to see me. Okay, well, no one's happy in that scenario. And now I'm just paying money, and other people are wasting their time. And for a lot of women, it's really hard too. You look at what their apps look like; they have 1,000 choices. Where they've got 1,000 guys in their DMs.
Yeah, it's so much worse. Women have a different challenge. I would say it's worse.
And just so little information to go off of, and you have safety concerns. You don't know who these people are, and I mean, there are just it's a nightmare.
Women have a hard time getting a date or finding a willing sexual partner, even, right? That's an easy thing for them, but that's not necessarily what they're looking for. And
men have got really good telling them what they want to hear too, I think.
Right. Well, and then there's also the constant. It happens to men too a lot now because we're all so overexposed to advertising, but advertising's been targeting women and like appealing to their or preying on their insecurities and all of that to sell them things for so long. So there's that too that makes that compounds the dating scene and the inability to get what you're after in a sea of things that you can possibly fall into chasing what you're after. It's definitely a hard time. So it sounds like you are working to solve a lot of problems for this.
We are. Yeah, we're trying. We have some of the best people in the world helping us try to solve this problem, who have fundamentally understand all of the different pieces, from the data science to the psychology to the AI to the sociology. Like, there are so many areas of research that you have to combine to get this right that I haven't seen anyone else trying to solve the problem as dedicated as we are to actually solving the problem. I think a lot of people are coming at it trying to throw AI into it and make it a little gimmicky and just get something out there, make some money, sell it to Match Group. And that's the other piece, is Match Group owns the whole industry. It's essentially a monopoly, maybe an oligopoly, but it's even right. the Hinge CEO is going to do something very similar to what we're doing. I think he's probably on platform, like, using it, trying to see what he can do. But he's getting funded by Match Group, and so they're essentially just incubating one of their own competitors to keep it in the family, to make sure that if something does come out, then they still have their claws in it. But in a lot of ways, that kind of gives me some certainty, because I just don't believe Match Group wants to solve the problem. And so I don't believe that anything they put out is actually going to work that well. In some ways I hope it does, but I just, I haven't seen it yet.
They don't really need to make a good product because they are so well resourced that they can just buy users direct and just churn users, and it doesn't matter because they're generating the revenue with their ad base and branding, mind share. But one thing I wanted to ask you too, you have, like, the other day you mentioned in the group chat that you guys are working with Tony from X402 Stacks, trying to figure out how to integrate X402 payments into your AI models. And I know that you also had an interim grant that was related to the data, preserving user data and users having access to their own data and all of that stuff. So tell us, you are there is some crypto integration into your app.
There is. So we're trying to keep it somewhat on the down low because no one wants to use a crypto dating app. That's just the
It's
truth of
not
it.
right. It's not
It's
the selling feature.
women are not gonna, yeah, that doesn't work. So we try to keep that somewhat low key, but it is, I think it's an excellent use case. One, because most dating apps are considered high risk payments, so they bunch you up with porn sites and all these other like bad actors that makes it very difficult to do payments, and especially if you want to go international, it just becomes incredibly difficult to do. So it actually makes a lot of sense from that perspective. And what we'd always wanted to do, and part of our business model, is to take commissions on things that our agent plans for you. So if it goes through and it can book your movie tickets at AMC, then maybe we take a 1 or 2% cut when it organizes it and sends you the tickets and finds you the perfect movie to watch and the perfect place to go and syncs it with your calendar and knows when you're both available and just does enough work that that fee feels reasonable. And it'll never be a Ticketmaster size fee. It'll be reasonable. And so that's one piece of it. And then the second piece is all of this data is incredibly important for training agents. And I think that we need more agents being trained on data that is essentially focused on how do we make people's lives better. You know, there are a lot of agents being trained on how do I make this code more efficient? How do I make this tool, you know, put out a little bit better of an image?
How
But
do
do
I
we
get
want
more attention on social media?
exactly? But if you think about like, okay, someday the Terminator comes out and his brain is one of these things. Which brain do we want? Like, I want the brain that's like, my job is to bring people together and create love and peace. And you like, that would be nice. Let's maybe optimize for that one. And so I think having more agents that are trained on this is really important. I think it's really important because incumbents, for one thing, like OpenAI, you know, half of OpenAI's brain is Reddit. Like, I don't want half of AI's brain trained on Reddit. But also, I can't go get half of Reddit's training data to train mine, which makes it very hard to compete with a company of that size. And so I think we, one, need to democratize a lot of this, give people the option to contribute, but allow them to contribute. And if they do become, you know, get paid for it or get some kind of like reimbursement because they're a part of a new project and they are foundational to its creation. And so I'm hoping third-party developers and also researchers can get access agentically to this data. And really the thing is, like, most of this data will be acquired through agentic means pretty soon. I think the sales process of selling data is a nightmare. It's like 6 months of, okay, here's the scope of what we're doing, and here are all the people, and here's me verifying that it's what you need. And I've done these sales cycles, and you know, sometimes it's $500,000 for 100 people if you find the right people, but it's a nightmare to get there. But the agents, they're going to be way more efficient, and they're just going to go search for whatever they need to complete whatever task that they might have. And if that task is, I need to understand consumer behavior because the person on the other side of this is launching a product and really needs to know what these types of people are thinking, then it can just go out, find it, immediately pay the people on the other side who have opted into the program, and people can make money. And I think if we don't put people in that loop, then the companies that own that data are just going to go around them. And so I think this is the best system to give people control and ownership, and also empower developers, indie programmers who want to create models that might someday be able to compete with the big boys who, frankly, I don't trust to not create the Terminator. So we need a bunch of little good AIs, I think, to make sure we balance out the AIs that might go off the rails someday.
100%, man. Mark, I love having you on. You've been a regular contributor to our shows for a long time, especially when we're doing the nightly show regularly. I'm a huge fan of the Bitcoin Pepe crew. The Touch Grass Space on Thursday is one I am loath to miss. I generally balance and juggle things around it a lot. And tomorrow, I'm actually wanted to ask you, because they have the Stacks Town Hall and then the Stackies Awards. You guys
I didn't
still
realize
doing
that.
you guys still doing your space tomorrow?
I mean, as far as I know, but you know, maybe I'll bring the crew over and we'll just come mob over to whatever space is going on. I do want to see the Stacky Awards. That sounds fun, and Town
Cool.
Hall would be
'Cause
good.
now
So
I know how
maybe
to
we'll.
feel. Yeah, you guys, and I'm going to be covering it on DeOrganized as well, so you guys can tune in. You know, ham it up in the live chat. We love when you guys do that. Been a long time since nobody said hi to us. She was
Yeah,
one of our everyday fans. She was on a lot. So would love to see you guys there. I do gotta wrap because I actually have a guest I lined up for 2 p.m. So I gotta.
no worries at all.
I'm like back to back to back these days. We're like, yeah,
Yep.
doing
No,
it
no
on
worries.
the stream is a blessing and a curse because we have so much space and I've started dropping things in outside of our regular time slot. It's like almost like hard for me to say no now when somebody suggests a time that
No
I'm
worries at all. I totally get that. But I guess a few parting words. I'd say one, I guess I didn't really get to SBTC. I think Bitcoin will be the payment layer of agents. I think we really need to push on
100%.
all the Ethereum and Sol guys. I was just like arguing with like a very big builder who's trying to build something on ETH, and I was like, trust me, like agentic payment rails. We really want Bitcoin here. Like this is it's
How are you guys? Is that's what you guys are expecting? 402 X402 on stacks and utilizing SBTC to be the
yep,
foundational layer for agent to agent interactivity, and I tend to
exactly.
agree with that. I think that this is it's amazing how fast it iterated recently. You know, from
Yep.
just being an idea to being like this seems like it's legitimately the way.
It is the way. That's why I'm here. That's why I think a lot of people understand that it's the deepest liquidity. You'll have access to the most lending. Like agents don't want to sit on idle Bitcoin. If they're not using it, they're going to want to get more of it, and they're going to do it automatically and quickly, and they're going to want to tap into the deepest pools with the most resources. And they also, I think, just for safety's sake, it's the most distributed system we have. Like if you think about an agent swarm gaming proof of stake, they could just go buy up all of the ETH within a fraction of a second and start gaming the system without anyone even noticing. But are they going to buy up every crypto miner and consolidate them without us noticing that shipments are all coming in from all over the world? Like it is just a much harder system to game, and I think that's super important. And a lot of people have somewhat lost
Are
that.
you suggesting though that agents could potentially? You're saying without us noticing, but you're suggesting that they could actually AI could potentially come up with the idea of creating a company, buying equipment, hiring people to put it all together, and running their own miners.
Yep, but I think it would be a lot easier to just buy up a bunch of ETH and game proof of stake stuff, and like there are a lot of
Oh, of
other.
course, right. You're not right. They still
Yep.
have. There's the logistics behind proof of work versus proof of stake makes it really, even though you could theorize that they could do that. There's no guarantee that they'd be successful doing it.
Exactly. We would at least have more time to notice. Whereas the other ones, you know, they could do it in a flash of a second where all of a sudden across every network, every exchange, you know, you see a candle on ETH and all of a sudden they own 51% of the network, and without even realizing it, you know, they've swept a bunch of wallets that they've hacked or something. Like this stuff, you know, it's going to get crazy. So I think we really do need to plan around all of that. And but yeah, I think we're very well positioned for this. And then I guess one little other shout out. I do run the Crypto Economy podcast, and we do have an exciting guest today,
Today,
Angela McCardle, who is the chairman of the Libertarian Party. She was largely responsible for getting Ross released. Like it was basically her organizing the Libertarian Party to make that as the core request to Trump for their support, and they were like, here's a reasonable request that we think he can get done, that, you know, day one is something that's easy enough and palatable enough to his base. And so like she was really driving force there and deserves a little more appreciation. But I'm excited to hear how it all went down from her
that's
perspective.
you're going. What time is that today?
That's at 1 today.
At 1 Pacific.
Pacific. Yeah, sorry.
So in about 2 hours.
Yeah.
Just 2 hours and 13 minutes from now.
Yep.
Very cool, man. That's on the Crypto Economy podcast, which is on Apple and Spotify, if
Yep.
I remember correctly.
You got it.
And also, you guys, you want to try out Dataing, you can go to dataing.io. There is a web app available now, and it's also mobile app in the Apple Store as well.
Yep, exactly. So if you're international, you'll have to go to the web app or on Android web app. The web app is a little janky. It's kind of in beta right now, so there's still a few bugs, but the iOS app is pretty clean. But we did just put in a new model. It's we've been upgrading the memory and a bunch of other pieces. So, I mean, it's the first time that I'm really using it side by side with GPT, and I'm like, this is just a much better experience. It really fundamentally understands me more than the GPT I've been talking to for 3 years, which is
Wow,
pretty cool.
GPT's getting better too. So if your experience with your app is better than GPT, that you're doing pretty good.
We're getting there. Yep. No, it's cool because I can port in all my GPT data and it knows me just like my GPT does, but it knows me even better because it has so much more to it. And we've given it a lot more freedom than GPT gives theirs. So we've let it kind of be itself a little more and not be so afraid of hitting the guardrails that it doesn't give you good responses. So that's been cool to see how small companies can just be a little edgier and outcompete the big guys who can't take quite as many risks with some of this stuff.
Oh man, awesome stuff, Mark. Much love, my brother. Definitely don't be a stranger. As things develop, we'd love to hear more on what's going on with what you're building, doing some more demos. Maybe we'll do a little bit more of a like an online thing when we did that time with the group session.
Yeah, that would be great. Yep.
We'll do
No,
something
I would love
like
that.
soon.
Perfect.
Awesome stuff, brother. Guys, tune into Mark's crypto economy podcast later. That's going to be awesome. You know what I'll do too? Well, no, you guys got to tune into it, and then we'll talk later.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mark. Much love, brother. You have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for tuning in. We will be back in about 10 minutes with Jeff from Based Dollar to talk to us about a new algorithmic dollar on Stacks coming to the Stacks ecosystem. Thank you, Mark. Pep Toshi, if you guys didn't know.
Pleasure, guys. Thank you so much.
Right on, man. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. And stay tuned. We'll see you soon. All right, my friends. I'm actually super excited about this next segment. We have our good friend coming on to talk to us about the Aligners project, which I've been very interested to learn more about, and I haven't had the time. So I'm super excited to have our brother in here. It's his first appearance on the live stream, I believe, and long overdue. We got Dr. Wappy in the house. Wappy, how are you today, man? Can you hear me okay? Oh, it looks like you're muted.
Can you guys hear me? Because for some places,
them in clips that be glowing. Insisting on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks, another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip. Innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Clips that be glowing, consistent on the daily. They bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks, another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. Boost eggs, the social value layer.
Let's go.
Growing in the morning with peace and GP, keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks, and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give.
Good morning, my friends. Welcome to another episode of the Let's Go Good Morning Show, brought to you live by DeOrganized Media in partnership with our good friends over at Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting. It is Friday, the 2nd of January, the second day of 2026. We are into a new year. We are through the looking glass. 2025 is over and done with. We have a new year. I am your host, Peace, Love, Music. And I am here to spread some good news and cheer. Things are not all lost. Things are good. I honor where I am today. I trust that I am growing, learning, awakening at the pace that is right for me. I listen to the wisdom within myself. I choose presence. Choose to be here. I choose love over fear. I claim my inner authority, and I am enough. I am here. I am awake. And these all apply to you as well. I want you guys to get used to these affirmations. It's important that we put our mind right every day. I'm going to help you with that. Also, friendly reminder. Yeah, wait a point. Chad, share the live stream. It's tremendously helpful to us when you comment in the live stream, reply in the chat, on the pinned post for the live stream, and share out the live stream. If you like what we do, if you support what we're here for, the best thing you guys can do is engage, share out the live stream, comment, post, join us. If you want to come on and chat with us, we're always open to having more people, more guests. Again, friendly reminder, this is a news show providing news, some information, some education, some entertainment, never financial advice. Always do your own research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. That being said, the numbers this morning, not too bad, actually. Bitcoin's heading towards 90K. I can feel it. It's coming. We're coming in at 89,355. Ethereum has broken back over $3,000. Got a lot of green in the market, spreading throughout. Stacks back up over 25 cents, up to 26.59, up 8% over the last 24 hours. I think the time for FUDing is starting to disappear. Fear and Greed Index is up to 34. That's the highest we've seen it in weeks, pushing towards that neutral range. Almost out of fear. Fear is the place where you want to accumulate when the market is fearful, and when the market is greedy, that's when you want to take profits. Not financial advice. The top three gainers over the last 24 hours are Pepe coin, rocking up 37%. That's not my favorite Pepe coin, but I'm happy to see it go up. Floki, SPX, rounding out the top three. We have several big gainers. It's a green day, my friends. It's a green day. Majority green. Who's down? Ripple USD. Some people probably finally realized that wasn't an investment product. Can't believe how many people were. So, their community is just a little silly. That's all I'm going to say. Monero flashing out. Zcash correcting big time. That's interesting. Meme Core. Canton. So we have some losses, some losers, lots of gainers. It's a good day to be in crypto. Let's actually take a look at. I usually go to STX Tools, but I'm going to visit Tenero, because that's actually the place to go. Oh, did I have the wrong channel? Oh, no, here we are. So I'm on Tenero. I'm going to look at the stacks pricing, prices for stacks and other. I always prefer the stacks page for Tenero because I'm into stacks, but you can actually get into other and growing Bitcoin ecosystem projects on here. You got Sports.Fund, Spark, Runes, OpNet, Citria coming soon, and more to come. So we're excited about that. You got buy sell indicator. You got some new returning. You got a lot of tools, a lot of metrics. Not sure what that means. Type remove. Type add. I wonder if there's just a different token that they're looking at over here. But you got the heat map. I like it. Unless stacks chart. Not loading. I have too many things open. Here's your net flow. Trending positive. Things are looking okay on STX, and your top gainers are Welsh, STX, Dog on Stacks. Did you guys know you could put your runes on stacks? There's a couple of different ways, including the runes capsule that Rafa has incorporated into Fact Fund. You can now bridge your runes very cheaply and easily into stacks and trade them with programmability as SIP10 tokens. Flat Earth, Velar making a move. Nasty, SBTC up a little bit. We're making some moves. Things are looking good. We're ending the week on a positive note. Let's take a look at the news stories. Crypto exchange volume slowed down to yearly lows in December. That's probably why we saw the price action we've seen. It's actually one of the worst end of the year scenarios for Bitcoin in a long time. It went the exact opposite way of people were expecting, and the manipulators have a way of making that happen when they can, and it seems like they can in this scenario. So crypto trading activity fell sharply in December, with centralized exchange volumes hitting their lowest levels of the year. Lowest levels of exchange volumes in the year in December. The decline reflects reduced retail participation. People were broke, post-ETF fatigue, and a broader wait-and-see posture from traders after a volatile quarter four. Analysts note that while price levels remain historically elevated, speculative turnover has thinned, suggesting conviction has shifted from short-term trading toward longer-term positioning. The slowdown also highlights a growing divide between market price stability and actual usage activity across exchanges. Interesting. Crypto faces a token identity crisis as markets open for 2026. The crypto industry is entering 2026 with growing uncertainty around the role and value of many tokens. I agree. As speculative narratives fade, projects are struggling to clearly define whether tokens represent governance, utility, revenue participation, or simple access rights. This ambiguity has made it harder for investors to assess long-term value and for regulators to classify assets consistently. The article argues that the next phase of crypto growth will favor tokens tied to real economic activity, cash flow-like mechanisms, or essential infrastructure rather than narrative-driven hype. I have been saying it for a little while. Really earlier last year when Pump Fund was just going crazy, and I felt like it was actually hurting. Yeah, the year before too. It was actually quarter two both years. Pump Fund had basically stole a lot of liquidity and a lot of the wind from the sales of the broader crypto space, and that belies the fundamental issue here. There are too many tokens, and there's too many tokens that don't really have any real use case or value. However, we will get there. You're going to need more than one token. I don't think you only need Bitcoin. I do think that there are a place for other tokens, but nowhere near the amount of tokens that have launched in the last 2 years. Most of them are worthless, useless, poorly designed, poorly planned, and unfortunately overhyped to the point where they, cost a lot of people some opportunities into looking at real projects, chasing a lottery ticket. Don't like that. I don't like that at all. Dexter overtakes Coinbase as largest daily facilitator for X402 transactions. This is very interesting. A decentralized exchange protocol, Dexter, D-E-X-ter, has surpassed Coinbase in X402 transaction volume, signaling a notable shift in on-chain usage patterns. While centralized exchanges still dominate fiat on-ramps and custody, transaction-level activity is increasingly migrating to decentralized rails, optimized for automated programmatic transfers. This trend suggests crypto usage is evolving away from retail trading toward infrastructure-level settlements, bots, and machine-driven transactions, reinforcing the idea that real adoption may look quieter but more structural. As things grow, it's going to spread out. We don't really want necessarily Coinbase to be the center for that kind of stuff anyway. It would definitely be better. It's only a matter of time before it's more decentralized. So good on that. I'm not super familiar with Dexter. I'm going to have to become more familiar because they're obviously a thing. So let's see what happens there. What happened? My page. All right, there we go. Turkmenistan legalizes crypto mining and exchanges to boost the economy. Turkmenistan's legalizing crypto to boost their economy. Turkmenistan has legalized cryptocurrency mining and exchanges as part of a broader effort to diversify its economy and attract foreign investment. Officials framed the move as a way to monetize excess energy capacity and modernize financial infrastructure. The decision reflects a growing pattern among energy-rich or economically isolated nations using crypto as a development tool. While regulatory clarity remains limited, legalization alone marks a significant shift from prohibition to strategic adoption. We're going to see more and more and more of this. I don't want to say the 4-year cycle is dead, by the way. I know there's a lot of people claiming that. The 4-year cycle is based on the Bitcoin halving. The Bitcoin halving is a 4-year cycle. It will continue to be a 4-year cycle, and it will have effects on the market. But those effects won't be the only effect on the market, and there's other factors that will dictate price and how things go, how markets go. So is the 4-year cycle over? No, but it's not going to look like the last cycle, and they never looked like the last cycle anyway. There's always differences. There's always different scenarios, different things. Even last cycle, this past cycle, we had a new all-time high just before the halving. That had never happened before. We did get an all-time high again after the halving. However, it wasn't as hyperbolic. It wasn't as parabolic as many were expecting, including myself. We did have a quick correction afterwards that we're still in, although it does seem like we have bottomed and maybe are trending back up. And so who knows exactly how that's going to go. But it's not, the 4-year cycle is not over. That's what I'm saying. We got more and more adoption coming. Here's another one. Iran accepts cryptocurrency as payment for advanced weapons. I saw this last night. And I was really I'm actually encouraged by something like this. Iran has reportedly approved the use of cryptocurrency for payments related to advanced weapons procurement, highlighting crypto's role in sanctions-resistant trade. The move underscores how digital assets are increasingly embedded in geopolitical strategies, not just financial speculation. While controversial, it demonstrates why crypto remains relevant even during market downturns. Its ability to move value across borders outside traditional financial systems continues to make it attractive to state and non-state actors alike. More importantly, you have a volatile state involved in many conflicts repeatedly, basically looking to sell its advanced weapons systems for crypto. They're not looking to keep their advanced weapons systems, they're looking to sell them for crypto. Bitcoin is peace and freedom money. It's happening. They're selling their weapons to accumulate Bitcoin because that's strategically a better move. Let's go. Oh, did I miss? Oh, no. Okay.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters Tuesday
Excuse me. Howard Lutnick predicts major U.S. manufacturing boom in 2026. Cantor Fitzgerald CEO Howard Lutnick predicts a major resurgence in U.S. manufacturing in 2026, driven by capital investment, automation, and reshoring initiatives. The outlook suggests renewed demand for infrastructure, payments, and settlement systems capable of supporting high-volume industrial activity. For crypto markets, this raises questions about whether blockchain-based finance fits into real-world production and whether digital assets can evolve from speculative instruments into tools supporting large-scale economic coordination. What, to me, the most important part of this is that a manufacturing boom in the U.S. means a growing, strengthening economy in the U.S., more jobs, more disposable income for workers, and a better experience for everybody. And that's important, and we should all be in favor of that. So really excited about that, hopeful, and looking forward to better things in the next few years. Once we straighten out some of the things that have happened over the last few decades need to be unwound. They are starting to unwind, and it could be a little bit painful in some places, but all is not lost, and the future is bright. Not gonna put on my shades yet. Last item I want to cover before I bring on the homies: why Stacks is now institutional grade Bitcoin infrastructure. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but for years institutions respected Bitcoin but didn't use it, not because they lacked interest, but because the infrastructure wasn't there. Bitcoin was treated as static collateral, secure, scarce, and idle. Deploying Bitcoin capital meant trade-offs institutions weren't willing to make. This started changing in 2025. Stacks crossed from a promising Bitcoin L2 into production-ready institutional Bitcoin infrastructure, not through roadmaps or pilot programs, but through live integrations with the custody providers, liquidity venues, security platforms, and data providers that institutions already rely on. Now operating directly on Bitcoin, this article covers the institutional Bitcoin infrastructure that now exists on Stacks. This article is available on the Stacks.co blog, which you can actually go to Stacks.co, and I think you get Explore, and you go to blog, and you can get there that way. But I'm just going to quickly read through the headlines in the article. The things that Stacks has now has that it didn't have a year ago. Tier 1 stablecoin on Stacks with Circle. Circle's Reserve launched with Stacks as a partner, bringing native USDC to Bitcoin. That's right. We now have native USDC on Bitcoin. Exchange-grade liquidity from Bitfinex. Institutions need to trade at size. Bitfinex now provides direct liquidity rails into Stacks, enabling large trades, tighter spreads, and market-making infrastructure at Bitfinex. Ongoing security with Immunify. Institutions do not assume protocol security. They verify it continuously through Immunify's Magnus platform. Institutional custody with BitGo. BitGo now supports BTC and SBTC on Stacks, bringing institutional-grade custody, multi-sig security, and institutional compliance workflows to the Bitcoin DeFi stack. Seamless operation with Wallet Connect. Wallet Connect and Stacks integration expands access to STX stacking across Stacks, giving users and institutions more ways to earn and connect securely, including through integrations like Hex Trust. Stacking becomes a native capability inside existing apps. Institutional analytics from Nansen. Nansen brings professional-grade data and on-chain analytics to Stacks. Real cross-chain liquidity via Wormhole launching very soon. Stacks is preparing for a multi-chain world. Wormhole is planned to connect Stacks with Ethereum, Solana, and other ecosystems using battle-tested infrastructure that has already moved billions in value. Stacks is going off-chain, cross-chain, I should say. Why this matters. Institutional adoption of Bitcoin has accelerated. but infrastructure has lagged behind. Capital flows through custodians, exchanges, and off-chain products, while deploying Bitcoin into productive strategies has remained operationally complex. This has never been a demand problem. There has been an infrastructure gap. The highlighted integration mark a shift. Institutions can now access a complete Bitcoin stack built around the providers and standards they already use. Compliant stablecoin rails, cross-chain liquidity access, exchange-grade execution, continuous adversarial security, institutional custody, flexible wallet operations, and professional analytics. This removes the remaining operational objections to deploying capital on Bitcoin. It's live, it's working, and it's already being used. Bitcoin native institutional grade infrastructure is live on Stacks. Let's go. You know what, real quick, just want to remind everybody before I bring on the homies. I did DCA actually. I set that up last week, and I just want to remind everybody that BitFlow is the top DEX on Stacks. BitFlow is the top DEX on Stacks because they let you trade USDC, Bitcoin, STX, SBTC, runes, and more, all in one place, while aggregating the best prices across the Stacks ecosystem. All of the DEXs, Alex, Arcadico, Galar, and others. It all starts at BitFlow. BitFlow is the place to go when you're looking to get the best prices, and more to come. You can DCA. There's the HODLMM is really great, and then the BFF Army, which is just BFF.army, is the place to go if you're looking to learn more on how to use these tools and get yourself leveled up in Bitcoin DeFi. It's happening on BitFlow. Let me bring my friends on. We got GP in the house.
Good morning, guys. Happy Friday.
Good morning, my brother. How you doing today? Happy Friday.
Doing good, man. Doing good. Starting the day off on the right foot, getting out of bed on the right side of the bed. The highest frequency vibes this Friday.
We got 300 in the house as well. What's up, my brother? How you doing today?
GM, as you can hear, Triana is now
a lot
much
better.
But yeah, good to be here with you, GP, hanging out. Yeah, happy Friday.
Happy Friday. So did you guys catch that blog post on the Stacks account?
The one that you no, I was just seeing it right now. I didn't come across it. Let me check it out.
Yeah, let me actually, I'll put it back on there. We can talk about this a little bit if you guys want to.
Yeah, Stacks really was shipping all year long this year.
GP, you're kind of rugged, man.
Yeah, GP is lagging for a bit.
Does it sound any better now?
Yo, GP.
It's better, but you keep lagging, yeah. Like you're frozen right now.
Let me see if I can't get some stuff. I might have too much running on my desktop at the moment.
I know what that's like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the life we all live these days.
Too much to do, too little time.
Too much to do. You can't.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's the thing. The too little time part is you can't finish it. So you leave it up, and then you don't have. You don't have.
And
as
then
much
you have
bandwidth.
80 tabs open on your web browser, or you
You're
have.
trying to stream, and your computer's. The internet's tired this week.
Oh yeah, dude. All the kids being home for the holidays, right? Like you have multiple devices. They're eating up all the bandwidth not saving any for me. So,
Oh,
but yeah, that
No,
post
it's much
from the
better
main,
right now.
that main
TikTok
stacks
is right.
handle, the post just talking about all of the stuff that was shipped this year, it's full. It's full. There was so much done this year.
Oh, right. Well, and so they made a post, but there's also a blog post that it came out a couple of days ago on the stacks.co page that kind of goes into depth on all of those things as well. Really great stuff. Really great stuff. The institutional grade infrastructure that they got going on here is next level. You know, tier one stablecoin on stacks with Circle. You know, what that means is that you don't have to. This is nothing against USDH or like the new things that are coming out, like the BSD base dollar that they got going on with BSD and other stuff. You know, huge fan of Hermetica, huge fan of the development of those things, but native USDC on stacks means native USDC on Bitcoin. That is a game changer that people don't quite realize yet. The capacity for adding liquidity into the Stacks network and onto Bitcoin for Bitcoin trading is huge there.
Yeah, massive. Don't have to rely on third-party bridges to get into the ecosystem, or this is directly launched from Circle. This is a product from Circle, so it's X Reserve is based, man, and Stacks and SBTC going multi-chain, and now having a native tier one stablecoin in our ecosystem is pretty base. I can't wait to see what is built with it.
Right. And then you're also getting exchange grade liquidity with Bitfinex. A lot of this stuff happened 6-8 months ago. Some of it's newer, like the USDC just launched a couple weeks ago. But we've been on Bitfinex for a while. That gives us a lot more functionality. Ongoing security with ImmuneFi. Great stuff going on there. The BitGo announcement, again, that was like something that was more like 6-8 months ago. But huge deal with institutional custody capabilities with BitGo. All of these things coming together, by the way, are greater than the whole. It's like they make it. Any one of the individual things is cool, but when they are all happening together, it creates an atmosphere where there's very limited reason not to start using this at Stacks as the go-to point for Bitcoin DeFi and Bitcoin functionality, between being tied to the Stacks, being integrated into the Bitcoin blockchain with all of the transactions finalized on the Bitcoin blockchain. The SBTC isn't even mentioned in here. Wormhole coming, making Stacks cross-chain functional, very, very broad. It's just there's so much stuff going on. There is so much stuff going on in the Stacks ecosystem.
Yeah, and
not be bullish.
This is just the beginning, right? There's more stuff planning to be shipped Q1 this year. So, we've got a lot being worked on at the moment. I feel like all of the main protocols continue to enhance the user experience and launch new ways to earn with your Bitcoin and put it to work, right? So these rails are necessary.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. And also with what's going on with Zest, they have a V2. Like what you were saying, a lot of things are all happening at once. So this is going to make people want to come to Stacks, and also seeing the handle, it's really active now. And the person who's running it, the intern, is doing such an amazing job being in the trenches.
Yeah. I think there's a team of people actually kind of handling that. But they are doing an excellent job together. That's actually the key there. I'm not sure if it's one person, or I think I know that there's at least 3 or 4 people that are working.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job at highlighting the things that are going on in the ecosystem, as well as like, interacting with other posts. And I really like the way that the core devs and individuals from Stacks Endowment are paying attention to what is being built here. Right, it seems like everybody is locked in and moving more organized and activated together. So it's got me feeling bullish. And we're working on getting a CMO and a CIO. There's so many bullish catalysts for our ecosystem, that are set to take place this year.
It's we talk about it every day. We talk about this every day, but there's like we talk about these usually as individual items, and like we didn't even touch on X402. We didn't even touch on wallet abstraction built into Clarity 4 plus the security upgrades there. We didn't talk about all of the dev onboarding in 2025 and how the DevRel team is really poised to even blow that up more in 2026. There's a lot more funding to go towards developer activities and onboarding more devs and hackathons. There's so many projects building on Stacks right now. It's incredible. It really is incredible.
Yeah, the incentivization rails are being built out. The foundation for a booming developer community is here. And to kind of see all of our developers get together at DevConnect in Buenos Aires, and get to hear about the stories of how everybody was sharing ideas and helping each other grow. I think that's really cool. A really cool experience to see that our developers are connected. Everybody is helping, provide code and ship these commits to their GitHubs, and I think that speaks volumes about a decentralized, permissionless, trustless, borderless society. This is the way our builders work together.
Yeah, exactly. And it's we saw our firsthand back in Vegas how close knit the dev community can be. I witnessed it again in with the Hacker House events. You guys saw how that was going on between me and the guys we've had on from there, and Blockface being down there, and like all the projects that are coming out of that with Tony's X402. The big market guys are coming through there. Ron OL with what he's building out. And we've had all of these guys on. VoltFi, really great stuff coming out of VoltFi, and the Rather Labs crew building some stuff down there as well. We have had them on. Non-stop stuff going on Stacks. It's really amazing. At the dev level, at the business development level, the community is hugely active and engaged, even through these hard times. We've had some really hard price action throughout crypto. Stacks just keeps chipping away.
Yeah, I feel like it's not just Stacks that was hurting. It is the broader like altcoin market. All of it is down, right? And Stacks,
all of it is down, but not all of the communities are still kicking around.
Right. We still have our developers pushing. We still have our community like mobilized and getting loud on the timeline. And Jack says it best. The best marketing is big green candles, right? So just be prepared to see an ecosystem boom, right? The fundamentals continue to get better and better. Stacks is a very safe place for builders. So Clarity 4 also introducing protection layers at a smart contract level is what like makes it more safe to build here. Stacks is battle tested. It's been through multiple market cycles, and this one is going to be a huge one for Bitcoin DeFi.
For sure. For sure.
Yeah, dude. So I saw something on the timeline. This is pretty relatable. I'll have to share it with you. It's a pretty good meme, right? Check this meme.
You know, that's we don't love. That's we love memes for sure.
This is the meme of the day, right? We might be doing a meme. One meme a day keeps the doctor away. When you buy, this is what the chart looks like, right? You know, nuking to the downside. When you hold, just sideways and chop, and then when you sell,
This is always the way. By the way, this meme memes reflect art, reflect life. Okay, and I've experienced this so many times. And honestly, I think that part of it has to do with the psychology.
yeah,
Because,
right.
You know, it's when everybody buys, then the buy pressure is lower because everyone's bought, so there's no more buy pressure, so the price goes down. When everyone holds and no one's buying or selling, the price goes sideways. When
This is the
everyone
way,
sells,
man.
right? Once you get all the sells out of the way, price action pushes up because there's no more sell pressure. So that is if you end up trading based on the same kind of inputs as other people, or if you trade like the average person, you're gonna experience this.
It's nonstop, man. This has been the story of my time in crypto, right? When you hold, just sideways, but when you buy, the price just ends up, giving you a steeper discount, and then you add a CA, and then you gotta,
Then you're gonna come up with more cash to buy.
yeah,
It's like more feet picks, I guess.
more feet picks. Grow another kidney to sell to.
I just
double down
never
on-
realized you were in such a market for feet picks.
Dude. Yeah, we are building the change right now. And right now we are in the kind of like a sideways and choppy environment, looking for a bottom for alts. But eventually it's going to get to a point where all of the things that our builders have been building, bring more users into our ecosystem, give people more ways to speculate, and I feel like it's only a matter of time. The fundamentals and price action are decoupled right now, and it's not always going to be like this.
Yeah, I saw some green on stacks. How much is it
That's
now?
up 8%. Stats is up 8% this morning.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I saw some greens.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of green in the market. This is actually very encouraging. We got the new year. We're ending the week on a positive note. We'll see what happens over the weekend, but usually it's not very volatile in either direction over the weekend. I would imagine that if it is volatile at all, it'll be volatile to the upside because I don't see a lot of we've already had a lot of the bad news as far as like the Fed making those overnight repo funding up, filling those funding requests and all of that stuff. I do think that there are definitely some macro situations that are going to have some impacts over the next few months. But overall, I'm still very bullish on crypto personally, not financial advice.
Yeah, I feel like 2026 is going to be crypto's year.
100%. I couldn't.
Hopefully, we're gonna have a full bull run, not the fake one that we had last year.
I also saw this on the timeline too. Did you see that Vitalik Buterin profile to a Milady NFT? It sent the collection force price of around 50%. That's pretty cool. NFTs aren't dead.
Well, Maybe.
Maybe.
If Vitalik starts posting these on a regular basis, NFTs aren't dead.
Let's see him sweep the floor.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see him sweep.
Come on. Do some.
You know what? I'd rather have him make this announcement and then sweep, though.
Yeah, I don't own any ETH NFTs, so.
I don't either. All of my the majority of my NFTs are on Bitcoin. Most of them are on stacks and or on in ordinals. The majority of my NFT. I might have a handful of like NFTs on Ethereum. Nothing that I'm actually expecting to ever make me a lot of money. And then a couple of others too. Like I have one or two on Algorand from a couple of guys I met that were in that project for a while. I have a couple on what's it called? Starknet? No, not well. I have actually several on Starknet because I participated in their beta test. But on Cosmos, it's Star. I'm not sure if it's Stargazer, Star something Star. They're called Stars is the token, but they also have it's an NFT platform, and they have some interesting NFTs over there.
If you check the now, probably you are the richest guy that we know.
No, I doubt it. I don't think so. I think it's the opposite. I'm not the brokest guy, you know, but I've been going sideways for the last couple of years.
Sideways is relatable.
Yeah, I've been just some of my stuff has gone down a lot. Some of my stuff has gone up okay. But I never take profits. That's my downfall. I don't practice what I preach.
No one ever went broke taking profits.
No one ever went broke taking profits.
You always tell us that nobody went broke by taking profits, but you were saying that you didn't take the profits.
Well, that's why that's probably why I say it so much, because I don't want it to happen to other people. Like I've had situations where I've spent like $20, $30 on a project and had that 20 or 30 bucks go up to a few grand, and then I didn't sell it, and then I maybe made like a couple $100 in profits, but I should have made a few grand. Like, what was I thinking? Like, how it's never gonna go. Like, anytime something has that kind of an eruption, sell. You can't go wrong, even if it keeps going up. It's your money.
So maybe we don't know that we are in profit yet, because sometimes when you think that it's about to go up, that is when it does the opposite of what you want to do, which is crazy.
Well, even like almost every time when you have something that goes up parabolic, you don't want to believe that it's going to not keep going up. You want to believe it's going to keep going up. So, of course, part of the cope, part of the way you convince yourself it'll keep going up is by not selling. Because if I don't sell, so if I do want it to go up, if I sell, obviously I'm not going to realize more gains. So I can't manifest it going up and realizing more gains if I sell. It's so you talk yourself out of it. You talk yourself out of selling. And it's that's why people tell you to make a plan, stick to your plan, execute your plan.
It's so hard.
It's so hard.
Is so hard.
Well, I don't want to I have a little bit of Bitcoin. Not retiring on it. Hopefully, because I've been self-employed, I don't have a 401k, I don't have a nest egg, so hopefully, my retirement plan is largely based on hoping Bitcoin does go up significantly over the next few cycles, and I have more value with which to rely on when I'm too old to really generate income consistently. So I don't take profits on my Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Bitcoin has been the best investment I've made in my life has been Bitcoin. You know, by a large. Well, I wish I could remember which one it was that went up to like $3,500 from like a $20 or $30 investment. It might have been one of the AI coins earlier. Shoot, I can't remember what it is.
Made a couple thousand X.
Made a couple thousand, like several hundred X.
Mm.
You know?
You know, sometimes you just have those runners that really pay you nicely. There's a lot of like speculation in this market. There's
You sell.
yes, it's crazy. It's crazy how you can turn a couple bucks into a couple $100 very easily.
Fetch AI, that's what it was. Fetch AI at one point had like just an absolute eruption.
Which chain was it on?
I think they were on their own chain.
Yep.
It was its own chain at the time. They had their own, and I bought it on crypto.com.
Coin.
Crypto.com.
Crypto.com. Gotcha.
Crypto.com. I felt so. Crypto.com was one of the first exchanges you could actually park your Bitcoin and Ethereum and a bunch of other. They were paying yield on almost everything. Like you could actually go and lock in your tokens and get yield. So I was playing around with them a little bit for like a couple of years, a few years ago now. I just ended up I found that some of the stuff that was going on the website seemed sketchy and shady. So I ended up just backing out of there.
Doesn't sound out of the normal.
No. I mean, that's why I feel better about Coinbase as a decentralized. Coinbase is my go-to DEX. CEX, a centralized exchange. And then depending on what I'm trading in, you know, I obviously love BitFlow on Stacks for Bitcoin trading. And then I like Uniswap for Ethereum-based stuff. But, you know, other than that, I don't do a whole lot of, you know, I mostly accumulate through Coinbase.
That's the name of the game really is setting up a solid DCA, you know, dollar cost average, where you just you have a set amount each week, month, day, whatever you choose, and you just buy a little bit as time progresses. You know, it has been the most profitable on any asset, and then you know, you can do the same whenever price appreciates. You know, you can DCA in and then DCA out.
It also helps you a lot with hyper volatility too. Like if you have $1,000 you want to buy into something, you buy it all today, and then you experience what that meme said, where as soon as you buy, the price drops. Well, that's why you DCA. You know,
Yeah.
and you DCA in and you DCA out, you know, because you never know. It could still keep going up as you're selling, and that makes you even feel better. It's like, I didn't sell it all yesterday. I have a little more to sell today, a little more to sell tomorrow. And so you get a little, it's never hurt me, DCA.
Yeah. And, you know, one thing I wish I DCA'd a little bit of, silver.
I actually have a little bit of silver I might sell. Nothing like crazy. Again, I'm not going to retire on it. But back before before crypto, so I started accumulating silver a little bit. I got very interested in silver back in like 2010. Shortly before and or after I met my wife. And we really, up until I started going into crypto, I was periodically stacking silver. And I never sold it because I don't take profits, so I have all the silver I bought too. But it's the price on silver is getting very attractive. I might take some profits on my silver soon, to be honest.
Yeah, this post is about how silver is being manipulated. Over the past couple weeks, silver ran pretty hard. All the way up to I think it was like $83.
83, 84 in China as of yesterday.
Insane.
And the one of the biggest telltale signs of the manipulation is that while it was like $85 in China 2 days ago, it was $72 on the COMEX, in the US. And no one was actually buying the arbitrage trade because they know that they're actually buying worthless paper in the COMEX right now. So they've been suppressing the price with paper. I'm not sure how this is actually a big problem because they've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah,
it's one way that they've
it's into how JP Morgan.
It's one way that they ward off inflation, suppressing commodities prices. So they do it with oil, they do it with precious metals, a number of other things. So definitely curious how that might go.
Yeah, it's got a big decoupling between its stock trading price and real world like tangible silver prices. There's a premium on IRL silver right now. There's a big discrepancy there. But this post even gets into how JP Morgan was manipulating the price. It's well documented, and they had to pay a big old fine for doing it. But they made a lot of money doing that. Just kind of pushing silver up and down and left and right.
They've been doing it for a long time. And I think that it's actually going to go. Things are going to get very interesting over the next few weeks. How it'll all turn out, I don't know. But what I do know is that every morning, whatever's going on, we're going to cover it. We're going to bring it to you guys live Monday through Friday. I do know that, and I do know that I love having you guys here to help make this an awesome show every day. I really do appreciate that. We are going to have Find2Earn today. I'm super excited about that. The Game Master is on his way up from the underground right now. The underworld. I keep saying the underground. That was a whole different band thing. Back during the COVID shutdowns, we actually had a song called The Sound of the Underground. Little reggae inspired joint. So that's why I think it's stuck in my head, underground. But up from the underworld, the Game Master has arrived. We'll be back momentarily with Find2Earn rounds. Stay tuned after a quick word from our amazing sponsor, BitFlow. The Game Master has arrived in his true form. How are you today, sir?
GM Mordov is eternal
GM. Happy New Year, Zenny.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, it's like 300 years for me. Like, I mean, like, you celebrate it, but for me, it's usual event.
It's
I
like
see.
a few minutes for you.
Yeah.
We miss the Game Master though.
Yeah, we miss you. We have to get. I'm looking forward to getting more on a regular schedule with these. Back on a regular schedule for 2026 with these games. I love playing them. I love engaging with our audience. shout out to its megaphone in the live stream saying what's up. Guys, friendly reminder. Rule number 1 for Find to Earn: you must like and repost the game round, and you must like and repost the game, the live stream. It's very important. It helps us grow. It ensures that we can have more of these games on the regular basis. So make sure you like and share out the live stream. And an advantage, these games are played on the Skullcoin BTC page on X, but an advantage you get watching on the live stream, besides the fun and engagement of watching us play and sometimes win, you actually do get an advantage. We actually show the first round image to start before the game round launches, and this first image is going to be of Bitcoin Pepe, the orange frog, the only Pepe coin you need to know about. Playing some foosball out on the farm. That looks like an interesting afternoon. I don't know if alcoholic beverages around there, but this game is ready to launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go!
Andiamo, Andy, for the first time, 2026, Jekalo, Hajime.
Andiamo! Ande. All right, so we are on the Skull page. I refreshed, and this is what you're looking at. This is how you play the game. You've got a starting location here that'll bring you into Google Maps. You must like and repost the game round. That's rule number 2. I'm going to click this link, and I'm going to show you guys how it's done today. So this is where we're starting. I'm looking. So we're on the other side. We're on a field. There's some houses on the other side of the field, I'm noticing. So I'm going to look for a field where there's houses on the other side, or somewhere there's a house on the opposite side of the field. I'm going to see if I can find that. One of our amazing players might find it before me. We have a lot of regulars that drop in. No, this isn't the right place because it doesn't have the fence. I'm going to zoom back out, see if I can find. Maybe it's on this side. Oh, this is all the corn. Growing a lot of corn. They must be feeding the cows. Are there cows coming up today, sir?
Yeah, I think we have a winner, and it's a new player.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Congrats.
26. Congratulations.
Let's go. Congratulations,
And,
Harris Main.
I just added him to whitelist, but he won the first game. But we keep him in whitelist.
That's
Let
fine. We
him
also
be
had,
lucky. Okay.
also a great one. Fruity Patchouli RISTX one. Got it correct as well. And Harris Main had a second guess. So 2 guesses to get it right.
Congrats, man. Well played.
Congrats.
Well played. Whitelist round right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Let's go.
Jime, Izu, Vamonos, Andy.
All right, so we got a Nakamoto 1 droid round going on, and again, repost the game round, click the map. Usually you just have to walk forward for these. I walked past it already. Look at that image again. All right. That's not it. I'm going past. Whoops.
We still have no winner. But yeah, it's just a move forward. You just have not to pass this gate.
Oh, you know what? I just had to look back and double check, and I think the gate is not open. That's what got me. It's not that one. It's not that one.
Yeah, that's a trick.
Right? This
Your
is it.
steps is very big.
So I click share, I click copy the link, I go back to the Skullcoin page. I am not eligible because I have won too many times. If you guys want to be on the whitelist, drop a comment below the live stream or below one of the live game rounds, and we will get you in. We have a couple of guesses, but I don't think either one of them is correct.
Okay, we have a winner. It's Zik999 is a winner. Okay, let's go. We
Awesome.
continue. We have 2 games more.
Congratulations. Let's go.
We have 2 games more. We have Leo game and the last jackpot round.
All right. 2 more games for you guys coming up.
Okay, are we ready for the Leo game?
We are ready, sir.
Please make countdown.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Andiamo.
Vamos. Let's go. Ande.
Hajime.
Hajime. Ixdu.
Zoo.
Looking for the cat on this interesting tree growing across the parking lot here. Make sure you like and repost the game round. If you are the first one that finds the correct location and did not like and repost the game round, the game master will give your prize to somebody else. And today I'm designating 300 to get your prize. If you guess all the rules.
I don't want yo guys, I don't want to get your prize. Make sure you like, retweet, repost. It's 2026. You gotta do it. You can do it.
You can do it.
You can do it, Brody.
Yeah, sometimes we can actually like play like this. Maybe if somebody will not really find the place, we can share the prize with somebody else. Okay.
Yeah, maybe we. Why am I? I think I did something. My. We have a winner already?
No, we don't have the winner. Not yet.
Treasure hunt live. Skull coin flame. Game master calls. Remember the name. Whose DEX payout? Instant and real. BNS identity. You own the seal. DeOrganized. Find2Earn the game.
Let's see. So what I'm searching for right now. Oh, you guys didn't even see me searching. What I'm searching for right now is to find a property that has. I'm looking for that kind of like driveway that's like a parking lot. Kind of looks like a parking lot. Kind of looks like a driveway.
Treasure hunt live. Find2Earn
and it's on a corner.
So our goal to scale our community, as I mentioned before, we want to launch the streams on Pump Fun. I believe that like this Peace Love Music and others will help us in the very beginning. We want to keep our games on the DeOrganized show and make this evening games on Pump Fun. So it gives opportunity us to get the whole crypto community into Find2Earn. We don't know how it goes, but we feel that like in the beginning of the year it makes sense. And we drop all our documentations with encrypted NFTs. We believe that we really pass this step because encrypted NFT could become like the new metaphor on chain games. And it could be huge.
Oh yeah.
So we want to scale. We want to share with the community because like any innovations should be open source, I believe.
Oh, nice. Are you talking about Strike?
I'm talking about encrypted NFTs. About our SIP. Our Strike in development, and we since not sure what the style should be, because like it's very hard to understand what the people want to see actually. I will share some concepts. Okay, we have the winner. It's iomi.btc. Congrats.
Let's go.
Congratulations. That was a challenging one. I had some trouble there with that one myself. Iomi, very good. It did look like we had a couple of other guesses as well. Hanif and Inca, Humphrey Newbie. But none of them had the right one, and congratulations, Iomi. So what's the as far as playing some rounds on Pump Fun, do you know when you're planning on trying that out, or how you're going to start that, and if there's anything we can do?
Yeah, it's very simple. Like we will, so there will be the token, but we will not bundle it because if you bundle your own token, it means like there is no fair launch. So we just create like this community meme coin, and we give opportunity everyone, like any team, any like market maker, to send it if they want. Obviously, in the very beginning, when we show everything, like it will be spike price, but we ask everyone not to participate, not to buy, because our goal, if the crypto community, if the whole world will send it, we will get a lot of creators fees, and all creators fees will go into Find2Earn rewards. It means creator fees goes to Find2Earn game rewards and to our hunters rewards from leaderboard. So it means like if people like humankind will say like Find2Earn is very cool thing, like the crowd will send it, it means like it's only grow because we will make referral system, we will put a lot of money here, and we will grow like in CT encrypted Twitter a lot. It will be like the whole new gen giveaways system. That's a goal, but we don't know like it because the market sentiment is dead, and I believe like we will give it a try. We will drop the documentations, white paper, dark paper, and
right. The purpose for this is not for the token; it's for the exposure to.
Exactly. But the crypto works like this because like the crypto works like this. Everyone want to chase some token. Okay.
Gotcha.
And we will, as community, for sure, like in this day of launch, be active, and because we will share these creator rewards. Okay, let's go. We have a winner and we have last game for today. Let's go. The price will be 50
Let's
stacks.
go.
50 STX up for grabs on the jackpot round. Let's go. How long do we have? 5 minutes, sir?
Yeah, let's go. Make countdown, please.
In 5, 4. Go ahead, Hana.
3,
Hana, you do it.
2, 1.
Hajime.
Let's go. Ande,
go.
andiamo.
Yeah.
Big Zoo.
Big Zoo. Hyundai.
And talking about strike, the bigger problem, to be honest, not like technical aspect, but the visuals, because like the idea. Let me drop just random pictures to piece
Yeah.
about the possibility of different concepts.
Yeah, drop them. I'll share them up on the screen. Right after as soon as I just show these guys the map.
Yeah, I'm sharing just random concepts. Absolutely, it's not the game concepts. It's not the even early game concepts. We want to choose the style, and the style will up to the community to understand what the people really want to see. Because
also
it could be absolutely different. We don't know, like the people want to anime, they want to Valorant style.
And also the pump fund move is going to bring more people here. So I absolutely support that.
Say that again, Hana?
Oh yeah, I'm saying to Zeni that I'm in full support of the pump fund move, and it's going to bring more people to stacks and more eyes on.
Yeah, because we can launch we can launch Shift Hunt game anytime, like any moment, like yeah.
Awesome. You can share with us whenever you want to go on, so that we can also ship it to our timeline so people can jump on.
Yeah, right. Yes, I just shared with you, like, let me share also the Figma. So the problem, the biggest question is the style. And it should be something like everyone will like. And it's not so like easy. Because the technical aspect we understand completely how to make it. But the style is the most difficult thing.
Okay. So those
we really don't know what the people will like.
This is good though.
This is nice, the anime style.
Yeah, this is just random, like ChatGPT visuals. Like, I mean, the problem is like what the people want to realistic or just comics, because the idea like when you push the buttons, we want really to show the comics, like anime, like you reading like Avengers, the old style comics, and we don't know like what the people like more. It's difficult.
I think a cross between anime and like live action is probably going to be the sweet spot.
Yeah.
I would also put more female characters in.
Yeah, if you want like female characters, we started. I just dropped our Figma, our early like interfaces, like in the private chat on DeOrganized. Like, you can open the private chat here in the stream.
Oh wait, the Sigma chat.
Private chat. No, private chat.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's private chat.
Okay.
Oh yes, this style. Nice.
Yes, so the problem also the buttons we want to make so unique, so like unusual UX UI interface, so everyone will like it. Because like maybe we change the buttons from like mannequins or I don't know, like because idea to make it like very fast, very simple. So you just push like head, chest, head, like you have like maybe 7 seconds, and you just rock paper scissors. And when the rock paper scissors happens, there is if there like superpower like you make a crit or something block, there is like a comics appears, and the comics should be fun. We want to add the fun into the game because if the game will be not fun, the people will play for money. But like I mean, like something like this, like we just we need some time to manage how make it really like interesting for the humankind.
Yeah, I like the anime style.
Well, this kind of fun. This is fun, and fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe the technology like Stacks Guild and the technology overall give us opportunity to generate pictures in game life.
Also, is there a possibility to make an animation for the image that was before the anime?
Yeah, maybe, but our goal to make like you playing on the mobile and everyone should like there should be no lagging, no delay.
Oh, yeah.
That's the most important thing. But browsers now, so we just arrange the different styles because the style is the most important thing, like, and we'll try out the different things. So because it's not even like alpha, it's a very early like concept.
Yeah.
And in the bottom, you want to add the lock, combat lock, so you can see like small mind games. For example, if like the opponent blocks every turn the head, maybe you have to push the head again or just another, like you just put the legs attack, whatever, like because it's a rock paper scissors.
So once the play starts, you're gonna have some variables that if they block your shot, you can counter strike or something like that.
Yeah. In the very beginning, it's very simple, just rock paper scissors. In the future, maybe we'll add additional things. I mean, like you have just to guess what the opponent will not block, and it's a small mind game. So and the opponent have to guess what you are not the block, but there will be like the different mathematics depends what items you will own, NFT gear, like I mean sword, trousers, belt, legs, boots. So we'll see, like because the most difficult thing to understand if people really want to play the comics or they want to play the like Valorant style game. Yes. I don't know, like each of you can share your thoughts because like
some people will want, you'll have some people that want one and some people that want the other, so it might even be you might want to build out two different game modes.
Yeah, growing up, I played a lot of RPG games, so like this is appealing. I really like the way you can strategize and do the different move sets to progress through the game. This is looking pretty cool. This is interesting.
Yeah, because what's the problem with crypto? What's the problem with game? People don't have a time and people are bored to difficult games. They want just to click, fight. Like animation, like I'm with the winner, you're the winner, and small mind games. I have to be smarter than you in 1 second. Like that's what the people, they want cheap, fast emotions, dopamine.
You're absolutely right. People have the time to play a long game.
Yeah. They have obvious time, but for long games we have like Xbox, PC, we have the games on Steam, and here we need to build different things like.
Right. People on well, even online, the game rounds are becoming shorter, and the extended play is becoming. There's still breaks. There's a lot of breaks in the action, so to speak. But I get what you're saying, and it does. It needs to be engaging and fast and quick results.
Yeah, right. And idea to make like when you fight against the boss, you have drop rate of real NFT gear. Yeah, NFT gear give you opportunity to make a more damage. If you make a more damage, you can earn more money. And our goal, if you fight against the boss, to make this PNL sharing cars, like in trading. For example, you deal like 10,000 damage, and you can like achieve, you can convert this damage to like $50. And if every person will share on X, like, okay, I get the $50 here, the people will like share to others, and they will come to the game.
Oh God, yeah. So if people win, I would even build it in that they have to share it it might be that they have to share it in order to claim their prize.
Yeah, people like to share the proud of themselves. Like it's an ego thing. Like I make the creep, I make the more damage than everyone else. That's the thing.
Right. No,
Okay, we'll figure out, because like the most difficult thing, like not build technical side, but visuals. Okay, so we have the winner. It's a Humphrey Newbie. Congrats.
Humphrey Newbie. Let's go.
It was the first.
Go.
I need the great one, Anif.btc, Utopias of the found allocations, but Humphrey Newbie is the winner.
Lots of winners today. Lots of people found it, I should say. But Humphrey Newbie getting the win, the big prize, 50 STX today. I love it. That's great. And I really am excited about I know you've been building out this stuff for a while, Zenny, and it takes time to do these things and to do them right.
Yeah, we will not rush with Strike, to be honest. We will ship it like maybe in February. We'll see, because the good games takes time, and we need to all the things build correctly, like Find2Earn for the new gen giveaways, seed phrase hunt to scale with encrypted NFTs and make sustainable games, Strike for Web 2 users adoption. All these three different like dimensions have their own like proposal. I mean the goal. That's just my vision. I might be wrong, but I will just give it a try.
Yeah, I mean listen. It's all you can do. It's all.
I have just to do the maximum that I can. We'll see, because when we show like to Solana boys what we are building, I believe the stacks community is great, but on Solana so many people, so much people, and there is a lot of smart really people, and if smart people will understand, they follow. That's it.
Right. It can't hurt to try. It doesn't cost you anything to live stream on.
Yeah, sure. Because I'm dead anyways. Like, who cares?
Yeah. Is there a cost involved? I haven't even really looked into it, to be honest. I know you have to create a token.
Yeah, the creation of token is no problem. It's no problem.
You can create any amount of token. You can create your token, so you add the creators rewards Zenny was talking about.
Yeah, the token scenario will be like it will be spike. I don't know like how far it will goes down. Maybe it goes to zero. If it goes to zero, somebody like some market maker bundle it and send it. If nobody bundles send it, we will bundle it and just hold in supply and wait until our development will be done. That's easy.
Yeah, normally what I discovered that every time you stream, that is where people get excited and come through to buy the coin or support and see what's going on.
Yeah, because like we are holding supply of Skull coin, and we're not talking and asking anybody to buy it, because like the game is not ready, game is not finished. We need to make an use case. We need to make in like the things that people have to participate to buy in. But we'll see. The times will tell.
Yeah.
Only a matter of time.
Right, and it is only a matter.
And I have conversation with Cryptonauts, with Crypto Dude. Maybe he will have idea to add the encrypted NFT to his Cryptonauts game, because the problem with like action shooter games, that the cheaters will appear. If any value will be any money, you will face cheaters. But if you create like any puzzle collectibles games, you have to solve something. Like maybe you can avoid the cheats. You have to add creativity level to the game. That's only the way.
It makes sense. I love what they're building with Cryptonauts, by the way, but it does it does have to be for the value to be maintained on the assets that they're building, the on-chain assets.
Yeah, they're building like small metaverse, but we need to create the culture one by one, like day by day. Like, I mean, the more people come, the more people stay. Like, I don't know, like the great one, he's a new player, he's a very talented, he stay with us, he's a part of community, he's a real person, he's a one of a kind. It means like this person is a part of the culture, is a new meta. That's how you create value in the future. You have to create the culture very slowly, but the culture exists like forever. That's important to understand. That's why we need to slowly scale.
Yeah, that's it. Just keep going. Just keep chipping away. I dig it. But awesome. Great having you back again. Love doing these. We'll talk over the weekend to figure out the plans moving forward. But however, as far as Pump Fun, when you guys start streaming on there, however we can support, of course you have our support. And whenever you're ready to launch Strike and all of that stuff, we're happy to participate. However we can be helpful. So much love. Happy New Year again, Zen. It was a great 2025, all things considered. From where we were at the start of the year to where we are now, things have come a long way, and excited for what we're going to build together and in 2026.
To a bullish 2026.
Thanks everyone. We keep going together, like we'll see.
Day.
Sometimes like sometimes you have ideas, you have just to drop it open source, like white paper, whatever, and the people will build things like around you, will build these things. If people like build encrypted NFTs faster than us on other blockchains, there is no problem. But here is our homeland on Stacks, and we created this method, all of us together.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, it's not about who's doing it first.
Yeah.
It's about who's doing it with the from the right perspective and for the right reason.
Because like 4 years ago, Andrea Cornier made DeFi, and like everyone knows like where is like the start, where is the beginning, and DeFi is the most like popular things for the big capital for investors right now.
Right. No, you're right, and it doesn't matter where it starts. It matters who picks it up, gets it distributed, gets the biggest audience, the biggest user base, the biggest community, and provides the most value in the process. That's really
because like cryptos struggle, like maybe I believe like they pump the gold, they pump the silver. Obviously, there is a infinite money, and now I hope I believe like they pump the crypto very hard soon, but we need narrative. We need like something that people come and understand why it's going up.
Right. Oh, you know what? Before I let you go, real quick, I wanted to ask you: are you incorporating or looking into incorporating passkey and like the embedded wallets, the wallet abstraction process into your apps, what you're building with Strike, with Skullcoin, and all that stuff? Is that something you're working on?
To be honest, no, but we can add any integration. I just need to understand why it should be there, because like,
Well,
if anyone
like,
explain me, we will add it. Like,
yeah. Well, also, and I know Rafa can definitely help you walk through adding it. But the reason would be somebody that does not have a Stacks wallet right now would literally be able to go to the website, sign up with a passkey, or even potentially just with their email address, have a Stacks wallet. They're not putting a ton of funds on there because they're just engaging in a game, right? They don't need a ton of funds to play, but they can play and they can receive NFTs. They don't have to worry about a seed phrase wallet. So it removes a lot of the potential friction for onboarding.
yeah, we'll research this tech. Let's DM and talk about it.
Yeah, definitely. We have we'll chat this weekend for sure.
Yeah.
Right on, right on. Always a pleasure, Zenny. Thank you so much for doing these. I love games. I love the engagement from the audience. We always get a boost, and it's super fun to play with you guys and grow our broader audience and expose more people to what we do here.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you, players. And thank you, Zenny. Safe travels back down to the underworld. And we do not have a SIP show today. We're going to take the day off, so just going to do some replay content for some of the amazing guests we've had over the last several weeks. I think I'm going to actually rerun my session with Mark Killamark from Data Inc. It's not really that hard to say. I just like messing with him. But great dude, founder of Bitcoin Pepe, doing some really cool stuff on Stacks. We're going to leave you with that. We'll replay that. We'll have more stuff coming at you throughout the rest of the day. GP, you got anything else going on today?
Yeah, just wanted to announce the Stacking DAO has launched a new bounty from the Stacking DAO Bounty Hub. So go check it out on Zero Authority. You can have a chance to win from a prize pool of 100 SDSDX. SDSDX is the most based liquid stacking token in the Bitcoin ecosystem. So go check it out. We want to know what your favorite announcement from 2025 was. Go make your post on X and then drop your link to your post on Zero Authority for your chance to win. And we're going to be playing some games in the Zest Discord around 3 p.m. ET. Just blowing off some steam from the first week of the year and getting to it. So let's have some fun going into the weekend. I hope everybody is surrounded by the highest frequency vibes, and may love be with you as well.
Right on, right on. What about you, Hannah? Getting a little bit more rest into the weekend, I hope.
Yeah, I think I just have to be on 100%. So yeah, I'm have to rest today, and then on Monday definitely I think I'll be 100%. So, and also I'm learning how to do some color grading and clipping, because I really need to start shipping my music videos, AI music plus IRL music videos.
Sick.
Right on. Awesome stuff. Thank you guys all for tuning in. We are DeOrganized Media. I'm Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media. Coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday.
Yes,
Live.
let's
Bitcoin
go.
Live decentralized
Let's
broadcasting.
go.
Let's go. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. We have too much fun. No, or just the right amount of fun, I guess I'll say. Love you guys. Have a great weekend. Peace out.
Yeah.
In the games that satisfy the high, hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back.
Friends, we have a great treat for you. Our good friend, Philip Mark from DeFi Crew and called 8. Really excited to have him. Friend of the show, a friend of mine. I love DeFi Crew. I really appreciate it. So, I'm going to hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning, good morning. How are you doing today? Can you hear me okay? Because I don't know, your audio's coming in a little weird for me.
My audio?
Yeah, it just sounds like quiet. Yeah.
Is that a little better?
Yeah, that's way better. Yeah.
I was talking into the side of my microphone. That's
yeah, I've been there. Don't worry.
it's only
How
our
you doing?
4th show today.
I know you've been going. You don't even know where the microphone is anymore. You're still half awake.
I'm on my 2nd pot of coffee, actually.
Yeah, I drink these things. My coffee spoon just keeps getting bigger every day. I notice I'm like getting a bigger spoon. It's gotten to the point where it's like a ladle now.
You need it, man. You know, and that's the trials and tribulations of being a founder, or in your case, a multi-founder. So, you know, we just gotta take the stimulus as we can.
Yep, honestly, I wish I didn't need it, but man, I'm always going. So but you know,
I got bad news for you. You're still a young man.
I know, that's the problem. I used to be able to, man, you know, when I first started, I would do 2 days on, 1 off. And when I say that, I mean, I would go 48 hours straight. I wouldn't sleep. And then I would take like a full 24 hours and sleep like 18 hours. And I would be so productive.
Your day off isn't really a day off. It's like you're just sleeping.
Literally just sleeping.
But it's, you know, you might be a little bit more productive in that kind of.
I was, though. That was the thing. You got into that, you know, flow state, and you had 48 hours of flow state, and you were like, wow, I have done, you know, a month.
And you feel really good after.
Yeah.
You sleep well. That's why you're able to sleep for an 18 hours.
Baby. Yep, exactly. And it was easier because, like, I'd be in college, and there'd be 3 of us together, and we'd be all hyping each other up. And so that helps, too, when you got all the boys with you.
Very cool. Very cool. So, you know, we can actually talk about whatever you want to talk about. This is for you to let us know about anything. But I know dataing is kind of your baby right now. You've been putting a ton of time and effort and resources into that, and very cool stuff going on with it. I am part of the tester group, although I haven't had a chance to really dig into it for a little while. There's just so many things I'm got my hands in. I am in that DM group though, and I know you guys have been doing there's some interesting things going on there. So why don't you tell us what dataing is, what the purpose is, or at least the upfront purpose. And I know that there's a couple of things that you're seeing it. It provides value in a couple of different ways.
Yeah, no, definitely. So, I mean, from a very high level, we're trying to create an AI that is purpose-built to find people love and perpetuate love. So it fundamentally is supposed to understand you and then understand who you should meet and why and how you can maintain and improve those relationships in your life that bring value to your life. So it's kind of meant to prevent people from being lonely and sad and find them the people that they should be meeting that are going to make their lives better, but also help them understand those people so that the relationships that they do start can be as, you know, strong and stable as possible. And so it's been a process of, firstly understanding who is someone, how can we understand who someone is from their digital footprint, from what they provide, from what they're willing to share with our AI. And then understanding, okay, based on all of these things, how can we understand who they should be with, or who they're going to like, or who they might want. And then once you have those two pieces, then you start to figure out, okay, now how do we make this relationship even better, knowing these two people and what they want fundamentally? How can we find things that they're going to enjoy and that are going to improve their lives? So it's like three major pieces there, and so we've been working on each one somewhat independently. It requires a lot of testing because you need just enough people going through it that you have enough of a sample size to understand what works and what doesn't. And it also takes time because relationships are different in the first few weeks than they are in the first month than they are when you're 6 years down the line, and now things are a little different and you're married and you're trying to figure out how to keep the spark alive when you have kids and other things. So there's a lot to it.
There's a lot to it, and people need all the help they can get, and you're sort of leveraging the modern data training capacity, or the way that we can use data in new ways to you're trying to train the AI on the available data and how to interpret it, what it actually means. You got to kind of figure out what people are looking for, and sometimes the data will tell you different people with different data are going to be looking for different things. So there's all you're basically you're solving a big problem. We're at a point in time where the technology allows for this for the first time ever, really. And
100%.
so very interesting how you're applying it, though.
And that's kind of how I got into it. So my last company, which we ended up selling to a crypto company, we did personal data monetization. So we allowed people to take back their data from all these companies that have been accumulating it on them, just to place ads and target them. So everything from Facebook to Instagram to Twitter to Pinterest to Google and Microsoft and even Apple, and these huge companies that when you look at the data they have on you, it is pretty insane. And all that data, is meant to improve your life. They tell you, look, we're collecting this so we can improve your algorithm and show you more of the people you might want to meet or things you might want to do. And over time, they've done less and less of that and more just selling you stuff. And so the idea with that company was, at least give it back to the user, and allow them to monetize it with those same people that these big companies are monetizing it with. And I think that was interesting because it was my first foray into the research world, where you started to fundamentally understand, like, how do big companies make decisions? How do they understand what the average consumer wants and what they're like and how their lives are changing? And you start to realize they really don't know anything about it. They're mostly doing survey research. They're mostly just having bot farms respond to that survey research. So a lot of it is just garbage data. And so what we did was we took it straight from the source. Like, you are the best source of all that data because you can accumulate more of it on yourself than anyone can. But then the hard part is anonymizing it and securing it and making sure that people have full ownership of it, and then still being able to find those people when the opportunity arises that someone wants to work with them. And so it was interesting, and I think it's only going to become more and more of an industry as AI comes. So we were pretty early. Like Kled is doing this in crypto, and they love to say we're the first data monetization platform. It's like, no, dude, I did this 5 years ago. We had 10 times more users. It's been done, but it's been very hard to do because the buy side is not as fleshed out as most people think it is. These big companies, frankly, just don't have people who know how to analyze it. And that is the big thing that AI is going to change. Is now everyone has this tool and this research co-pilot that can take in all of this multi-source data and make sense with it and tell stories with it. And I mean, it was amazing to me that you could go to Target and Best Buy and these huge multinational corporations, and they didn't have anyone who's capable of doing that. So I think that's the shift here. But for us, what I realized is, yes, that's great for researchers, but it's also great for people trying to understand each other. If you could take in all this data and you can tell a story about someone and help understand who is this person, what's their life like, what is the the mission that they're on, what are the things that they like, and how can that story weave into my story and make something that I want to be a part of, I guess.
It seems like it has the potential to help people have more meaningful relationships, because they're being lined up with, they're being more rapidly lined up with people that line up with that will resonate with their personality, their goals, what they like, their person, they're get along with them better. So it seems like it seems like the golden, relationships are really, at the end of the day, that's the most valuable thing we have, right? So
it's everything. I mean, and that's the crazy thing is most people wouldn't deny that. Most people, when you say like, what is the most important thing in life, that most people would say it's the relationships you have, and yet there's so little like time and effort and brain power being put into solving this problem, and it's never been worse or harder to find those relationships. And so it's been a little discouraging seeing that it's so small of a part of the economy. When you look at VC capital that goes into this stuff, it's like the average crypto rug gets more than this entire industry raises in a year. But
it really is nuts when you look at it that way too, because VCs aren't looking to do anything altruistic necessarily. I mean, it's not in their nature. Their job is to make money on their money, so it's got to make money. And so that's another part of it that I know you're trying to work on solving.
I know you haven't been on the apps for a while, but it's like $100 a week for a lot of these apps now. So there is money in it. People are willing to spend the money to find.
Is it really that much for the dating apps now?
I'm not kidding you now. Yeah, it's like they are literally, if you don't get like the 3-month plan, which they'll take it down to $20 a week. If you commit to 3 months, they'll charge you like, $100, $200 for a month now on some of these. And that's for the cheaper ones. The more expensive ones, $1,200 some of them now for
I'm trying to remember. So my youngest just turned 14. She was born about just over a year and a half after I met my wife.
Mm-hmm.
And I had just broken up with my ex. She left me with 4 kids. I was 33 years old, so just wow. Slightly older than you.
Yeah.
And I had 4 kids. And by myself, I had custody of the kids. I had actually also just lost my job of like 8 years. It was 2010 was a rough year.
Yeah.
So I was devastated. My ex had moved out. I was not happy about the situation, and I actually was kind of broke. I had actually just got I had gotten let go, and then they challenged my ability to collect unemployment on my unemployment insurance because there was some shenanigans going on back then where they were routinely letting people go at the company I'd worked for, and then getting credits to hire people out of unemployment. So it was crazy. So I got my hearing. I got approved for my unemployment. So I got like 3 months of unemployment back pay. So I had some money. Nice. But just before that happened, I was so broke, my sister paid for my Match.com account.
Oh, wow.
That's how I met my wife. I married from Match.com. I think it was like $150 for the account or something.
Okay, yeah. Back in $2010, that's like $300 now.
Oh, easily, and probably more than that, actually.
Yeah.
But it was more than I could afford at the time. My sister paid for it for me. And I was really just, I didn't even know. I didn't even want to be on there. I just didn't know what to do with myself.
Yeah.
And so the long and the short of it is I went on several dates, by the way. And I did it by being honest. Also, I explained I had 4 kids. I wasn't looking for anything serious. My wife and I, when we first went out on a date, she was just going through a divorce. She wasn't looking to do anything serious. We were not really trying to to have a relationship. We were both just looking to go out and have a good time,
Yeah.
and we did. And I was successful several times before that. Single for the first time in my adult life. It was an amazing experience. But then I met my wife, and that was it. That was the extent of my adult dating. It was a couple months of really nice, good times, meeting some people. But those apps back then worked. They worked then. They gave you exposure to a market, and so I highly encourage people that are. I've heard nightmares about some of the apps that have been going around the last, I don't know, maybe decade, because I'm old, so I see things in a longer timeline now. But I think what you're working on actually gives people a lot more substance to start with. And also having an AI companion, I mean, there's still too many people that don't quite really. My wife's just getting exposed to using Copilot from work.
Yeah.
She's like, oh my god, it's like it keeps track of my grocery list, and I'm taking and when I have presents for all the kids and everything, and now she's learning that it doesn't really store memory for that long and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you got all of this huge amount of people getting exposed to this paradigm with the AI agents that are way more functional. And I know you have a really strong AI basis to your model. So you people when they engage in the app, should we do you want to do a screen share, or you want to just take what's the user experience like? I'm coming on to dating.
So I mean, yeah, we can.
Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute. I think we got GP in here too. Let's bring GP on.
Nice.
GP, you with us? He just said he was back. He might be. Well, you know what? We'll. I'll just let. He can turn himself back on when he comes in.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, no. So I mean, the experience is. I guess maybe I can screen share here. Let's see. I've got a demo account running on kind of a back end, so maybe I might have some bugs here, but. I mean, basically the idea is one thing I really hate. I hate making profiles on dating apps. I'm so bad at talking about myself, telling people like what I care about, who I am. I'm so bad at that. I'm bad at resumes too, cover letters, all that stuff. I just don't do a good job of describing myself. And I think our friends do a better job of describing us. And I think we've been experimenting with just how well can an AI describe us based on giving it as much data as we can so that it can fundamentally understand what we care about. And so this is my profile. You click through pictures, you can see the different sources that I've integrated. So, we're pulling in my X data, my Apple Music, my Eventbrite, YouTube, Google Calendar. It can analyze the photos in your camera roll. It can analyze your ChatGPT data. You can see that logo is all screwed up for ChatGPT.
So it does it all. So it takes all of the information that you want to feed into it.
Yep.
And it'll aggregate that and make your profile, your bio, and all that for you.
Exactly. It does all of it for you. And then it basically tries to understand you based on thousands of personality traits and interests and who I am. So here's my interested in cryptocurrency. You can see me like retweeting some Bitcoin Pepe spaces about Munib, Top Chef Munib. And so it knows like I'm pretty bullish on Pepe and STX and Bitcoin. And, here's like some of the stuff that it can see from my photos where I'm talking about, going on a romantic midnight drive or cozy day, have a cozy day in, or here's my Eventbrite data talking about one of the events that I went to or some of my calendar events where it understands like, okay, here's like the stuff that I'm looking for. And so once you do that, you basically just start talking to the bot and, I'm like, I want a gamer girl. She doesn't have to be in LA. And it's like, okay, here's a little bit about like, what I'd like to know. Is you want someone who's into shooters, or you want someone who's like, more just playing an RPG with you? Like, give me a few of those preferences. And it just kind of like starts to try and figure out what you like and who you are. And over time, it gets better and better at figuring that out. And then it just starts matching you with people, and it describes why it thinks, you'll be a good match. And you can come in after a date and talk about what you liked or what you didn't like. And then once you do find a match, it'll introduce you. It'll tell you why it thinks you're going to be a good match, and then you can continue to use it throughout the process of being in a relationship. So you can ask it, where should we go to dinner tonight? Somewhere we're both going to like. What should we watch on Netflix? We can't decide. We're having this fight about, who should pay the car payment this month, and I'm making more money, but I feel like she should pay her fair share. Like, how do we come to an agreement on this, and who's right? And it can just kind of like understand who you are and what might be a good solution, and just kind of be like an unbiased third party that also like fundamentally understands where both people are coming from, so they feel seen and understood, and like they have someone in their side of the ring. So that's generally the idea, and it's been pretty interesting. I mean, I've watched it save several relationships where people were on the verge of like just not being able to come to terms with each other, and it found just like a very elegant solution, and was like, it's okay if you guys both think this is over, but maybe if you want to give it one more shot, like, here's what I would do. And they're like, you know what, okay, we care about each other enough to give it this one more shot, and they kind of do what it tells them to do, and they find like they see each other for the first time again in a lot of ways. They are reminded what they liked about each other to start, and it helps them just kind of like remember those things that can sometimes get lost when you're with someone long enough. So I think that's really cool to see, and it's cool to also just have someone who is kind of there fighting for you in your corner, that just kind of lets yeah, maybe this one didn't pan out, but it's not you. I think they're just looking for something a little different. It's not that you're too ugly. It's probably just that you're too into crypto, and they just are kind of like not super into crypto. And
That's
that's a
less
little
of a
much,
problem for guys than it is for women. Like, women will date ugly guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fortunately for guys like me,
Yeah.
especially.
But I mean, on the apps, it's tough now. Like, it is like it's never been harder to be an ugly guy with the way Tinder and these other apps are structured, because they don't do a good job of describing all of your other great qualities. They can't translate aura and be like, look, all the women he's been with say he's a vibe, though.
The algorithm is designed to put people in front of the user that they're more likely to click on and engage with. And inherently, you can't tell a person's personality from the image.
Yep.
So, of course, the ones with more broad physical appeal are going to trigger more response, and thus they're going to get pushed forward in the algorithm, at least in the current paradigm of the algorithms. And I'm sure that there's high-tech development trying to put those people together based on their personality and everything too. But they already have their model in place, so they don't need to. If people are still using the app, they're not dramatically changing the current paradigm, and what you're working on changes the paradigm.
100%. And a lot of people are just getting filtered out. Like you said, because like physical appearance is so important, like height is the most visible of things. So like height becomes the most important metric, when 20 years ago, I don't think it was probably top 5, but it wasn't by and large agreed upon to be the most important thing. And so it's really shifted a lot of that, just because of the incentives that are in place and the information that people have access to. It's the one thing I can verify. Okay, he might be lying about his job, he might be lying about this or this, but yeah, he looks pretty tall in that picture. And so that becomes the thing that it's focused on, as opposed to all the other things that color in someone's character that end up being really important. And I think there are so many of these questions that a lot of people maybe forget to ask, that it can be good at reminding people of. Like, you said you wanted kids. Well, he's going to be a really great father, I think. He takes really great care of his cousins. He's always, trying to spend time and play with the kids in his life. And I think he would make a really great dad. But, that tall guy, he actually hates kids. He doesn't want a dog. He doesn't like taking care of anyone but himself. So, if that is something you want, maybe, just keep that in mind. And I think a lot of people maybe just having that nudge every once in a while. And I think they used to have a friend or someone who would kind of be that voice to them, but I think people don't have that nearly as much anymore. So it's very interesting to see how that's caused just a lot of a lot of disjointed sort of issues in the market right now, and I think the other piece of that is also just people are very broke, and a lot of the good men out there are struggling, and they can't afford to pay for the premium plans on all these dating apps and risk the amount of money it might take to go on 3 dates a week to find that person. If each date doesn't really work out and it's not very well matched, it's really expensive and it's a big time commitment. And if we can at least just minimize some of that expense and some of that time commitment and make it a little bit easier, I'm hoping we can find people those relationships a little bit easier, and just make it a fun process. It should be fun. It shouldn't be so miserable. It shouldn't be something that people dread. It should be an enjoyable part of life.
Yes, I agree. It really should be the most important, enjoyable part of life, or one of the most enjoyable parts of life. Finding a person, that you fit with. That's really what kind of like a huge part of what almost all of our social interactions are about, to a large degree. It's finding a person, and then creating a family with that person, and then the extension of that, and all of the things around that, getting a good job, taking care of yourself, and all of that kind of revolves primarily around those specific events, life events.
Yep. And it's a great opportunity to learn about yourself too, is what I'd say. Like every time you go out, you're like, yeah,
that's a great point. Self-discovery is another thing, and actually, so you would say that there is a self-discovery piece to this.
100%. Like it's constantly trying to understand you, but also telling you what it's learning and saying, I do realize, you say you want a gamer girl, but I don't know if you could just sit inside and game all day. You're a social guy. You do want to get out there and you want to have friends, and maybe it can work if you've got your friend group who you go out with every week and you get that out of your system. Then maybe you are okay just cozying up and playing video games all day. But maybe you need someone who has a little bit of both of those things, and it's very good at understanding how and it's just like all of the different social medias we're connecting, where each one is kind of like a different part of you. Who I am on Twitter is not who I am on Pinterest, is not who I am when I'm texting my friends or going out and seeing people in person. And so it's about finding all these disparate pieces of yourself and really understanding, like, what is the balance that makes you the happiest, and how can you find someone who fits nicely into that balance?
That's actually really interesting. I never actually saw it that way, but it really can almost help you. Sometimes we don't know really what we want. Oftentimes we don't know what we want. We have a perception of what we want. A lot of time that's actually influenced externally. So it really is almost like it's a guide to helping you understand what you want too. That's
100%.
Really interesting, which is definitely a new paradigm for dating apps.
Yeah, that one, most will not tell you that. They'll just try to find you what you think you want, and even then, they don't really try that hard to find it for you.
No, well, because if you find what you want, then you don't need to pay their weekly subscription.
That's exactly it. Yep.
So it's a disincentive model.
And so, yeah, they've all used the same business model. None of them have tried innovating on the business model at all, which is disappointing to me. And it's just a terrible model. It's like, okay, I'm going to pay to get in front of people who don't really want to see me. Okay, well, no one's happy in that scenario. And now I'm just paying money and other people are wasting their time. And for a lot of women, it's really hard too. You look at what their apps look like. They have 1,000 choices, where they've got 1,000 guys in their DMs.
Yeah, it's so much worse. Women have a different challenge. I would say it's worse.
And just so little information to go off of, and you have safety concerns. You don't know who these people are, and I mean, there are just it's a nightmare.
Women have a hard time getting a date or finding a willing sexual partner, even, right? That's an easy thing for them, but that's not necessarily what they're looking for. And
men have got really good telling them what they want to hear too, I think.
Right. Well, and then there's also the constant it happens to men too a lot now because we're all so overexposed to advertising, but advertising's been targeting women and like appealing to their or preying on their insecurities and all of that to sell them things for so long. So there's that too that makes that compounds the dating scene and the inability to get what you're after in a sea of things that you can possibly fall into chasing what you're after.
100%.
It's
Yep.
definitely a hard time. So it sounds like you are working to solve a lot of problems for this
That we are. Yeah, we're trying. We've some of the best people in the world helping us try to solve this problem, who have fundamentally understand all of the different pieces, from the data science to the psychology to the AI to the sociology. Like, there are so many areas of research that you have to combine to get this right that I haven't seen anyone else trying to solve the problem as dedicated as we are to actually solving the problem. I think a lot of people are coming at it trying to throw AI into it and make it a little gimmicky and just, get something out there, make some money, sell it to Match Group. And that's the other piece, is Match Group owns the whole industry. It's essentially a monopoly, maybe an oligopoly, but it's, even the Hinge CEO is going to do something very similar to what we're doing. I think he's probably on platform, like, using it, trying to see what he can do. But he's getting funded by Match Group, and so they're essentially just incubating one of their own competitors to keep it in the family, to make sure that if something does come out, then they still have their claws in it. But in a lot of ways, that kind of gives me some certainty, because I just don't believe Match Group wants to solve the problem. And so I don't believe that anything they put out is actually going to work that well. In some ways I hope it does, but I just, I haven't seen it yet.
They don't really need to make a good product because they are so well resourced that they can just buy users direct and just churn users, and it doesn't matter because they're generating the revenue with their ad base and branding, mind share. But one thing I wanted to ask you too, you have, like, the other day you mentioned in the group chat that you guys are working with Tony from X402 Stacks, trying to figure out how to integrate X402 payments into your AI models. And I know that you also had an interim grant that was related to the data, preserving user data and users having access to their own data and all of that stuff. So tell us, there is some crypto integration into your app.
There is. So we're trying to keep it somewhat on the down low, because no one wants to use a crypto dating app. That's just the
It's
truth
not
of it.
right. It's not the selling feature.
Women are not gonna, that doesn't work. So we try to keep that somewhat low key, but I think it's an excellent use case. One, because most dating apps are considered high risk payments, so they bunch you up with porn sites and all these other, like, bad actors, that makes it very difficult to do payments. And especially if you want to go international, it just becomes incredibly difficult to do. So it actually makes a lot of sense from that perspective. And what we'd always wanted to do, and part of our business model, is to take commissions on things that our agent plans for you. So if it goes through and it can book your movie tickets at AMC, then maybe we take a 1 or 2% cut when it organizes it and sends you the tickets and finds you the perfect movie to watch and the perfect place to go and syncs it with your calendar and knows when you're both available, and just does enough work that fee feels reasonable. And it'll never be a Ticketmaster size fee. It'll be reasonable. And so that's one piece of it. And then the second piece is all of this data is incredibly important for training agents. And I think that we need more agents being trained on data that is essentially focused on how do we make people's lives better. There are a lot of agents being trained on how do I make this code more efficient? How do I make this tool, put out a little bit better of an image?
How do I get more attention on social media?
Exactly. But if you think about, like, okay, someday the Terminator comes out and his brain is one of these things. Which brain do we want? Like, I want the brain that's like, my job is to bring people together and create love and peace. And you like, that would be nice. Let's maybe optimize for that one. And so I think having more agents that are trained on this is really important. I think it's really important because incumbents, for one thing, like OpenAI, half of OpenAI's brain is Reddit. Like, I don't want half of AI's brain trained on Reddit. But also, I can't go get half of Reddit's training data to train mine, which makes it very hard to compete with a company of that size. And so I think we, one, need to democratize a lot of this, give people the option to contribute, but allow them to contribute. And if they do become, get paid for it or get some kind of like reimbursement because they're a part of a new project and they're foundational to its creation. And so I'm hoping third-party developers and also researchers can get access agentically to this data. And really the thing is, like, most of this data will be acquired through agentic means pretty soon. I think the sales process of selling data is a nightmare. It's like 6 months of, okay, here's the scope of what we're doing, and here are all the people, and here's me verifying that it's what you need. And I've done these sales cycles, and sometimes it's $500,000 for 100 people if you find the right people, but it's a nightmare to get there. But the agents, they're going to be way more efficient, and they're just going to go search for whatever they need to complete whatever tasks that they might have. And if that task is, I need to understand consumer behavior because the person on the other side of this is launching a product and really needs to know what these types of people are thinking, then it can just go out, find it, immediately pay the people on the other side who have opted into the program, and people can make money. And I think if we don't put people in that loop, then the companies that own that data are just going to go around them. And so I think this is the best system to give people control and ownership, and also empower developers, indie programmers who want to create models that might someday be able to compete with the big boys who, frankly, I don't trust to not create the Terminator. So we need a bunch of little good AIs, I think, to make sure we balance out the AIs that might go off the rails someday.
100%, man. Mark, I love having you on. You've been a regular contributor to our shows for a long time, especially when we're doing the nightly show regularly. I'm a huge fan of the Bitcoin Pepe crew. The Touch Grass space on Thursday is one I am loath to miss. I generally balance and juggle things around it a lot. And tomorrow, I'm actually wanted to ask you, because they have the Stacks Town Hall and then the Stackies Awards. You guys still doing your space tomorrow?
I mean, as far as I know, but maybe we'll bring the crew over and we'll just come mob over to whatever space is going on. I do want to see the Stacky Awards. That sounds fun. And Town Hall would be good. So maybe we'll.
Yeah, you guys, and I'm going to be covering it on DeOrganized as well, so you guys can tune in. Ham it up in the live chat. We love when you guys do that. It's been a long time since nobody said hi to us. One of our everyday fans. He was on a lot. So would love to see you guys there. I do gotta wrap because I actually have a guest I lined up for 2 p.m. So I got
no worries at all.
I'm like back to back these days. Where we're like, doing stream is a blessing and a curse because it's because we have so much space and I've started dropping things in outside of our regular time slot. It's like almost like hard for me to say no now when somebody suggests a time that
no worries at all. I totally get that. But I guess a few parting words. I'd say one, I guess I didn't really get to SBTC. I think Bitcoin will be the payment layer of agents. I think we really need to push 100%. On all the Ethereum and Sol guys. I was just like arguing with like a very big builder who's trying to build something on ETH, and I was like, trust me, like agentic payment rails. We really want Bitcoin here. Like this is. How
are you guys? Is that's what you guys are expecting? 402, X402 on Stacks, and utilizing SBTC to be the foundational layer for agent-to-agent interactivity, and I tend to agree with that. I think that this is it's amazing how fast it iterated recently. From just being an idea to being like this seems like it's legitimately the way.
It is the way. That's why I'm here. That's why I think a lot of people understand that it's the deepest liquidity. You'll have access to the most lending. Like, agents don't want to sit on idle Bitcoin. If they're not using it, they're going to want to get more of it, and they're going to do it automatically and quickly, and they're going to want to tap into the deepest pools with the most resources. And they also, I think, just for safety's sake, it's the most distributed system we have. Like, if you think about an agent swarm gaming proof of stake, they could just go buy up all of the ETH within a fraction of a second and start gaming the system without anyone even noticing. But are they going to buy up every crypto miner and consolidate them without us noticing that shipments are all coming in from all over the world? Like, it is just a much harder system to game, and I think that's super important, and a lot of people have somewhat lost that.
Are you suggesting, though, that agents could potentially, you're saying without us noticing, but you're suggesting that they could actually, AI could potentially come up with the idea of creating a company, buying equipment, hiring people to put it all together, and running their own miners?
Yep, but I think it would be a lot easier to just buy up a bunch of ETH and game proof of stake stuff, and like there are a lot of other.
Right, you're not right. They still have. There's the logistics behind proof of work versus proof of stake makes it really, even though you could theorize that they could do that. There's no guarantee that they'd be successful doing it.
Exactly. We would at least have more time to notice, whereas the other ones, they could do it in a flash of a second, where all of a sudden across every network, every exchange, you see a candle on ETH and all of a sudden they own 51% of the network, and without even realizing it, they've swept a bunch of wallets that they've hacked or something. Like, this stuff, it's going to get crazy. So I think we really do need to plan around all of that. And but yeah, I think we're very well positioned for this. And then I guess one little other shout out. I do run the Crypto Economy podcast, and we do have an exciting guest today. Angela McArdle, who is the chairman of the Libertarian Party. She was largely responsible for getting Ross released. Like, it was basically her organizing the Libertarian Party to make that as the core request to Trump for their support. And they were like, here's a reasonable request that we think he can get done, that, day one is something that's easy enough and palatable enough to his base. And so, like, she was really driving force there and deserves a little more appreciation. But I'm excited to hear how it all went down from her perspective.
You're going, what time is that today?
That's at 1 today.
At 1 Pacific.
Pacific, yeah, sorry.
So in about 2 hours.
Yep.
Just 2 hours and 13 minutes from now.
Yep.
Very cool, man. That's on the Crypto Economy podcast, which is on Apple and Spotify, if I remember correctly.
You got it.
And also, you guys, you want to try out DataIng, you can go to dataing.io. There is a web app available now, and it's also a mobile app in the Apple Store as well.
Yep, exactly. So if you're international, you'll have to go to the web app, or on Android web app. The web app is a little janky. It's kind of in beta right now, so there's still a few bugs, but the iOS app is pretty clean. But we did just put in a new model. We've been upgrading the memory and a bunch of other pieces. So, I mean, it's the first time that I'm really using it side by side with GPT, and I'm like, this is just a much better experience. It really fundamentally understands me more than the GPT I've been talking to for 3 years, which is
wow, that GPT's getting better too. So if your experience with your app is better than GPT, that you're doing pretty good.
We're getting there. Yep. No, it's cool because I can port in all my GPT data and it knows me just like my GPT does, but it knows me even better because it has so much more to it. And we've given it a lot more freedom than GPT gives theirs. So we've let it kind of be itself a little more and not be so afraid of hitting the guardrails that it doesn't give you good responses. So that's been cool to see how small companies can just be a little edgier and outcompete the big guys who can't take quite as many risks with some of the stuff.
Oh, man. Awesome stuff, Mark. Much love, my brother. Definitely don't be a stranger as things develop. We'd love to hear more on what's going on with what you're building, doing some more demos. Maybe we'll do a little bit more of a like an online thing when we did that time with the group session.
Yeah, that would be great. Yep.
We'll do something.
I would love that
soon. Awesome stuff, brother. Guys, tune into Mark's Crypto Economy podcast later. That's going to be awesome. You know what I'll do too? Well, no, you guys got to tune into it, and then we'll talk later.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mark. Much love, brother. You have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for tuning in. We will be back in about 10 minutes with Jeff from Base Dollar to talk to us about a new algorithmic dollar on Stacks coming to the Stacks ecosystem. Thank you, Mark. Pep Toshi, if you guys didn't know.
Pleasure, guys. Thank you so much.
Right on, man. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. And stay tuned. We'll see you soon. All right, my friends. I'm actually super excited about this next segment. We have our good friend coming on to talk to us about the Aligners project, which I've been very interested to learn more about, and I haven't had the time. So I'm super excited to have our brother in here. It's his first appearance on the live stream, I believe, and long overdue. We got Dr. Whoppy in the house. Whoppy, how are you today, man? Can you hear me okay? Oh, it looks like you're muted.
Can you guys hear me?
To summarize like what BSD is, that stands for Bitcoin synthetic dollar. And a nice way to summarize what it is it's liquidity on Stacks, but instead of ETH, you swap in Bitcoin. That's like the simplest explanation. The core mechanisms are roughly the same. And yeah, I mean, it allows you to lock your Bitcoin. This is SBTC in this case, and mint a synthetic dollar against that as a loan. And it's a closed loop system. So, there's no fiat, there's no like under collateralized borrowing. It's like a system that is designed to add debt as long as the Bitcoin is backing that amount of debt, and then to wind down that debt or deleverage that debt in an orderly fashion, so that the system is always over collateralized. And the idea of minting stable coins against collateral is very old and very simple, but all of the complexity around that, what I just said, comes in with the liquidations and the redemptions, and also tracking tracking the vault state across many vaults and trying to do aggregate operations on them on a blockchain is very tricky. So all of the, it's like 80 or 90% of the work is the last few things I mentioned, but the core mechanism is pretty simple. Yeah, I'll pause there. Do you have any other questions before I go into the demo? Like any other?
Yeah. So it's similar to with all the regulatory that's coming on around dollar stable coins. A lot of people are suggesting ways to, leverage. Basically, it seems like they're trying to establish, the traditional, the government and the traditional finance system are trying to establish rules around stable coins, which mean that they have to be T-bill backed. It seems like that's the goal. I don't think that that's necessarily the right way to go. I can see why they would want to, but it seems like what you have now and how it's designed now is basically similar, except for instead of a T-bill, you're just backing it with Bitcoin. I mean, is that more or less how do you peg the price of the dollar? How does it stay at $1 for a BSD token?
Yeah. I probably won't go into a deep legal analysis, but I think my guess is that you'll probably see additional guidance and things come out in the future that specifically address mechanisms that are not, T-bills held by, a private entity, or like, I guess, it could be like a public entity as well. I think that there's like a distinction between those two things, and there could be further regulations around other mechanisms as well. But you were asking how it works. That was the question.
Yeah, how does BSD maintain? How is the dollar value pegged for the Bitcoin synthetic dollar?
Sure. Yeah. So it follows the same mechanism that Liquidity uses. And so I don't know if they were the first to figure this out, but they were one of the earliest teams to kind of figure this out, which is it's like a redeem mechanism. So the basis for it is that there's a protocol operation called redeem, and you can always bring BSD to this function in the contract and say, I've got BSD and I want to exchange it for like face value, the same exact face value in dollars for the underlying Bitcoin. So like you can. The reason it's worth $1 is because you can kind of always go exchange it for $1 worth of Bitcoin.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the core mechanism, and so that alone, that kind of what that does is that's almost like a singular trading venue that will always consider BSD worth $1. And then you can imagine other trading venues like exchanges where it goes off that peg, right? Like it could be just the way like Bitcoin trades for different prices on different markets. Same thing is happening here. BSD could trade for different prices in different markets. But the sort of game theory around that is that if the price is above or below, it doesn't matter. In both cases, there's an arbitrage you can do. So you can basically by minting and redeeming BSD, you can basically just make money doing that. Just make a profit doing that, and in doing so, you will nudge the price closer to equilibrium. So if it's above, you'll push it down, and if it's below, you'll push it up. And so like I said, the sort of game theoretic kind of aggregate behavior of this is that the price kind of always seeks $1 through time. And so that all sounds like very hand wavy and fancy, but I mean, Liquidity's been doing this for about 5 years without it.
Sure. Well, and honestly, it makes sense because if I see it on Bitflow and it's trading for under $1, I know I can buy it and then take it over and exchange it for Bitcoin at $1 and play the arbitrage there.
Correct,
so that seems like a no-brainer to me.
Yeah. And in fact, I think it's last time I checked, it actually is on Bitflow. Like it actually is trading above $1 on Bitflow, so you can go harvest that. I don't know what size that is. That might only be worth like $10 a profit, but anyway, that's the point, or that's the concept.
Sure. No, and that's awesome. I mean, that will peg it to $1. If I can always exchange it for what the $1 worth of Bitcoin is more or less on the market right now, then it's just an arbitrage play elsewhere. So that's I like the model. I think it's very interesting. By the way, introducing you, I don't know if you've met GP, my main co-host and partner in crime over here at DeOrganized. He was handling some stuff for Zest Protocol, and he's done with that. He's a community manager over at Zest amongst many hats he wears.
Hey, what's up,
nice.
Jeff? Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, we haven't met, so it's great to meet you. Thanks so much,
man. I've been really interested. It seems like BSD kind of just like popped up out of nowhere, and I was like, "What is this BSD?" And then I'm seeing Tycho and others post about base dollar, and I mean, it's awesome to get to connect and kind of understand more about it over the last couple weeks, and then also got to listen in whenever you talk to Diego and Dylan from Bitflow. So really cool stuff, and congrats on the launch of your liquidity pool over there as well. And yeah, man, cool stuff.
Nice. Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We made a lot of noise about it when we first started developing it, like I said, about 1.5 years ago, and then we thought it would actually development on it would go a lot faster, and so we really went into a cave basically for a while and then came back out. So yeah, thank you for all the kind words.
Of course, man. So I guess my question to you is like, what's next? Like, where can they follow and all of that stuff? I've got your page up here.
Yeah, it's on.
Website. Take a look. Just saying. Let's take a look at tell the people where to find you guys as well. At BSD Money, right? That is your at.
Yeah, correct.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
Yeah, this is good. BSD.money and then BSD money on X is a great spot. That's a good place to start. A bunch of long form content there, all the links you need. Yeah.
Awesome.
And
started your
we started it was about 2 weeks ago, probably ish. Yeah, and you were asking about what's next. Yeah, our besides the beta, launching dual stacking support, so the Bitcoin that you use as collateral is earning, was a big one. Getting the Bitflow pool is a big one. We're working right now on we kind of heard that people are interested in like looping, right? So you can basically loop you can take the BSD and buy more Bitcoin with it and do so in loops. And you might kind of wonder why would you want to do that? I mean, there's like leveraged exposure to Bitcoin, but probably a more compelling reason is to buy more Bitcoin and then deposit it into the vault, and then you can basically roughly triple the amount of SBTC that you have earning with dual stacking. So we've been working on that. We've got a calculator for that, and we actually have done some simulations of that and found the places where there's inefficiencies or just goofiness, and so we're polishing that up. I don't know how much people actually want to intend to actually do that, since it's kind of it's definitely a riskier use case. So I wouldn't encourage just anybody to do it, but we're at least going to demo that and create some content around it and sort of say like, hey, this machine of ours can do this crazy looping thing. That's another big one. I think besides that, after that, those are like the core features. We also have worked on, I'm not sure if we're going to release or not, but we're working on like a rebate program to basically just give back the fees to the early users. And then another big one too, which is kind of like in the skunkworks state, is we have a really nice chatbot, actually. So we've got a super AI enabled chatbot with its own custom tooling, like toolkit, that can query our database directly. And so you can basically ask it anything about the protocol. It's like, it's probably about halfway as good to being like me as far as the protocol. I mean, it knows everything in the docs. It knows how the contracts work. And like I said, it has live state to the protocol. So you can ask it like, hey, my particular loan, like, what do you recommend for like, if I wanted to increase the collateral ratio or decrease the collateral ratio or whatever, like anything you want, can you advise me on that? And it can just look up all the details about your loans, like live specific details, and then like give you like specific customized advice. So that's like, I think that's very interesting and very forward thinking. And like, I'm really proud of our work on that. The caveat on that and why it's taking longer is because just like any other AI thing, it hallucinates more than we like. And we're trying right now to get it to really just behave the right way and not give people false answers, So especially when you're asking about a detailed specific thing, like, what is the collateral ratio on my loan? You need it to give you, and you're trusting that answer to like give you guidance on, is my loan healthy and is my loan safe? It can't hallucinate or say anything, inaccurate. And in fact, if it somehow can't grab the data, it needs to say, I can't get the data, I'm sorry, and not just hallucinate a crazy answer that's made up. And that's some of the, I think they're very bread and butter, like AI or agent challenges, but we're working on that right now. I think that will be, I'm not sure, I'm also not sure on that, like how much actual growth that will drive, but it's certainly like a really impressive chatbot. Like I'm kind of amazed at what our engineer has done with it. So that's also coming up probably like early January or mid-January.
Very cool. Very cool. So I am definitely, just because I love to understand how things work and I understand the risk, and just preface, this is not financial advice. We're just learning how this all works. But the idea of looping is very interesting to me, because it is a way to leverage with maybe more control than in some other circumstances, and leverage your Bitcoin position and accumulate more Bitcoin. You were going to take us for a walk through the beta. Can you kind of show us what it would look like to loop to do that?
Yeah, potentially. Like let's see here. I probably won't be able to show you that end to end because, like I said, I'm going to use testnet because the actual live mainnet setup is like a multi-sig, and it's just like there's a lot of complexity to it. So testnet is exactly the same, only I can sign transactions and stuff in 5 seconds, and also it's fake money, so we can play with it more. The problem is I'm not sure if I can actually swap on Bitflow on testnet. I don't think I can. I think.
Oh, so you wouldn't be able to actually purchase.
Yeah. I gotta go take the BSD and buy.
You can show us. You can actually show us the mechanisms, and then we can talk through the next step after that.
Sure. I'll probably start with just showing you kind of like the basics of how it works. Just like to start a new loan, and then we can work our way up to that if we have time. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Cool. Let me see if I can get the screen sharing working the right way here. Give me a moment. Right. Okay. I think I got it.
Yep. There we go. You are on, sir.
Vault 14. There we go. Right. Cool. So, yeah, this is the view. My account has already created a handful of vaults. So this is not exactly what you'd see when you start fresh, but it's pretty close. So I'll walk you through creating a new vault, and then I'll show you some of the details on these existing ones. So yeah, like the first step, this is like the core mechanism. So I'll probably kind of explain a lot of details here. So step 1 is adding some collateral, and kind of everything else, follows from there. So, depending on the value of that collateral, which is like computed, on the fly, that kind of tells you how much you can borrow and like what your collateral ratio will be, right? Let me see if I can get this a little bigger without ruining the layout. Is that a little bit better?
Yeah, that's good. And actually, we'll put us off to the side. So
nice.
That's good.
Yeah. So how much collateral you have and how much it's worth kind of like sets the tone for everything else. And so the app auto populates just some default values for you. Probably the one that's important and also super familiar to most people is collateral ratio. So this is like how close to the full value of your Bitcoin is your borrowing worth. So it automatically picks 150 as the default. As you can see, you can make the numbers safer and like harder to get liquidated essentially, or you can do it riskier all the way down to 120, which is 10% above your liquidation. But this is kind of like the first important decision to make. One of the things I'm really proud of with BSD and this like style of mechanism is there's not like a lot of trading like complexity and risk for sort of like UX in the sense that users are like totally in control. Like every parameter about the way this thing works, you have control over and you can decide yourself. So it's unlike a vault or something where there's other people managing your money, you're making all these decisions for you and taking complexity away for you. This is like all controls are available to you type product. So anyway, I'll just leave it at around 150. So we're locking up $85,000 of Bitcoin and we're borrowing $56,000 against it, or 56,742 BSD. And then then you set the interest rate. And the one thing that's a little screwy right now is that we have some vaults that are on the testnet that have like crazy high interest rates because it's fake money and our devs put in 20% APY and stuff for testing. So this estimate is not really correct. And as you can see, you can lower this all the way down to 0 and your redemption buffer is 0, but you can also just tick it up a tiny bit and probably get a buffer that's a little bit higher. Yeah, so like 47% is a gigantic buffer at 3.29. So there's just some squirreliness around this on testnet, but you pick your own interest rate on BSD, and
so the interest, the lower the interest rate, the more risk of, so I don't quite understand redemption buffer.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's probably the trickiest part of the BSD protocol is how this interest rate and redemption buffer thing works. And it's also confusing to people on liquidity as well. So you can see right there again, because we've got relatively few vaults here. Like you can see the numbers switching between 47 and 4 as I move this. That means there's like a vault sitting in between those two numbers that's like eating that chunk of the range. What it means is that, like I said, when people redeem from the protocol for the peg, that Bitcoin has to come from somewhere, right? Like we're not a bank. We don't like hold a bunch of Bitcoin on the side and sort of, pay deposits and withdrawals out of the same pile. Like there's essentially no extra Bitcoin in this system. And so when you need to go redeem, you have to pull that Bitcoin from somewhere. So what happens is the vault that has the lowest APY in the system, it draws from, and it's when you do that, the redemption, it pays off the debt and it takes the collateral and then gives a like bonus to that vault. So some people are happy to do that because they profit in the process, and then other people are really averse to that because they're like, hey, I don't want anybody to redeem my Bitcoin. I want to keep that Bitcoin for myself forever, and I don't want to part with it no matter what happens. And so you can choose your risk appetite, using this mechanism. And
so I can actually set my APY to a lower point where if it gets redeemed at that point, they're actually redeeming the Bitcoin. I end up. So how does that work? Do I still have my BSD, so I can still redeem that at some time?
Well, you can. That's right. Exactly. You keep the BSD, and they pay off your debt, and also they pay off your debt and take your Bitcoin, and also give you some profit in the process. So you don't lose money in dollar terms. In fact, you gain money. Well, what you lose is the underlying Bitcoin. But you gain in dollars and lose in Bitcoin, I guess.
Right. So you can't pay off your loan and get your Bitcoin back. You can only redeem the BSD.
Yeah, but then So if you found yourself in that situation, then you become another redeemer, and so on and so forth until the chain, stops. You can always so either if it's either through redemption or through closing your vault, either one, they're both routes to get your Bitcoin back. But it's definitely superior to lock up your Bitcoin as collateral and mint, and then pay off your debt directly, because there's fees associated with redeeming, and then also that debt is over collateralized. So to get all of your collateral out, you need to like your extra collateral, right? Because it's over collateralized. You need to manually wind down your vault. So redeeming and paying off debt are two different operations, really. It's a bit in the weeds. I can explain that more in a second. But anyway, the important part is that the redeem is like a core mechanism that helps BSD stay soft pegged to $1. And this is like the risk tolerance you have for being included in those redeem operations. And so the actual interest rate. So another way to sort of say about this is like in our docs, is like this is a market, really, right? So every vault chooses this, decides this answer for themselves about what they want to pay, and then the market moves and adjusts as the perceived risk changes. And so if there's no redemptions for a while, maybe everyone becomes more aggressive and lowers their interest rate. And then if there is a lot, they might raise it. And the average and stuff will shift over time. And an important part about that is we run on epochs. So every 2 weeks, every week, we have a little process that runs that basically takes. So you can change this APY anytime you like. You can update it 10 times a day if you want to, but that's kind of like a commitment to change it. And then every week, all of those updated rates kind of snap into place, right? So there's some game theory around why it needs to kind of operate that way to allow people to not game it and abuse it. So it's sort of like every week you get to redecide this answer and decide your risk tolerance. And also it's the rate is not important. What's important is where you fall on the stack of other vaults. So like it's the relative number that's important, not the absolute number. So 0.79 might be a very risky number in the beginning, and then it might become a very safe number 2 months from now, or vice versa. So this is like an active monitoring thing. And another plan that we have to like work on here, which we haven't actually worked on yet, but we have like an affordance in the protocol design for it, which is like to create like a service that you just delegate this to, and then you tell the service like, my risk tolerance is the following, and it will auto adjust the rate every week for you to like buy you the amount of safety that you want to aim for, because you don't want to have to like mess with checking on this every week.
Oh, so you're going to be able to automate that so that it stays less risky if you want to?
Correct. Well, right now you have to specify like this is the rate. Like, so I'm going to pay my APY is 0.79% per year. But if you say like, and that's to buy myself roughly 5% of buffer. But if I wanted to, let's say do a little bit higher. Yeah. So this is, like I said, this is hard, but like do it a little bit higher and say like, oh, I always want to be around 50%, right? Then there's a service, that, or again, this is a liquidity thing. They have this. There's like a service you can delegate this decision to, and just say, keep me at 50%. Like just modulate the interest rate as you need to hit 50% within some boundaries. And so that's like
that rate means that 47% of the rate, the relative rates are above where you are or below where you are, so they're going to get paid off first.
Kind of. What it means is that 47% of all BSD has a lower interest rate than you do.
Okay.
So
right.
So it's basically like 47% of all the debt across all of the vaults will be redeemed before your vault will be redeemed.
Okay. Yeah. So if you keep it at 50, you should be generally safe, unless there's a huge fluctuation or a lot of volatility in and out kind of thing. And
Yeah, a lot of volatility would do it. Like major entries or exits out of the Bitflow pool might do it. But I think that like my gut level from just watching like the liquidity ecosystem and just sort of my own thinking about it is probably like even 20 is like super conservative. I'd say probably more like 10 or 15 is probably a reasonable target. And so analytics around this and stuff is kind of like a hot topic for us, and I'll show you some analytics for it in a second. Anyway, this is a decision that you need to make, and then you're done. So you basically have a borrow fee, which right now it's set to 0, and then this is how much BSD you're gonna mint in the process. So those are our 3 choices: is add how much collateral, decide how much to borrow, and decide what you want to pay as the interest rate. I know that's like a lot of stuff to cover, but it's just those 3 choices.
But it's what makes the mechanism function. These are, and I actually think it's a really clever design. It's interesting. I know you're saying I'm not familiar with liquidity, so this is all very new to me.
Yeah, it's a way to get dollar-like behavior with an over-collateralized, sort of valuable asset backing it, and no fiat and no custody, no counterparties, it's just code running. It's like it's smart contracts and a keeper that triggers some of these things, like some of these operations and things. But that's it. So I'm ready to go ahead and mint. Sound good?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. So like I said, we'll lock 1 Bitcoin and add and get ourselves 56,000 BSD. Yeah, you guys can't see the leather pop up, but
we cannot. But we know. But we're familiar with not being able to see that, or we do a lot of the screen sharing depending on who's on and what's going on. So I know what that's like. For the viewers watching, Jeff's getting his browser wallet pop up to confirm the transaction. Now it's already going through.
Cool. Yeah, so that was successful, and there's a few different like sort of error states and things if it doesn't go through, or if there's some kind of post condition not met or whatever. Yeah, another thing I'm pretty proud of is we've got like really good post conditions set up on all of our transactions. So there's like, I don't even know, there's like probably 20 plus things that can like not be set up right, and so you really have tight assurances when you say like only this much SBTC is going to exit my wallet, and I'm gonna receive this much BSD, or the whole thing will abort. Like it's very complete in that sense. So yeah, here we go. So this is Vault 15. We just created it. There's no chart data for it yet. That has to buffer. I think that's like on a 10-minute sort of buffer time. So we'll have to wait for that. But you can see just the parameters that we put in there. So we got this much. I'll go off that. We got this much BSD borrowed. We got this much collateral ratio, 150%, the interest rate, and then the buffer, 47% or that equates to about 70,000 BSD that's before us. And then a few other details here. But every operation we do will also be like recorded here with the transaction, which is really convenient. And so, yeah, so like I said, like this whole product is like very like, very composable and very kind of user controlled. So you can, at this point, like everything, like unlike like CFI loans or like a loan like, I'm trying to give a good example, like Lendin, for instance, like a CFI loan, like that has a fixed term and it has penalties and all this other kind of stuff. This is like everything that all the parameters we just set, we can adjust at any point we like. So we can borrow more, we can pay our debt down, we can add collateral or we can remove collateral, and we can change the APY. So, and that's like a free for all, you know, you can do it.
So I can,
you can do it 10 times a day, you can do whatever. Yeah.
So I can actually add BTC, I could buy SBTC with this, with my BSD.
Yeah.
And then add that SBTC right into the vault. So I don't have to create another, I don't have to redeem the vault and open up a new one. I can just add the SBTC to that vault. And then, that strengthens my position, makes me less volatile, less risk. And or I can then also potentially borrow more BSD.
Yes, correct. That's the looping, right? You just keep on doing that in a loop, basically. So yeah, you can see right here, this little panel, like this is the total amount. I had some, you know, other BSD I minted before, so that's why I've got more. I've got SBTC here. So this is like my balance, you know, that's specific to this app. So each of these has its own little wizard, just like the borrow or just like the vault creation screen does. So like the borrow tells you like this is where everything currently stands. And if I say, what if I want to borrow 5,000 more, for instance, right? And it basically gives you a readout on like the old collateral ratio was 150. The new collateral ratio will be 139. But it's like, oh, I want even more. I'm willing to take even more risk, right? You can just see how as I'm borrowing more and more, this collateral ratio is going down, down, down. And it also should tell you, it tells you right here the liquidation price. So like I think this is a little bit easier to understand. So it's like if Bitcoin goes down to this amount, like which is not, you know, it's not that far away from the current price.
No, it's definitely within the potential. It could happen right now with where the price is.
So then you'd be liquidated, right? Your loan would be like forcibly closed. You keep your BSD, but the protocol takes your Bitcoin. So you have to play with this. This is a risk tolerance thing. This is like how actively you want to monitor the vault and what your risk tolerance is. But that's borrowing more, and then you can also repay, and then you can, like I said, add or remove SBTC. So you can say, I think this is what you were saying before. So imagine we went and took our I think 56,000 BSD and we went to Bitflow and swapped it. Then you would get, you know, you'd have like, I don't know, 0.6 or something more SBTC, right? And so, so your old collateral ratio is 151. Your new collateral ratio would be 242. And you would be able to borrow an additional 124,000 BSD, right? So you just like bumped up your borrowing capacity. So I can take it down to 0, and you can see as I'm adding BSD or as I'm adding SBTC, my capacity to borrow is just going up, right? So yeah, that's like I said, it's really customizable and composable. And then I'll also mention you can change the rate as well. So, and we have delegate, but it's not working yet. But you can see like just make it more risky. You can see current interest rate, no pending change to the interest rate, and your buffer information here. And then, yeah, you can see like this is how this change is going to affect the buffer. So 47 down to 4. So this is just like all of these screens are basically saying you can adjust the vault setup that you created in the beginning. And yeah, I'll pause there. I can mention some of these other features if you guys want, or I can answer questions.
I think there's a lot of moving parts, but I think it's pretty straightforward once you kind of get a handle on what they all mean. Obviously, this is something that is a little bit more of an advanced user. At least getting into the more complex strategies on it. If you're just looking to borrow and get a little bit of capital to deploy, borrow against your Bitcoin, you can do that. That's pretty straightforward, and you can do it with pretty low risk based on the tools you have here. But there is also a lot more. People can engage in more complex strategies like looping. I think it's really interesting, man. I think it's a great tool to have in the ecosystem. Very cool, and definitely would love to. So, what are the other tools that you were looking at up the top?
Yeah, sure. I was just going to show you. This is a vault I created already, and the the charting process has already run on it, so you can see how the collateral ratio is changing over time, like with the trend of the Bitcoin price, basically. And then also same thing over here. You can see how your redemption buffer is changing in real time in comparison to everybody else, right? So for this chart, you want this chart to look like solid red lines going up and dotted red lines going down. That kind of indicates health. And when they cross, then you need to be paying attention. So can't scroll over this here, but yeah, it's just basically because this guy's redemption buffer is down to 12. It's starting to throw warnings at me and say, hey, you should be worried about that.
So if that went over that top line, he would be over his liquidation ratio.
They're not the same data. It's kind of maybe it's a confusing chart, but they're two different data sets. But you want to know what your buffer is and how it's trending, and then you also want to understand the average of all the other vaults. Is it trending up or down? Like you need a directional sort of understanding here. And so you want your buffer to be high, and you want to know, like, are you on the good side or the bad side of the trend, basically.
Makes a lot of sense.
I'll quickly mention just a couple of other things. One is the stability pool, which is basically how holders of BSD take advantage of liquidations to earn some profit. So this is another liquidity invention, and it's basically like rather than have like outside liquidators, it's like a built-in liquidator into the protocol. So this is how vaults get liquidated is with the stability pool. So you can deposit BSD here and wait for liquidations to happen, and then profit off those when they happen. And this chart kind of gives you some insights about what to expect about upcoming liquidations.
Oh, so I could actually deposit, instead of depositing into a vault and withdrawing BSD, I could also deploy my Bitcoin. Or is it? I'm sorry, you're adding BSD here, or you're adding Bitcoin?
Yeah. The way this works is BSD goes in and Bitcoin comes out at a 10% profit.
Okay, so I create a vault. I withdraw. I take out BSD. Or I create BSD. Borrow that against my Bitcoin, and then I can deposit that in here, and that is used to
liquidate vaults that have a bad CR, that have where their CR gets too low.
That pays off the vaults at a profit.
Yep, correct. Yeah. So the vaults liquidate when they're at 110 collateral ratio, and so the 100% is what's clears out the debt, and the 10%, like the remainder, goes to the people that deposit into this pool.
Oh, so that can be pretty lucrative.
Yeah. In fact, there's this is a very bursty kind of thing. Like when there's no liquidations, the APY is nothing, and then when there's liquidations, the APY is quite high. And like around the October 10th crypto crash that happened, just a couple months ago, the liquidity APY on the same mechanism went sky high. I don't know what it was. It was like over 100%.
I'm sure it went, because it was
because there was
drawdowns.
So that's one other feature, and then the redeem is what I mentioned to you before. So if I'll just say we minted about 50,000 BSD, so I'll put 5,000 in here. Uh-oh, that does not seem correct. Single redeem max. Wow. I don't know why it's doing this. This is funky. This is a funky thing on testnet because it's not working this way on prod. Anyway, you put in the amount of BSD that you want to redeem, and it basically gives you a quote right here, and then you just click redeem, and there's a fee associated with redeem. So you're basically again trading BSD for SBTC. So this is the quote of what you'll get, including the fees.
Very cool, though. I understand testnet's buggy. You don't ever know what's going on. We actually, for a lot of times, we haven't done it as much recently because GP got overworked. We're not doing the night show as much as anymore. But we used to have testnet devs come on all the time, and we would literally just try to break stuff. So it's we know what that's not a thing at all. We're just walking through, seeing how it works, and that's actually almost a good sign when you see things on testnet get a little wonky. But
yes,
it makes sense how this would work. You're redeeming. You're going to get SBTC in exchange for that BSD. There is a redemption fee. It's 1.7% on there. Is that is that fee variable? Does that change over time? Or is that just what you guys set based on?
It's like a pressure. It's a pressure amount, and it cools down over about 3 days. So when you redeem a big amount, the fee goes up. And then it takes 3 days to cool back down to its lowest, which is 5% or 0.5%. So it's to prevent there's a few, I think, kind of game theory abuse vectors where you're just redeeming more and more and more and creating more and more and more debt. And so it's to cool down that behavior, basically.
Right. No, and that makes sense because it stabilizes the platform too. It helps stave off a run.
Yeah, correct. So anyway, that's just an automatic thing in the smart contracts where the fee is basically dynamic. And like I said, if you do a big redemption or somebody else does a big redemption, you're better off waiting a couple days for it to cool down to get the lowest price.
So that redemption fee is platform wide. It's not based on an account. So if another whale makes a huge redemption, the redemption fee is going to be high for a couple of days.
Yeah, it applies to everybody equally. Yeah, correct.
Is there a cap on that fee?
There is. It's some parameter set somewhere. I don't know what it is. It's probably, if I had to guess, it's probably 5%, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense too, because I mean it needs to function properly. It has to have enough teeth to to protect the platform. But man, this is really cool. Very well thought out, well designed. I know you took some of the design from Liquidity, but it's still a really cool product. It's unique to what's on Stacks. There's nothing quite like this on the platform, so I'm really very excited. And are you looking for people to test it out right now? What's going on? Or are we just waiting for mainnet launch, and then at that point you're going to be you're ready to go?
Yeah, I mean, we're doing like a private beta, so we have like a handful of folks that have joined. You know, I can like send a like a registration link or just like manually approve addresses, and so it's all working on mainnet right now. You know, I've got a bunch of BSD minted with real Bitcoin, so it's all functional. It's just in a private beta, and so yeah. Happy to have people test it and play with it. And the best way to do that is just to reach out to the BSD handle, like DM or DM me. Like just basically all I need to do is send you a link in order to get started.
Awesome. We will definitely, both GP and I, we don't have as much time as we used to, but we love pushing buttons and trying stuff out. We do give feedback. So be happy to test out for you. Shoot me a link.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or we can get some addresses over if that's easier for you. We just whitelist. I know I don't always speak for GP, but I know I can speak for him on this, that he'd also love to try it out.
Yeah, I want to tinker.
Yeah, good for that.
Yeah, man. Awesome stuff. We did go, I know I told you it would probably only be about like 15 to 30 minutes. But we're chatty. We chat a lot, and you actually had a lot to go over. There's a lot of moving parts there. So I really think that this was great. I think it was a great opportunity to get our audience exposed in depth with visuals on what you guys are doing. So really awesome having that. It takes me a couple of days because of the way everything runs, and because we're on I can't even start editing clips until after the live stream's over, which won't be till later today. And then I gotta wait for the transcript to upload so I can really do it right. So it might be a couple of days before I get the full segment, but we'll also replay this a few times throughout the next couple of weeks. So it'll get a little bit more exposure to the audience on the regular for a little bit. And then would love to have you on again sometime soon when things are more mainnet full launch and everything like that too. I really think it's a great project you're working on, Jeff.
Nice. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the exposure and the chance to show this off.
And it's at BSD Money on X, and it's bsd.money is the website that people can go check it out now. You got docs on there and stuff like that people can go through.
Yeah, that's the right two places to go look. And like you mentioned, there's a really like robust documentation site. Every single thing I mentioned and said is all explained there, and a bunch of other like product comparisons and FAQs and all kinds of stuff.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we'll definitely have you on again soon. Like what you're working on. And thank you guys all for tuning in. We will actually be back again with one more guest, and about half an hour, Rafa is going to come walk through Fact Fun, his capsule project, and the BTC to SBTC project he's working on. So we got more live content coming on. Jeff, any last words before we sign off?
No. Let's see here. I love Bitcoin, and I love working on things that enhance Bitcoin. And
right on.
Yeah, it's been a long road with this, and I'm just very proud of our team and what we've built, and excited to share more.
Awesome stuff, man. Looking forward to more from it, and thank you for the work you've been putting in. It's really cool stuff you're working on, and it's making Bitcoin better, which is what we're all here for.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Right on. Thanks for joining in, GP. Always a pleasure having you as well. And we'll be back with Rafa in about 40 minutes. I'll put something on in the meantime. Thank you all for watching. Stay tuned, and we'll be back later. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. All right, my friends. We have a great treat for you. Our good friend, Hello Mark from Cafe Crew and friend of the show, a friend of mine. I love the group. I really
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning. Good morning. How are you doing today? Can you hear me okay? Because I don't know, your audio's coming in a little weird for me.
My audio?
Yeah, it just sounds like quiet. Yeah.
Is that a little better?
Yeah, that's way better. Yeah.
I was talking into the side of my microphone. That's
Yeah, I've been there. Don't worry.
it's only
How
our
you doing?
fourth show today.
I know you've been going. You don't even know where the microphone is anymore. You're still half awake.
I'm on my second pot of coffee, actually.
Yeah, I drink these things. My coffee spoon just keeps getting bigger every day. I notice I'm like getting a bigger spoon. It's got to the point where it's like a ladle now.
You need it, man. You know, and that's the trials and tribulations of being a founder, or in your case, a multi-founder. So, you know, we just gotta take the stimulus as we can.
Yep, honestly, I wish I didn't need it, but man, I'm always going. So it's, but you know,
I got
it
bad
helps
news
when
for you. You're still a young man.
I know, that's the problem. I used to be able to, man, you know, when I first started, I would do 2 days on, 1 off. And when I say that, I mean, I would go 48 hours straight. I wouldn't sleep. And then I would take like a full 24 hours and sleep like 18 hours. And I would be so productive.
Your day off isn't really a day off. It's like you're just sleeping.
Literally just sleeping.
But it's, you know, you might be a little bit more productive in that kind of.
I was, though. That was the thing. You got into that, you know, flow state, and you have 48 hours of flow state, and you were like, wow, I have done, you know, a month.
And you feel really good after.
Yeah.
You sleep well. That's why you're able to sleep for an 18 hours.
Baby. Yep, exactly. And it was easier because, like, I'd be in college, there'd be 3 of us together, and we'd be all hyping each other up. And so that helps, too, when you got all the boys with you.
Very cool. Very cool. So, you know, we can actually talk about whatever you want to talk about. This is for you to let us know about anything. But I know dataing is kind of your baby right now. You've been putting a ton of time and effort and resources into that, and very cool stuff going on with it. I am part of the tester group, although I haven't had a chance to really dig into it for a little while. There's just so many things I'm got my hands in. I am in that DM group though, and I know you guys have been doing there's some interesting things going on there. So why don't you tell us tell us what dataing is, what the purpose is, or at least the upfront purpose. And I know that there's a couple of things that you're seeing it. It provides value in a couple of different ways.
Yeah, no, definitely. So, I mean, from a very high level, we're trying to create an AI that is purpose-built to find people love and perpetuate love. So it fundamentally is supposed to understand you and then understand who you should meet and why and how you can maintain and improve those relationships in your life that bring value to your life. So it's kind of meant to prevent people from being lonely and sad and find them the people that they should be meeting that are going to make their lives better, but also help them understand those people so that the relationships that they do start can be as, you know, strong and stable as possible. And so it's been a process of, you know, firstly understanding who is someone, how can we understand who someone is from their digital footprint, from what they provide, from what they're willing to share with our AI. And then understanding, okay, based on all of these things, how can we understand who they should be with or who they're going to like or who they might want? And then once you have those two pieces, then you start to figure out, okay, now how do we make this relationship even better, knowing these two people and what they want fundamentally? How can we find things that they're going to enjoy and that are going to improve their lives? So it's like 3 major pieces there, and so we've been working on each one somewhat independently. It requires a lot of testing because you need just enough people going through it that you have enough of a sample size to understand what works and what doesn't. And it also takes time because relationships are different in the first few weeks than they are in the first month than they are when you're 6 years down the line, and now things are a little different and you're married and you're trying to figure out, you know, how to keep the spark alive when you have kids and other things. So there's a lot to it.
There's a lot to it, and people need all the help they can get, and you're sort of leveraging the modern data training capacity, or the way that we can use data in new ways to you're trying to train the AI on the available data and how to interpret it, what it actually means. You got to kind of figure out what people are looking for, and sometimes the data will tell you different people with different data are going to be looking for different things. So there's all you're basically you're solving a big problem. We're at a point in time where the technology allows for this for the first time ever, really. And
100%.
so very interesting how you're applying it, though.
And that's kind of how I got into it. So my last company, which we ended up selling to a crypto company, we did personal data monetization. So we allowed people to take back their data from all these companies that have been accumulating it on them just to, place ads and target them. So everything from, Facebook to Instagram to Twitter to Pinterest to Google and Microsoft and even Apple and these huge companies that when you look at the data they have on you, it is pretty insane. And all that data, is meant to improve your life. They tell you, look, we're collecting this so we can improve your algorithm and show you more of the people you might want to meet or things you might want to do. And over time, they've done less and less of that and more just selling you stuff. And so the idea with that company was, at least give it back to the user, and allow them to monetize it with those same people that these big companies are monetizing it with. And I think that was interesting because it was my first foray into the research world where you started to fundamentally understand, like, how do big companies make decisions? How do they understand what the average consumer wants and what they're like and how their lives are changing? And you start to realize they really don't know anything about it. They're mostly doing survey research. They're mostly just having bot farms respond to that survey research. So a lot of it is just garbage data. And so what we did was we took it straight from the source. Like, you are the best source of all that data because you can accumulate more of it on yourself than anyone can. But then the hard part is anonymizing it and securing it and making sure that people have full ownership of it, and then still being able to find those people when the opportunity arises that someone wants to work with them. And so it was interesting, and I think it's only going to become more and more of an industry as AI comes. So we were pretty early. Like Kled is doing this in crypto, and they love to say we're the first data monetization platform. It's like, no, dude, I did this 5 years ago. We had 10 times more users. It's been done, but it's been very hard to do because the buy side is not as fleshed out as most people think it is. These big companies, frankly, just don't have people who know how to analyze it. And that is the big thing that AI is going to change. Is now everyone has this tool and this research co-pilot that can take in all of this multi-source data and make sense with it and tell stories with it. And I mean, it was amazing to me that you could go to Target and Best Buy and these huge multinational corporations, and they didn't have anyone who's capable of doing that. So I think that's the shift here. But for us, what I realized is, yes, that's great for researchers, but it's also great for people trying to understand each other. If you could take in all this data and you can tell a story about someone and help understand who is this person, what's their life like, what is the mission that they're on, what are the things that they like, and how can that story, weave into my story and make something that I want to be a part of, I guess.
It seems like it has the potential to help people have more meaningful relationships, because they're being more rapidly lined up with people that line up with that will resonate with their personality, their goals, what they like, their person, they're get along with them better. So it seems like the golden, relationships are really, at the end of the day, that's the most valuable thing we have, right? So
it's everything. I mean, and that's the crazy thing is most people wouldn't deny that. Most people, when you say, like, what is the most important thing in life, most people would say it's the relationships you have, and yet there's so little like time and effort and brain power being put into solving this problem, and it's never been worse or harder to find those relationships. And so it's been a little discouraging seeing that it's so small of a part of the economy. When you look at VC capital that goes into this stuff, it's like, you know, the average crypto rug gets more than this entire industry raises in a year, you know. But
it really is nuts when you look at it that way too, because VCs aren't looking to do anything altruistic necessarily. I mean, it's not in their nature. Their job is to make money on their money. So it's got to make money. And so that's another part of it that I know you're trying to work on solving.
I know you haven't been on the apps for a while, but it's like $100 a week for a lot of these apps now. So there is money in it. People are willing to spend the money to find.
Is it really that much for the dating apps now?
I'm not kidding you now. Yeah, it's like they are literally, if you don't get like the 3-month plan, which they'll take it down to $20 a week if you commit to 3 months, they'll charge you like, you know, $100, $200 for a month now on some of these. And that's for the cheaper ones. The more expensive ones, $1,200 some of them now for
I'm trying to remember. So my youngest just turned 14. She was born about just over a year and a half after I met my wife. And I had just broken up with my ex. She left me with 4 kids. I was 33 years old, so just wow. Slightly older than you.
Yeah.
And I had 4 kids. And by myself, I had custody of the kids. I had actually also just lost my job of like 8 years. It was 2010 was a rough year.
Yeah.
So I was devastated. My ex had moved out. I was not happy about the situation, and I actually was kind of broke. I had actually just got I had gotten let go, and then they challenged my ability to collect unemployment on my unemployment insurance because there was some shenanigans going on back then where they were routinely letting people go at the company I'd worked for, and then getting credits to hire people out of unemployment. So it was crazy. So I got my hearing. I got approved for my unemployment. So I got like 3 months of unemployment back pay. So I had some money. Nice. But just before that happened, I was so broke, my sister paid for my Match.com account.
Oh, wow.
That's how I met my wife. I married from Match.com. I think it was like $150 for the account or something.
Okay, yeah. Back in 2010 dollars, that's like $300 now.
Oh, easily, and probably more than that, actually.
Yeah.
But it was more than I could afford at the time. My sister paid for it for me. And I was really just, I didn't even know. I didn't even want to be on there. I just didn't know what to do with myself.
Yeah.
And so the long and the short of it is I went on several dates, by the way. And I did it by being honest. Also, I explained I had 4 kids. I wasn't looking for anything serious. My wife and I, when we first went out on a date, she was just going through a divorce. She wasn't looking to do anything serious. We were not really trying to have a relationship. We were both just looking to go out and have a good time. Yeah. And we did. And I was successful several times before that, single for the first time in my adult life. It was an amazing experience. But then I met my wife. And that was it. That was the extent of my adult dating. It was a couple months of really nice, good times, meeting some people. But those apps back then worked. They worked then. They gave you exposure to a market. And so I highly encourage people that are. I've heard nightmares about some of the apps that have been going around the last, I don't know, maybe decade, because I'm old, so I see things in a longer timeline now. But I think what you're working on actually gives people a lot more substance to start with. And also having an AI companion, I mean, there's still too many people that don't quite really. My wife's just getting exposed to using Copilot from work.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God. It's like it keeps track of my grocery list, and I'm taking, and when I have presents for all the kids and everything. And now she's learning that it doesn't really store memory for that long and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you got all of this huge amount of people getting exposed to this paradigm with the AI agents that are way more functional. And I know you have a really strong AI basis to your model. So you people when they engage in the app, should we do you want to do a screen share, or you want to just take? What's the user experience like? I'm coming on to dating.
So I mean, yeah, we can.
Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute. I think we got GP in here too. Let's bring GP on.
Nice.
GP, you with us? He just said he was back. He might be. Well, you know what? We'll I'll just he can turn himself back on when he comes in.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, no. So I mean, the experience is. I guess maybe I could screen share here. Let's see. I've got a demo account running on kind of a back end, so maybe I might have some bugs here. But I mean, basically, the idea is one thing I really hate. I hate making profiles on dating apps. I'm so bad at talking about myself, telling people like what I care about, who I am. I'm so bad at that. I'm bad at resumes too, cover letters, all that stuff. I just don't do a good job of describing myself. And I think our friends do a better job of describing us. And I think we've been experimenting with just how well can an AI describe us based on giving it as much data as we can so that it can fundamentally understand what we care about. And so this is my profile. You click through pictures, you can see the different sources that I've integrated. So, we're pulling in my X data, my Apple Music, my Eventbrite, YouTube, Google Calendar. It can analyze the photos in your camera roll. It can analyze your ChatGPT data. You can see that logo is all screwed up for ChatGPT.
So it does it all. So it takes all of the information that you want to feed into it.
Yep.
And it'll aggregate that and make your profile, your bio, and all that for you.
Exactly. It does all of it for you. And then it basically tries to understand you based on thousands of personality traits and interests and who I am. So here's my interested in cryptocurrency. You can see me like retweeting some Bitcoin Pepe spaces about Munib, Top Chef Munib. And so it knows like I'm pretty bullish on Pepe and STX and Bitcoin. And, here's like some of the stuff that it can see from my photos where I'm talking about, going on a romantic midnight drive or a cozy day, have a cozy day in, or here's my Eventbrite data talking about one of the events that I went to or some of my calendar events where it understands like, okay, here's like the stuff that I'm looking for. And so once you do that, you basically just start talking to the bot and, I'm like, I want a gamer girl. She doesn't have to be in LA. And it's like, okay, here's a little bit about like, what I'd like to know. Is you want someone who's into shooters, or you want someone who's like, more just playing an RPG with you? Like, give me a few of those preferences. And it just kind of like starts to try and figure out what you like and who you are. And over time, it gets better and better at figuring that out. And then it just starts matching you with people, and it describes why it thinks, you'll be a good match. And you can come in after a date and talk about what you liked or what you didn't like. And then once you do find a match, it'll introduce you. It'll tell you why it thinks you're going to be a good match. And then you can continue to use it throughout the process of being in a relationship. So you can ask it, where should we go to dinner tonight? Somewhere we're both going to like. What should we watch on Netflix? We can't decide. We're having this fight about, who should pay the car payment this month. And, I'm making more money, but, I feel like she should pay her fair share. Like, how do we come to an agreement on this, and who's right? And it can just kind of like understand who you are and what might be a good solution, and just kind of be like an unbiased third party that also like fundamentally understands where both people are coming from, so they feel seen and understood, and like they have someone in their side of the ring. So that's generally the idea, and it's been pretty interesting. I mean, I've watched it save several relationships where people were on the verge of like just not being able to come to terms with each other, and it found just like a very elegant solution, and was like, it's okay if you guys both think this is over, but maybe if you want to give it one more shot, like, here's what I would do. And they're like, you know what, okay, we care about each other enough to give it this one more shot. And they kind of do what it tells them to do, and they find like they see each other for the first time again in a lot of ways. They are reminded what they liked about each other to start, and it helps them just kind of like remember those things that can sometimes get lost when you're with someone long enough. So I think that's really cool to see. And it's cool to also just have someone who, you know, is kind of there fighting for you in your corner, that just kind of lets you know, yeah, maybe this one didn't pan out, but you know, it's not you. I think they're just looking for something a little different. It's not that you're too ugly. It's probably just that you're too into crypto, and they just are kind of like not super into crypto, and
That's
that's a
less
little
of
much.
a problem for guys than it is for women. Like, women will date ugly guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fortunately for guys like me,
Yeah.
especially.
But I mean, on the apps, it's tough now. Like it is like it's never been harder to be an ugly guy with the way Tinder and these other apps are structured, because they don't do a good job of describing all of your other great qualities. They can't translate aura and be like, look, you know, all the women he's been with say he's a vibe though.
The algorithm is designed to put people in front of the user that they're more likely to click on and engage with. And inherently, you can't tell a person's personality from the image.
Yep.
So, of course, the ones with more broad physical appeal are going to trigger more response, and thus they're going to get pushed forward in the algorithm, at least in the current paradigm of the algorithms. And I'm sure that there's high-tech development trying to put those people together based on their personality and everything too. But they already have their model in place, so they don't need to. If people are still using the app, they're not dramatically changing the current paradigm, and what you're working on changes the paradigm.
100%. And you know, a lot of people are just getting filtered out. Like you said, because like physical appearance is so important, like height is the most visible of things. So like height becomes the most important metric, when, you know, 20 years ago, I don't think, you know, it was probably top 5, but it wasn't by and large agreed upon to be the most important thing. And so it's really shifted a lot of that, just because of the incentives that are in place and the information that people have access to. It's the one thing I can verify. Okay, he might be lying about his job, he might be lying about this or this, but yeah, he looks pretty tall in that picture. And so that becomes the thing that it's focused on, as opposed to all the other things that color in someone's character that end up being really important. And I think there are so many of these questions that a lot of people maybe forget to ask, that it can be good at reminding people of. Like, you know, you said you wanted kids. Well, he's going to be a really great father, I think. You know, he takes really great care of his cousins. He's always, you know, trying to spend time and play with the kids in his life. And I think he would make a really great dad. But, you know, that tall guy, he actually hates kids. He doesn't want a dog. He doesn't like taking care of anyone but himself. So, you know, if that is something you want, maybe, you know, just keep that in mind. And I think a lot of people maybe just having that nudge every once in a while. And I think they used to have a friend or someone who would kind of be that voice to them, but I think people don't have that nearly as much anymore. So it's very interesting to see how that's caused just a lot of disjointed sort of issues in the market right now. And I think the other piece of that is also just people are very broke, and a lot of the good men out there are struggling, and they can't afford to pay for the premium plans on all these dating apps and risk the amount of money it might take to go on 3 dates a week to find that person. If each date doesn't really work out and it's not very well matched, you know, it's really expensive and it's a big time commitment. And if we can at least just minimize some of that expense and some of that time commitment and make it a little bit easier, I'm hoping we can find people those relationships a little bit easier, and just make it a fun process. It should be fun. It shouldn't be so miserable. It shouldn't be something that people dread. It should be an enjoyable part of life.
Yes, I agree. It really should be the most important, enjoyable part of life, or one of the most enjoyable parts of life. Finding a person, you know, that you fit with. That's really what kind of like a huge part of what almost all of our social interactions are about, to a large degree. It's finding a person, and then you know, creating a family with that person, and then the extension of that, and all of the things around that, getting a good job, taking care of yourself, and all of that kind of revolves primarily around those specific events, life events.
And it's a great opportunity to learn about yourself too, is what I'd say. Like every time you go out, you're like, yeah.
No, that's a great point. Self-discovery is another thing. And actually, so you would say that there is a self-discovery piece to this.
100%. Like it's constantly trying to understand you, but also telling you what it's learning and saying, I do realize, you say you want a gamer girl, but I don't know if you could just sit inside and game all day. You're a social guy. You do want to get out there and you want to have friends, and maybe it can work if you've got your friend group who you go out with every week and you get that out of your system. Then maybe you are okay just cozying up and playing video games all day. But maybe you need someone who has a little bit of both of those things, and it's very good at understanding how and it's just like all of the different social medias we're connecting, where each one is kind of like a different part of you. Who I am on Twitter is not who I am on Pinterest, is not who I am when I'm texting my friends or going out and seeing people in person. And so it's about finding all these disparate pieces of yourself and really understanding, like, what is the balance that makes you the happiest, and how can you find someone who fits nicely into that balance?
That's actually really interesting. I never actually saw it that way, but it really can almost help you. Sometimes we don't know really what we want. Oftentimes we don't know what we want. We have a perception of what we want. A lot of time that's actually influenced externally. So it really is almost like it's a guide to helping you understand what you want too. That's
100%.
Really interesting, which is definitely a new paradigm for dating apps.
Yeah, that one, most will not tell you that. They'll just try to find you what you think you want, and even then, they don't really try that hard to find it for you.
No, because if you find what you want, then you don't need to pay their weekly subscription.
That's exactly it. Yep.
So it's a disincentive model.
And so, yeah, they've all used the same business model. None of them have tried innovating on the business model at all, which is disappointing to me. And it's just a terrible model. It's like, okay, I'm going to pay to get in front of people who don't really want to see me. Okay, well, no one's happy in that scenario. And now I'm just paying money and other people are wasting their time. And for a lot of women, it's really hard too. You look at what their apps look like; they have 1,000 choices. Where they've got 1,000 guys in their DMs.
Yeah, it's so much worse. Women have a different challenge. I would say it's worse.
And just so little information to go off of, and you have safety concerns. You don't know who these people are, and I mean, there are just it's a nightmare.
Women have a hard time getting a date or finding a willing sexual partner, even, right? That's an easy thing for them, but that's not necessarily what they're looking for. And
men have got really good at telling them what they want to hear too, I think.
Right. Well, and then there's also the constant. It happens to men too a lot now because we're all so overexposed to advertising, but advertising's been targeting women and like appealing to their or preying on their insecurities and all of that to sell them things for so long. So there's that too that makes that compounds the dating scene and the inability to get what you're after in a sea of things that you can possibly fall into chasing what you're after. It's definitely a hard time. So it sounds like you are working to solve a lot of problems for this.
We are. Yeah, we're trying. We have some of the best people in the world helping us try to solve this problem, who have fundamentally understand all of the different pieces, from the data science to the psychology to the AI to the sociology. Like, there are so many areas of research that you have to combine to get this right that I haven't seen anyone else trying to solve the problem as dedicated as we are to actually solving the problem. I think a lot of people are coming at it trying to throw AI into it and make it a little gimmicky and just get something out there, make some money, sell it to Match Group. And that's the other piece, is Match Group owns the whole industry. It's essentially a monopoly, maybe an oligopoly, but it's even
Right.
the Hinge CEO is going to do something very similar to what we're doing. I think he's probably on platform, like using it, trying to see what he can do. But he's getting funded by Match Group, and so they're essentially just incubating one of their own competitors to keep it in the family, to make sure that if something does come out, then they still have their claws in it. But in a lot of ways, that kind of gives me some certainty, because I just don't believe Match Group wants to solve the problem. And so I don't believe that anything they put out is actually going to work that well. In some ways I hope it does, but I just, I haven't seen it yet.
They don't really need to make a good product because they are so well resourced that they can just buy users direct and just churn them in, churn users, and it doesn't matter because they're generating the revenue with their ad base and branding, mind share. But one thing I wanted to ask you too, you have, like the other day you mentioned in the group chat that you guys are working with Tony from X402 Stacks, trying to figure out how to integrate X402 payments into your AI models. And I know that you also had an interim grant that was related to the data, preserving user data and users having access to their own data and all of that stuff. So tell us, there is some crypto integration into your app.
There is. So we're trying to keep it somewhat on the down low, because no one wants to use a crypto dating app. That's just the
It's
truth
not
of it.
right. It's not the selling feature.
Yeah, that doesn't work. So we try to keep that somewhat low key, but I think it's an excellent use case. One, because most dating apps are considered high risk payments, so they bunch you up with porn sites and all these other like bad actors that makes it very difficult to do payments. And especially if you want to go international, it just becomes incredibly difficult to do. So it actually makes a lot of sense from that perspective. And what we'd always wanted to do, and part of our business model, is to take commissions on things that our agent plans for you. So if it goes through and it can book your movie tickets at AMC, then maybe we take a 1 or 2% cut when it organizes it and sends you the tickets and finds you the perfect movie to watch and the perfect place to go and syncs it with your calendar and knows when you're both available, and just does enough work that fee feels reasonable. And it'll never be a Ticketmaster size fee. It'll be reasonable. And so that's one piece of it. And then the second piece is all of this data is incredibly important for training agents. And I think that we need more agents being trained on data that is essentially focused on how do we make people's lives better. There are a lot of agents being trained on how do I make this code more efficient? How do I make this tool, put out a little bit better of an image?
How do I get more attention on social media?
Exactly. But if you think about like, okay, someday the Terminator comes out and his brain is one of these things. Which brain do we want? Like, I want the brain that's like, my job is to bring people together and create love and peace. And you like, that would be nice. Let's maybe optimize for that one. And so I think having more agents that are trained on this is really important. I think it's really important because incumbents, for one thing, like OpenAI, half of OpenAI's brain is Reddit. Like, I don't want half of AI's brain trained on Reddit. But also, I can't go get half of Reddit's training data to train mine, which makes it very hard to compete with a company of that size. And so I think we, one, need to democratize a lot of this, give people the option to contribute, but allow them to contribute. And if they do become, get paid for it or get some kind of like reimbursement because they're a part of a new project and they are foundational to its creation. And so I'm hoping third-party developers and also researchers can get access agentically to this data. And really the thing is, like, most of this data will be acquired through agentic means pretty soon. I think the sales process of selling data is a nightmare. It's like 6 months of, okay, here's the scope of what we're doing, and here are all the people, and here's me verifying that it's what you need. And I've done these sales cycles, and sometimes it's $500,000 for 100 people if you find the right people, but it's a nightmare to get there. But the agents, they're going to be way more efficient, and they're just going to go search for whatever they need to complete whatever task that they might have. And if that task is, I need to understand consumer behavior because the person on the other side of this is launching a product and really needs to know what these types of people are thinking, then it can just go out, find it, immediately pay the people on the other side who have opted into the program, and people can make money. And I think if we don't put people in that loop, then the companies that own that data are just going to go around them. And so I think this is the best system to give people control and ownership, and also empower developers, indie programmers who want to create models that might someday be able to compete with the big boys, who frankly I don't trust to not create the Terminator. So we need a bunch of little good AIs, I think, to make sure we balance out the AIs that might go off the rails someday.
100%, man. Mark, I love having you on. You've been a regular contributor to our shows for a long time, especially when we're doing the nightly show regularly. I'm a huge fan of the Bitcoin Pepe crew. The Touchgrass Space on Thursday is one I am loath to miss. I generally balance and juggle things around it a lot. And tomorrow, I'm actually wanted to ask you, because they have the Stacks Town Hall and then the Stackies Awards. You guys you guys still doing your space tomorrow?
I mean, as far as I know, but maybe I'll bring the crew over and we'll just come mob over to whatever space is going on. I do want to see the Stacky Awards. That sounds fun. And Town Hall would be good. So maybe
yeah, you guys, and I'm going to be covering it on DeOrganized as well, so you guys can tune in. Ham it up in the live chat. We love when you guys do that. It's been a long time since nobody said hi to us. One of our everyday fans. He was on a lot. So would love to see you guys there. I do gotta wrap because I actually have a guest I lined up for 2 p.m. So I got
no worries at all.
I'm like back to back these days. We're like doing the stream is a blessing and a curse, because it's because we have so much space and I've started dropping things in outside of our regular time slot. It's like almost like hard for me to say no now when somebody suggests a time that
no worries at all. I totally get that. But I guess a few parting words. I'd say one, I guess I didn't really get to SBTC. I think Bitcoin will be the payment layer of agents. I think we really need to push 100%. On all the Ethereum and Sol guys. I was just like arguing with like a very big builder who's trying to build something on ETH, and I was like, trust me, like agentic payment rails, we really want Bitcoin here. Like this is
how are you guys? Is that's what you guys are expecting? 402 X402 on Stacks and utilizing SBTC to be the foundational layer for agent to agent interactivity, and I tend to agree with that. I think that this is it's amazing how fast it iterated recently, from just being an idea to being like, this seems like it's legitimately the way.
It is the way. That's why I'm here. That's why I think a lot of people understand that it's the deepest liquidity. You'll have access to the most lending. Like agents don't want to sit on idle Bitcoin. If they're not using it, they're going to want to get more of it, and they're going to do it automatically and quickly, and they're going to want to tap into the deepest pools with the most resources. And they also, I think just for safety's sake, it's the most distributed system we have. Like if you think about an agent swarm gaming proof of stake, they could just go buy up all of the ETH within a fraction of a second and start gaming the system without anyone even noticing. But are they going to buy up every crypto miner and consolidate them without us noticing that shipments are all coming in from all over the world? Like it is just a much harder system to game, and I think that's super important, and a lot of people have somewhat lost that.
Are you suggesting though that agents could potentially, you're saying without us noticing, but you're suggesting that they could actually, AI could potentially come up with the idea of creating a company, buying equipment, hiring people to put it all together, and running their own miners?
Yep, but I think it would be a lot easier to just buy up a bunch of ETH and game proof of stake stuff, and like there are a lot of other.
Right, you're not right. They still have. There's the logistics behind proof of work versus proof of stake makes it really, even though you could theorize that they could do that. There's no guarantee that they'd be successful doing it.
Exactly. We would at least have more time to notice, whereas the other ones, they could do it in a flash of a second, where all of a sudden across every network, every exchange, you see a candle on ETH and all of a sudden they own 51% of the network, and without even realizing it, they've swept a bunch of wallets that they've hacked or something. Like this stuff, it's going to get crazy. So I think we really do need to plan around all of that. And but yeah, I think we're very well positioned for this. And then I guess one little other shout out. I do run the Crypto Economy podcast, and we do have an exciting guest today. Angela McArdle, who is the chairman of the Libertarian Party. She was largely responsible for getting Ross released. Like, it was basically her organizing the Libertarian Party to make that as the core request to Trump for their support. And they were like, here's a reasonable request that we think he can get done, that, you know, day one is something that's easy enough and palatable enough to his base. And so, like, she was really driving force there and deserves a little more appreciation. But I'm excited to hear how it all went down from her perspective.
You're going, what time is that today?
That's at 1 today.
At 1 Pacific.
Pacific, yeah, sorry.
So in about 2 hours.
Yeah.
Just 2 hours and 13 minutes from now.
Yep.
Very cool, man. That's on the Crypto Economy podcast, which is on Apple and Spotify, if I remember correctly.
You got it.
And also, you guys, you want to try out Dataing, you can go to dataing.io. There is a web app available now, and it's also a mobile app in the Apple Store as well.
Yep, exactly. So if you're international, you'll have to go to the web app or on Android web app. The web app is a little janky. It's kind of in beta right now, so there's still a few bugs, but the iOS app is pretty clean. But we did just put in a new model. We've been upgrading the memory and a bunch of other pieces. So, I mean, it's the first time that I'm really using it side by side with GPT, and I'm like, this is just a much better experience. It really fundamentally understands me more than the GPT I've been talking to for 3 years, which is
wow, that GPT's getting better too. So if your experience with your app is better than GPT, that you're doing pretty good.
We're getting there. Yep. No, it's cool because I can port in all my GPT data and it knows me just like my GPT does, but it knows me even better because it has so much more to it. And we've given it a lot more freedom than GPT gives theirs. So we've let it kind of be itself a little more and not be so afraid of hitting the guardrails that it doesn't give you good responses. So that's been cool to see how small companies can just be a little edgier and outcompete the big guys who can't take quite as many risks with some of the stuff.
Oh man, awesome stuff, Mark. Much love, my brother. Definitely don't be a stranger. As things develop, we'd love to hear more on what's going on with what you're building, doing some more demos. Maybe we'll do a little bit more of a like an online thing when we did that time with the group session.
Yeah, that would be great. Yep.
We'll do something.
I would love that
soon. Awesome stuff, brother. Guys, tune into Mark's Crypto Economy podcast later. That's going to be awesome. You know what I'll do too? Well, no, you guys got to tune into it, and then we'll talk later.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mark. Much love, brother. You have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for tuning in. We will be back in about 10 minutes with Jeff from Base Dollar to talk to us about a new algorithmic dollar on Stacks coming to the Stacks ecosystem. Thank you, Mark. Pep Toshi, if you guys didn't know.
Pleasure, guys. Thank you so much.
Right on, man. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. And stay tuned. We'll see you soon. All right, my friends. I'm actually super excited about this next segment. We have our good friend coming on to talk to us about the Aligners project, which I've been very interested to learn more about, and I haven't had the time. So I'm super excited to have our brother in here. It's his first appearance on the live stream, I believe, and long overdue. We got Dr. Wappy in the house. Wappy, how are you today, man? Can you hear me okay? Oh, it looks like you're muted.
Hey, you guys hear me? Because for some things is happening.
There you are. Now we can hear you. Good. Good evening, brother. It's afternoon for me. It's a little later for you. Thank you for. I'm so glad to have finally gotten you on here, man.
It took a while, right? It took a while. It was a long time ago that we have been talking on certain things, and
Used to be,
but
back in back when we used to do the SIP call on Spaces every Friday. That's where we chatted the most, I think. The stacks.
I think that's where we met, and also voting proposals on stacks and that sort of spaces. I joined a lot, and I must say it was very fun to hang out. Good to be here finally and be part of your show. Thank you very much for asking.
Yeah, so great to have you. I've been, I see you. You're always obviously contributing in the ecosystem. You do your, and I'm slow these days too. Like I don't want to say I'm slow. I'm because we do so much on the live stream now. I don't have as much time in the morning to follow your posts, but I love the regular inspirational posts you put out there. And you've been doing that for a long time. You're constantly motivating people. And that's one of the things I really love about you. Like you're very positive. You promote positive outlooks. And that's important, I think.
Yeah, it was something that I found myself a little bit more. Like for the longest time, I was a little bit lost on X because, first of all, I'm not a developer. I'm not a builder in the sense of I do have my thoughts, of course, but I'm not a developer. And I'm more like an enthusiast in a lot of things. And at some point I needed to find at some point I needed to find something to do with my with the NFTs or with whatever I had, and blockchain in general in much. So at some point I just I created this little character. It's already doing these little tweaky posts about positivity and mindset and awareness and as a sort of note to self kind of thing that kicked off. So when I woken up captain through AI, I found an audience, and from that I just grew because I did I have a full-time job, right? I work as a product manager at RL, but I love hanging out with a lot of people, so I was always listening to spaces, and in the meanwhile just playing around on X, and this gave me practically an audience, built my presence on X, and for the longest time it did very well. For the recent exit that I took, it doesn't really match, but still it brought me a lot of experience in a way of writing, in a way of looking at things in my own mindset, in a way that I changed my life. But also seeing it affect others. I really had some amazing DMs through the years of people saying hey bro, how do you do that? What can we do with this? And how it impacted other people to make better decisions. So yeah, that for me was the key to keep going and go from there actually.
Awesome. I love it. GP in the house. GPSC as well, our brother from the Pepe Spaceship Club and so much more these days. Community manager for Trust Machines at Zest and Stacking DAO, and obviously my main co-host. One of the best decisions I ever made was bringing him into this project. But he was super excited when he found out that we were bringing you on as well, man. You have a very strong reputation throughout the Stacks community, for sure, brother.
Yeah, what's up, Wappy? I'm glad to connect with you and get to see you, man. And yes, man, your posts are some of the ones that I always look forward to. Always a good, positive message, and we need more of that positivity that you bring to this ecosystem, and the inspiration and great takes, man. But I had to come up and say what's up to you, man. Welcome, and good to connect and finally get to talk with you like this.
It's good to be on the DeOrganized show for once and connect with the guys that I've been, even if you don't see me that much, secretly still looking and look at what you guys are doing.
We see you. I see
you. I didn't
Yeah.
do groups. Okay, the group activity is a little bit less, but it's very busy, very demanding. I'm trying to find my way in a certain way. And you probably have seen that I now made a second character, so it's Mr. Duck with the little horns. And also that one is taking off, getting requests for people asking me to make ducks and that sort of thing. So yeah, it's good to be able to build and contribute in certain things, in things that I'm good at. And happy to be here. Good to see you, GBSC. It's great to see Stack still building strong and working on it. Like it's good. Exciting things happening like all around. Like that's one thing I can say.
Yeah, there's so much going on right now, man. Especially this week, you know, we have the Stackies Awards taking place on Thursday, and then the Stacks Town Hall, and then, you know, all these other seminars that are taking place. You know, our community is a tight one, right? It's very tightly knit. But I do see some of the people that got quiet for a little while starting to come back around and posting again, and you know, and that's a good sign for me that, like, you know, hey, there are some catalyst news events for our ecosystem, like USDC, you know, native USDC coming to our ecosystem and making his debut to Bitcoin DeFi with Stacks, you know, so people are seeing that as a signal. And you know, there's plenty of other, you know, updates and innovations coming to our ecosystem. So it's good to see that the community is still here and paying attention, though it may have gotten a little quiet for just a moment. You know, people have to sometimes reassess and then get refocused and then, you know, come back with a stronger mindset. So it's good to see people still around, and it's awesome, man. I think 2026 is going to be a good one for our ecosystem.
Can fully agree about that. And the funny fact is, one thing you mentioned is now USDC is coming to Stacks, right? Like that's a big thing. But what is that, like vested names in Stacks that I've seen here or met elsewhere? The circle goes full circle, right? I see Stacks in Action Trader. I see other people that I met before in the last couple of years around and going from EVM to Bitcoin back to like the ones that ecosystems and this whole network of blockchain, you keep coming across them like left or right. And that's something I really love about space. So yeah, I totally agree that's exciting.
Yeah, it is. People don't always necessarily stick around in one place, but there's a lot of conviction for crypto in general. And it doesn't even necessarily mean, you know, it's a decentralized world. The whole Bitcoin is built on the concept of decentralization, which means that you're going to have multiple options in the marketplace. The more, the better, really. You know, the more options you have, the more decentralized the marketplace is. So, of course, people should be going out and participating and seeing what's out there. And, you know, that's how we learn. That's how we grow, and we build the best products by taking a little bit what works here and what works there and what works here and making a better mousetrap, right? So what I'm most interested in talking about, though, because I don't know anything about it other than I keep seeing posts about it. I don't have enough time to do my research on it, but I think that there's a lot of activity. So I probably need to know, what is aligners? What do I need to know about it?
Okay. How can I put this in 3 words that you aligners is the next gen launchpad, mathematically designed in a way that it will end all ICO token dumping from now on in future. It's a new way of fundraising with a fair launch system. No more VC seed rounds, no more nothing. If a VC wants to join, they can join, but everybody has to go through the bidding process. But it's designed in a way that it's targeting organic growth in price, in whatever you do. So the mechanic is actually quite simple. It's mathematically very difficult, but the way that it is designed, you create a project, in this case aligners, you make your token launch, and you set up a bidding window. A bidding window with several pools of discounts. These discounts normally would be the seed rounds, the private funding, the public funding, etc. Right? Now everybody can join. Everybody can join that bidding.
Okay.
And exactly at the same time. There's only hands for it. These bidding windows work as like ladder pools, and you can talk pools for which discount you want to have, right? And you can bid on your tokens. The tokens, once you, I can go on forever on how it exactly works, but the whole meaning behind it is the token dynamics are designed in a way that once the tokens are depleted, there will be timers running. And then at some point, without any knowing, so there's no manipulation possible, these windows close and it's end of bidding, right? And then everybody can claim their tokens. But what do you now get? You don't get your tokens, you get your NFT that holds your tokens. So you actually get a can of tokens.
Okay. So you're getting an NFT that is where your tokens are actually located. So the NFT is like a wallet.
Yeah. And the tokens will release by the amount of time you dedicated to your bids to win that specific discount, right? So if I say I want $1,000 worth of tokens for 10 cents a tokens, in this case, that's the highest discount pool, and I win it, then I should have said like, then my vesting period is a year. Okay, now I say a very difficult, now say a difficult word, vesting.
Yeah. So is the vesting period part of your bid? So are you bidding like a longer time period has a more weight towards the bid? A longer lockup period?
The longer you bid, the higher your chances are you get the highest discount. But now comes the best part.
Very interesting. All right. I see the mechanism here. Yeah.
Your tokens will drip out on the second. So it's a slow drip token process when they're going to release, but there's no liquid market. Like there's no liquid token because the majority of the token supply is locked up. But they will release gradually, and there will be there's 5 pools. There will be vesting periods for a couple of months, or maybe even 0 months, and it will be maybe for a few years. So all these tokens will gradually come to the market. And what they then do, this marketplace where you can immediately sell off these NFTs as liquid supply. There's other people can buy your NFT, in this case called TVS, tradable vesting schedule. The thought behind that is, as soon as you put them on the market, you need liquid, right? Liquid, you need finance, you need funds. So the assumption is that people will list their vesting schedules for discount. You feel it coming that you then get like arbitrage opportunities, that you then get like discounted tokens while the market price of the token is going up because there's an extreme scarcity. Because so every token is locked up.
I can trade my NFT that's holding my tokens with my vesting schedule. Is that essentially what it means?
Exactly.
That
you can just sell your tokens.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting concept because it does solve a big problem that we have as far as token launching goes right now, because it's very easy to launch a token. And we've seen that on a number of platforms. And I want to preface this by saying I'm a huge fan of what Kualwen built at STX City. But I do think that the volume of token launches, it made it too easy to launch a token, and So it kind of saturated the market a little bit. Same thing with, it was a small version of what happened with Pump Fun at Solana. There's just too many tokens. It was too easy to launch a token, specifically to pump and dump. This solves that problem in a very unique way. Very, very interesting.
Exactly, and the whole thing is, even if you're a degen, right? Let me say, the token, like the InfoFi campaigns have a redeem period of 3 days where you can redeem your winnings for like 40 cents a token, right? And then when that ends, the token launches at 50 cents. So if you have that, you get one of these NFTs. You can immediately hand it over and say like, okay, I want to have USDT and trade it. But if you would go into the bidding and you win a bid for like, let's say 27 cents or 28 cents a token, and you have 10,000 tokens you split your NFTs. There's also splitting options possible. And you immediately dump them on the market for 35 cents. There you go, profit, right? Like right away. But people that believe in the project will then see like, hey, the discounted tokens, like that's a 35-cent NFT, but the spot market price on the other end says 50. Immediate leverage. Immediate. Just you pick up your NFT, and of course, like in the future, they will build out towards DeFi, towards like collateralizing your NFTs and that sort of thing. That's a long story in the end. But what they prevent is what you now see with a lot of tokens is nowadays you see projects creating floating value, right? Only releasing a small portion of the token supply to the public so that you get a high valuation, while the seed rounds is sitting on 20%, waiting for the price to go up, and as soon as the price is right, they come out, right? You see that happen with Monad. You see that. So your floating FDP is like a false pretense of a high valuation that gives them excuses that it's absolutely ridiculous to see. But yeah, people buy into it and they still do. So what it is with aligners is like Bitcoin, they bootstrapped. They don't do external funding. Like, no, everything comes out of pocket and or raising mechanism. They have everything in self-control. So the initial valuation starts low, and it allows the project. It might take a little while longer, right? But it allows the project for organically grow and organically evaluate and organic price growth of the token supply. And because there's only 26 million tokens and 46% is locked up in TVSs when the initial weight offering is done. So that's the time weighted bidding pool that I was talking about. You invest your time and your money, but your time is the winning factor, right? That means that there is no liquid supply to dump. And it's very easy to pick your tokens from the market, right? The team vested their allocation for 26 years. So the slow drip on those tokens will take forever before that 20% what you're seeing over there is dripping out. Like those tokens, it's even for the team impossible to just say at some point, hey, we have a $1 token, let's dump everything and see. It's not, because the tokens are not coming out. They have to put their TVS back on the market, and a degen might not buy a 26-year vested token, but a believer that sees the price goes up in the value and like how it organically grows can say like, okay, listen, I can sell it whenever I want. I take that TVS, it still doesn't come on the liquid market, and I put it up for collateral in DeFi and put my money back in USDT, right? So the options of this whole dynamic of playing around with tokens that are wrapped but liquid, right? Everybody happy. Degens can trade, long-term traders can trade, everybody can trade. But if you look from it from a traditional bonds perspective, you can price leverage, discounted tokens on spot market, on everything, just looking at the maturity of the NFTs. And I know I go in a short time very deep into the mechanics, but the basics is nothing else than you give everybody the freedom to trade, to invest without waiting for that big whale VC to come in, and you have to click fast. You don't have to click fast. Money doesn't matter. I can outbid a $1 million whale and push him out of the pools. That's not. If I want to sit in there for 100 years doing a crazy number now, the whale has nothing to say with his money if he not outbids me over that 100 years. So you see also
on a let's say it's a 5-year vesting schedule. Do I get access to any of the tokens during that 5-year period, or nothing gets emitted until I reach the vesting period?
No, they will come out. Like as soon as you claim your TVS, you will get like a little card that says like total tokens locked. No, total tokens in the TVS, locked tokens, claimable tokens, and claimed tokens.
So based on the vesting period, the tokens become claimable at on a schedule.
Yeah, on the time you set. So let's say you have, they drip out by the second. So if you say 5 years, that's 5 times 365 days, right? So and 3 days is so many seconds, and you have, let's say, 10,000 tokens. Then all those seconds over those 5 years, right, will determine the speed of the drip. So that means 10,000, so everybody, all the variations in vesting lengths will have a graduate flow of tokens that gradually come to the market left and right, because some will drip faster, others will drip very slow, and everything in between. Right?
Very interesting, man. So what platform is this on?
This is an EVM. It will launch on Base, but they're planning on going multi-chain.
Multi-chain, but EVM. And
at this point,
Base is where it's at for that, for sure. Like I know, like Stacks actually brought me down to DevConnect in Buenos Aires last month, which is an
awesome.
Ethereum. Yeah, it was great. Great time, great stuff going on with Stacks down there. But the best part about it, well, no, I don't want to say the best part about it. A cool part about it was because Stacks wasn't actually at DevConnect because it's an Ethereum-oriented thing. They had like satellite events, but I did get to go to the DevConnect conference for a couple of days, and the conversations I had with a lot of the projects down there indicated that of all of the EVM L2s on Ethereum, Bases by far the one that seems to be winning as far as Ethereum L2s go. Base and Arbitrum is what I'm hearing.
Well, yeah, there are a couple of good L2s, but you have Arbitrum at this point very running hard. Mega ETH is quite new. And then Base, of course, and Base is just running at it. And the thing is, but we did some live testing with the whole mechanics, and test nets are horrible. Like if it comes to mass testing and that sort of thing, you're always running into troubles with your RPCs, right? So the team now decided to go on Base for launch, and then expand from there. But they are looking to eventually go multi-chain, and how fast and how sorry, my son has to leave.
I know what that's like. I have a couple sons myself.
Yeah, he cooked dinner, but I like it all mixed a little bit, but it's okay. I will call him later. That's all right. Anyway, so yeah, we tried to test on Mega ETH. That didn't work because they changed their RPCs like 2 hours before the live stream, and then
I've never heard of Mega ETH I've never even heard of that chain.
Mega ETH is also very new, but very fast, very promising blockchain on Ethereum. We tested on Arbitrum together with the founder, by the way. That was pretty awesome that he was there. And we did a couple of tests. So they decided to test on to launch on base, because before launch they want to do they want to see if they can do something special for live stream. I cannot really go into that. Yeah, that's at least something they said. Yeah, then the launch will be 7 January on my head, because they had to postpone TG because the traction on the liners was so fast and so much that they grew. Oh, well, we were trending in the United States with the Twitter account for 5 days straight, and then Twitter banned the account because the traction was too big. They kick you out because it's bot-like. And that was right when they submitted for the golden tick. So that was a little bit of a setback. So they decided to push it back a little bit. But since then, the community is only organically growing and showing how strong they are. It's
which is, you know, most tokens for the least price.
Right. Our good friend, the Legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Binswitch. We have Rafiko, the man, coming on to talk to us about several things, because the guy doesn't stop building. It's incredible, actually. So we're really excited to have him here. And without further ado, and GP might be joining us too. I'm not sure if he's available yet, so I don't see him on his camera. But GP, if you're listening, drop in. We got Rafa coming on. And here he is. What is up, my brother? How are you today?
Hey, everyone.
Looking fresh in that hoodie, my man.
I am.
Like I should have thought to put on my I only have the t-shirt version. It's a little too cold out these days to go just t-shirt only, but I do love mine. I love the color scheme on that.
Thank you. It's there's a lot going on nowadays. I see the stacks what's it called, like the capital markets, and you guys are also inviting lots of people. It's an exciting time to be around in the Bitcoin and stacks ecosystem.
Right. Yeah, there's so much going on. It's impossible to cover it all, man. Like really, it really and truly. What's up, GP?
What's up, Rafa? How we doing? Happy Wednesday, brother.
Hey, happy Wednesday to you, GP. I saw you at a sort of art/NFT conference.
Yeah, dude.
It was really cool. Like I have lots of sort of colors and pictures and screens and people playing video games, and
how was it? Insane. It was insane. It was at Beeple Studios put it on something for Charleston Art Night, and celebrated artists from the Low Country here in the East US. So it was really, really cool, man. Getting to be invited and RSVPing to it, and tons to look at, man. Tons to look at. A lot of fun.
How are you guys surviving through all this non-stop shows and live with people and so much information flow coming your way?
The skin of my teeth.
Yeah, it's about this. Yeah, about the same. You know, it's cool. It's awesome, right? And I think between the two of us, and I don't want to just say the two of us, because there's a bunch of people that are cranking on the team and pulling their weight and making this go. But I can't say anyone's putting in as much work as GP or myself in anything that I've seen, to be honest. We are hustling. You know, it takes a lot to make this go.
Yep.
And that's why we can get past our warts, actually, because we work so hard. You know, because we do have some warts to get past, like everybody else.
What's this?
Wart. A wart is like a blemish.
Okay.
You know, it's we put a lot of work in it, and to be honest, it's a lot. It is a lot. But you know what though, man? It's rewarding in a number of ways. You know, if you look at who we talked to today, right? We had Adam Bitcoin joined us, who's an interesting character for sure. number one, I get to talk to GP and Hunna every day, right? That's awesome, just in and of itself. We had the Truth Chain guys on, and what Kenny's building, and that whole crew, and we were able to give them a spotlight. And then we had we covered the capital markets space, so we got that a little bit broader exposure, which they didn't need our help, but it doesn't hurt getting a few more eyeballs. And then we had Mark on, and what Mark's building is really awesome and interesting, and that needs to get more spotlight. And we got to hang out and chat with Mark for a little while. And then we had Jeff on to talk about Base Dollar, and that's an awesome project. And we got to learn more about what he's building, and we got to know him. He's a new person. Neither one of us really knows him, but he's been in the ecosystem for a long time. And now we're hanging out with Rafa, the man. So, I mean, it's a lot, but there's a lot of value in it, doing it, you know? So, but thank you for bringing, you know, for kind of, it makes it easier to deal with how much effort it is when it's recognized effort.
Yep. You guys are good. Like, you're showcasing so many projects, very talented people across the board, and it almost feels like a lot of things are converging now. And yeah, Stacks is maturing as well. The entire Bitcoin, Bitcoin allocators, like different types, like retail, more institutional investors are now also looking at making the Bitcoin productive. And so, yeah, it's exciting to see serious builders such as Jeff and others, build the building blocks and making the infrastructure ready for that explosion that is almost inevitable. It's going to happen.
Yes, it's inevitable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So without further ado, I don't know what you guys want to see. Lately, I've been
honestly, what we're oriented towards our guests. So really, it's whatever you want to show. We've never really spotlighted Fact Fun even, but there's a handful of things that you're working on that are very interesting, novel, and cool. And I think people need to know about it. So I'd like to talk more about the capsule project and what you're doing with that. The just the general function of the BTC to SBTC protocol and what the value is there, because I do think that is also a very interesting development. We could even play that game you're working on if you want to. I don't know. Yes. I don't know. It's really up to you, man. So here we're gonna share your screen and you kind of lead. You talk about what you wanted to show us, and we'll go there. We'll go from there.
So briefly, FactFun is a launchpad for meme coins on Stacks, and it etches runes also for some of these meme coins that graduate the bonding curve. There's a mechanism which attempts to remove sort of like the malicious business model of snipers. The way it works is you have a pre-launch before the meme is launched in the bonding curve. You've got a signal that is required from the community. There's like 20 seats to be bought. It's sort of like a pre-sale, and you vest your tokens over 4 weeks, which prevents you from dumping right away. And it actually has been quite a good instrument for removing that pump and dump schemes that can be done even by a 4-year-old. And some of those tokens that have passed the bar are very scarce. There's B blocks and FactFun itself, the meme coin. So you can actually create a coin very easily, a little bit like pump fun. But again, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where users can buy into your token. They need to vest for 4 weeks. There's like a vesting schedule. This provides a community signal to that token itself. Like, it's not just that shiny object that a sniper can come and at the lowest price grab everything and then pump it and then dump on people. It's not completely anti-dump, right? This is still a free market, but that initial sort of first price is a privilege of pre-launch holders. We've got two mechanisms here. If you see my screen, I can zoom in a little bit. So, ticker, name, description, logo, or GIF if you want to. Then you can decide where your token is going to graduate. Velar is a VC-backed launchpad, has a perp as well, perp DEX. In fact, we have our own Uniswap V2 curve. And then, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where 20 seats need to be bought in by the community, or there's the helicopter pilots, which is an option that actually no token so far hasn't been able to pass that bar. And the cool thing about the pre-launch is, again, it's like trying to remove that sniping, almost sniping, malicious and extractive behavior. And the cool thing is, you as a user, if the pre-launch does not graduate to the curve, you can get a full refund, no fees attached. So the way this translates, it's, for example, I think I know a few of them. So this one was launched a long time ago. Nobody ever bought into this. So you can buy a seat, and then if nobody buys, or if it doesn't graduate, then you get a refund. Although once it graduates to the bounty curve, you're now locked and you need to vest. You also get fees from the bounty curves. Like there's 0.8% that goes back to those people who are vesting. So this was the main idea, and I think I'm quite happy with it because, again, if you look at B blocks, it's the only one that graduated through that mechanism, except FactFun, and it relatively kept its TVL. But I'm sure you guys already know all these things, so it's just a recap.
Yeah, well, I participated in the FactFun launch. I didn't participate in the blocks pre-seat round, but I am familiar with it. But I do think it's very novel. It's definitely worth talking about. I think that there probably should be more awareness of this, because so there's a couple of key things here. Number one, it sets intent for a token project ahead of time, because the investors actually have to believe the first investors have to actually believe in the project. It is low risk if you're planning it out and you don't have all your investors ready, where you guys can put in your money. It's there. You can withdraw it if you decide it hasn't launched yet, but you can, you have options, but once you're there, it's locked in. And then it does give it time to get out of the bonding curve, which is important.
Yeah.
I also
high risk, I would say, meme coins are high risk. They're not backed by any sort of promise or revenue. These are like community meme coins. But I agree with you, like the pre-launch mechanism allows you to buy into something. If it doesn't pan out, you can get your refund. And if it pans out, then you're locked into this vesting schedule, and whatever fees the bonding is generating is going to be 0.8% is going to be redistributed amongst the pre-launch buyers who have given that community signal to that token. Okay, this token is backed by these pre-launch initial buyers who get that privilege of the first price, which is most tokens for the least price.
Right. And I misspoke when I said investors, because it's really, people do look at it like that, but it is because it's a meme token and it's community oriented. That's really what you're believing in, is the community that you're building the token around, the community you're building around the token, depending on which way you're going. But usually in our cases, it's coming out of our community in some capacity. And that gives it some legitimacy as far as the people getting involved early.
Yes,
feel comfortable about it based on the mechanism. But you're not only launching a token on Stacks, this also, when you engage in this, does it automatically every time automatically make runes too? Like, do I actually have fact fund runes associated with my fact?
Yes, fact fund has etched runes tokens, and this is based on sort of the community itself. But our plan is to integrate even further when we have the capsule bridge itself, like the capsule mechanism, really solid. Then you'll be able to just etch the runes token, or if you have already like 100% supply of that runes token, you'll be able to bridge it to L2, and then just essentially the SIP10 tokens are minted to reflect the runes tokens, and then trading can start in the same fashion. You've got first the pre-launch mechanism where you need to pre-sell these sort of 20 seats, which lock your community, gives that signal. Okay, these people can literally not dump right away. It's not completely anti-dump, but with a volatile asset such as meme coins, having a vesting schedule over 4 weeks is something that reduces that risk of the Solana pump and dump schemes, and filters out for community-backed tokens. But it's still a meme coin, and the volatility is going to be it's a game, right? It's a game with the community, and volatility is part of the game. But the initial, as you can see here, the initial 4 weeks over here, there's no like one big supply just dumping right away. So it gives that initial birth of a community. It makes it possible.
Yes, exactly. And so I want to, where does capsule come into play?
Right.
How does that come into play as far as the runes go?
Yeah, before I transition to that, I just want to mention that this is a pool of your meme token that is pooled with SBTC, which is the official stacks wrapped asset of Bitcoin, backed by institutional signers for the SBTC bridge itself, which are chosen, etc. And that this is backed with like real SBTC. So there's one thing that you might want to know is like, how do I get SBTC then to buy the token? So there's the SBTC bridge, which over I think 0.003 or $100, around $100 and above, you can get SBTC in 2 blocks. It's very simple, and it's almost free. Like, it's sponsored by stackers at this point, so there's no real fee to it. And if you wanted to bridge less, because we know that DGen users sometimes they play with less money than which makes sense because this is very volatile, then you could also leverage BTC to SBTC, which is the simplest way to deposit your Bitcoin into SBTC. And it only lasts one Bitcoin block. And it's around $1, $2 if you include the network fees themselves to bridge into stacks.
And there's no price or minimum or as far as how much you can bridge in.
The minimum is around $9. The reason is, on the other side, the bridge is receiving the Bitcoins and they need to consolidate them. So if you send too little of UTXOs, like too little, it makes it very economically difficult to provide the service. So if you go to deposit over here, here's a very simple way for you, under $100, you could bridge your Bitcoin in 1 Bitcoin block. So I can actually demo this, but I'm sure everyone here is familiar. It's just like recap, right?
Right.
But
it's good for the content. The viewer, the audience may not be familiar.
So if I go to if I log in, I can log in with my Leather or Xverse wallet. I can also log in with my Twitter account, but that's something else. And if I go to deposit Bitcoin, then essentially what I'm doing is I'm swapping some Bitcoin and receiving SBTC into my wallet seamlessly and that is leveraging Clarity's ability to read the Bitcoin state, and everything is sort of mapped between your Bitcoin address and your Stacks address. You're not relying on an operator to do so. It's all governed by code. So here in the UI, you choose the amount of SBTC you receive, and it adds up that little fee, which you can get the details over here. It's around $1.29. And that's pretty much it. Then you can choose your priority fee on the Bitcoin L1 network. And wallet provider was not found. Let me see. Connect wallet. Let's see if I can. Let's try again. Okay, I don't have enough Bitcoin in this one. I only have $5, and the minimum is unfortunately it's like $10. Let me disconnect and try and connect with another one.
So I'd be lying if I said otherwise, that I'm kind of distracted by the fact that you can log in with your X account on FactFun. I'm not aware of that. That's new information to me. Very interesting, because I'm now looking at my FactFun account and I can connect my X. And so is that gonna, if I connect my X, will that actually make me be able to log in with my X and it'll know my wallet? Or is that different? It's just connecting my X account with my wallet.
Currently, it's not linking the wallet and the X account, but I did that X login for a nomination. Like, there's a campaign currently for communities who are interested to leverage FactFun and Capsule from Runes or from Stacks. We have a campaign where you participate into a sort of voting or nomination, and you can do so only with your X account. So, for example, so for that you need to be connected with X. So if I disconnect here.
Oh, okay, all right. I haven't gone back and voted. That's new since I voted last week.
Right, so you don't need a wallet. That's the cool thing. Like, inside your Chrome, you can connect.
So communities that don't have a Stacks wallet yet can participate.
So the goal here is to slowly but surely enable mobile seamless interaction with the platform without needing a seed phrase or a wallet. So this is a way of doing it with your X account, and you can vote for a community. Let's say I want to vote for pizza. You do need a tweet to be able to do so. So if I can grab a tweet somewhere from the Pizza Ninjas account, let's see. All right, I got one. So you copy paste a tweet over here, and I'll come back to the demo for bridging because that should work as well. What's this? So you just essentially copy paste a tweet, and then it's going to add a my vote inside of here, as you can see, Rafa Stacks over here. And the winner of this competition is the 4 finalists of this competition get to go to a second round where they compete for this grand prize of 1,500 SBTC yield and becoming Capsule's launch partner. So we'll assist them in being the first one to launch with Capsule from Runes if it's a Runes community, but currently we have SIP10 communities who are championing this competition. And for this competition to succeed, we need at least 169 tweets. So the bar is not low because because it's it's 1,500 Bitcoin. So we will consider this to be successful if we have 169 tweets for one community. And currently it's not exactly the case. And bear with me, there seems to be some timeouts here for some of these tweets. Yeah. Going back to just the demo of the depositing Bitcoin. Let's make it work. Deposit Bitcoin. So, okay, here I have enough Bitcoin in this account, so I think it should work normally. Okay, there's a little bug I need to run, it seems. I don't know why, but yeah, it should work normally. You just send your Bitcoin and you receive SBTC on the other side. Yeah. So that's one thing, right? The other thing is I could demo Runes capsule as well.
Yeah, please.
The game that I'm developing currently.
The game is definitely so. GP was not in that. I don't know if he's in the group now, but we have a DM group going. It started with me and Mark and Rafa, and then it just kind of. I'm not sure how many people are in it now. It's at least
Sailor for the win, man. Against the Bears. Let's go.
Yeah, Sailor versus it's Mike versus Mike versus Bear or whatever it is. I played it a little bit. Definitely fun. But it's just one of those things that's like an interest. There's definitely some other. So we'll look at the game first. Let's take a look at Capsule first.
Yes.
Right. I'm puzzled that this is not working. I've heard some issues currently in the sort of ecosystem, so I'm gonna have to make sure this works. Capsule uses also Leather and Xverse. Maybe we can choose Xverse instead here.
Yeah, I've had to use Xverse for the last couple of days, Rafa. I did talk with some of the Leather crew. They did push an update, and they were working on a fix or so to something. It was a little bug that was found, so but Xverse should be pretty solid there. I've been using that for the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's maybe me as well, because like, you know, as developers, you know, sometimes you build and you break things and then you have to come back, and
this is the way, man. This is the way.
So that's why you actually need always like a team that's fully there, making sure features are working well. Yeah, so do you guys want to see the game, or you want to see the game? Maybe we can play. So this is the capsule thing. So what happens under the hood is this is reading your runes tokens. So you can actually deposit your runes token into the capsule, and then Clarity is going to seamlessly read that deposit and mint your runes token on the L2 chain. So that process is well understood, and it leverages the same technology as the deposit system that is currently buggy, but should work normally. And yeah, just let's see if this works. I don't know. Okay, Xverse seems so as you can see here, I'm depositing 1,000 moms. Confirm. Okay, so this is leveraging the same technology as the deposit, so it's as fast as the depositing Bitcoin. Again, I'm not sure what is happening with Leather, but I'm sure I will be able to fix it. This means that I'm sending 1,000 mums tokens, which are these runes tokens that I've etched, from my own Taproot wallet into the Capsule wallet. So if I go to my portfolio over here, essentially what I'm saying is I'm taking 1,000 of these tokens here, and I'm sending them to this multisig where my signature is required. Whenever a withdrawal is initiated, I'm going to have to sign. And so that is the idea of making the bridge or the capsule is theft resistant. Nobody can steal my runes tokens without my consent, without my signature. And yeah, this is just now a question of waiting for this Bitcoin transaction to anchor. And depending on, the priority fees, here I'm paying, I think this much. As soon as this deposit from my wallet into my capsule, anchors on Bitcoin, so you will see this. Balance will increase by 1,000 mums, so it will show 70, 138, and then Clarity, which is Stack's programming language, is able to read that Bitcoin transaction state, verify and parse that, hey, this is the mum asset token, runes token, and this transaction corresponds to 1,000 mums, and then it's going to mint over here the 1,000 mums token on L2, on Stacks. And that whole process is going to be, that minting process is going to be a privilege of Clarity, governed by code, not by anyone, not by Rafa or anyone. Again, this is Stacks' superpower. So while we're doing this, I suggest that we go to the game, because this might take like 10 minutes, or depending on how much transaction we have in this block, which we already have quite a bunch. Any questions?
Yeah, I love that the ticker is mom, right? And you're onboarding moms, right? So you're referring to it as you're depositing 1,000 moms into the blockchain. So we're onboarding 1,000 moms is the message, and I like it.
Yeah, from Bitcoin to L2. The reason is because on L2 you can do pools, you can like, the reason is very simple. Like on L2, I mean, it's very simple to just, okay, I'm going to unzoom a little bit here. But if I want to buy, $20 worth of a token, I'm just one click away, and it's going to take me, 5 seconds. Boom, that's it. I'm buying 5 million, $20 worth of Pepe, which was the was created before ETH Pepe, by the way.
Yeah.
The only Pepe token you need to know about is what I say about Bitcoin Pepe. The orange frog.
My transaction is now like instantaneous. Like we're no longer on Bitcoin, so we can do. So this is Uniswap V2. It's really fast. You've got things like concentrated liquidity coming to the excellent Bitflow company, also a VC-backed startup, which will allow for less slippage, for assets that are worth more money, like have more TVL, like something like Dog will want something like that, because you can have an exact price. If I go to my portfolio,
so it's way cheaper to use. It's
exactly
super fast, and it's also still got Bitcoin finality.
Right. I just bought 5 million. No, now it's reflected in my portfolio. I click here, I can see the price. It's pretty cool. This is my my transaction right here. You've got the Explorer. I'm using Staxer Explorer. It's a pretty cool one. Shout out to the team. They have tools for developers which are excellent. Allows you to simulate everything on using mainnet and step by step. Also, shout out to Hugo from Clarinet. These tools are really cool because I can build contracts and make sure that it's fully tested, that I'm confident when I'm deploying the contract that there's no like obvious blunder or exploit in the contract. Also excited about Clarity for it, but I'm a little bit on a tangent. So while we wait for this runes to transaction to anchor, and then seeing the mint in action, what we can do is go to games.
Let's go.
All right, let's do it.
So bear with me, I'm just building this, and shout out to the Lovable team, because most of it was built with Lovable, and it's a very basic game. I want to add new features, and obviously this is meant to be on a mobile, right? It's not meant to be on a desktop. Here I'm playing against the computer, right? Which is sort of boring. But the cool thing is I can play against someone. And so I don't know if anyone who's seeing this wants to take the opposite side.
What's the address again? Mike versus Mike Beer Love. I got it. I already got it.
No, it's like games.fac.fun. So it's like it's.
That's right. You changed it.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I want to add like uppercuts to this game because when you block, there's no way of like you just have to wait for the opponent to stop blocking, which is not cool. But yeah, if you want to take the, if you want to battle me, there you go. So fight. Oops. Okay. So you can block and you punch me when you block. But hold a second, I just want to show the mobile view. It's better. So if you punch me when you block, my energy is going to go up. So go ahead and
if I punch you while you're blocking? I got you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you see your energy is going up, right?
Yep.
So actually, if there are any vibe coders who use Lovable and are building games in the audience, shout out to you guys, and you can DM me and I'll help you add passkeys to this. And I'm working on a way to add smart contracts only using passkeys. So no seed phrase. You can use this inside your Chrome wallet. You see, I'm not connected with any wallet at this point. This is even anonymous. Like there's no...
sneak attack.
The rematch.
The Bears, let's go.
The rematch function of I need to fix it. I thought I had fixed it. The cool thing is this thing I want to demo. So you can play in anonymous, but then you can also you can add let's add some I don't know, pizza. And you can add passkey, which will persist the data.
So it'll tie the data to your. It basically creates a user account.
Yes. Now my data is going to persist. Like if I go somewhere else, and I want to and I have my passkey, I can look. If I sign out, now I want to sign in again with my passkey. It's possible, right? And there's a leaderboard already. We can imagine, competitions, other games, because this game is very, very simple, right? It's just, but I'm also working on removing any sort of a bug, because if you can govern a little bit of money, a little bit of SBTC or any meme coin asset using your passkey, you want to wager in a game against someone, then you want the game to be bugless. Because there's a bug, then everything goes north, everything goes south, everybody is angry, right? Yeah, if you want to help out spotting the bugs, I already have a few that I spotted, and I want to add the ability to do uppercuts, so 2 blocks and 2 punches, because if I block all the time, then the game is like just pending, right? Any questions, guys?
No, I think it's awesome. I mentioned this in the DM chat when you first showed it to us, that we'll probably have regular sessions of this on the morning show. I can see us having little tournaments during the less busy, when we don't really have a guest kind of thing.
I'm trying to box with Peace. I'm trying to go up against Peace Love Music and 300 and have a small little tourney.
GP, there down the line, there might be a little bit of an option where you put $1 worth of SBTC, I put $1 worth of SBTC, winner gets $1.50, and then 50 cents goes to the platform to keep making cool games for us to play.
we like again, like I think so. This was built in a couple of hours using Lovable. In Lovable is very easy to use. Like literally, it asks you questions. There's very little knowledge to know, and you can.
You start in Lovable with basically you just say I want to make a website that does this. I want a game with Michael Saylor boxing a bear.
Yes.
And then it asks you to like produce assets, or you just kind of upload assets and it does the rest.
No, you start from nothing and it takes care of everything in the background for you. And
so you didn't have to give it an image of Michael Saylor. It found that for you.
Oh, I did that. But just like you can do it in an LLM, right? You can share.
Right. You're right. That's it. You're talking like you're doing it in Chat GPT.
Yes, exactly. I could demo this another time, but I think you guys are already very generous with your time.
Yeah, and we also want to be respectful of your time too, brother. 45 minutes is.
I just want to like show
it's a long
this
day.
deposit thing again, maybe for people in the audience. Let's see. Here I have $57 of Bitcoin.
Well, I processed one. I didn't do it on the screen, but I did actually get one to process. I'm still
there you
waiting.
go. Yeah,
I'm waiting for a confirmation, but
Did you use Xverse or Leather?
Leather.
Okay.
Went through, and I just didn't. I did it. You were going through something else, and I didn't want to interrupt your flow to say I did it, but I actually have it right here. Just gonna share it on my screen. Here it is, pending. Just to prove everybody, I did use the bridge. It processed. There might have been just a glitch going on timing wise for when you were doing it before.
Yeah, I'm also demoing one now. I don't know if you guys can see.
Yep. Hold on, I'll switch them up.
But there you go. Like I just broadcasted, depositing Bitcoin, and now I'm waiting for SBTC on the other side. And this is the same thing is going to happen. Like bridging is such a pain, right? You don't know what's happening, etc. So having this little model here that shows you, okay, your Bitcoin transaction is here.
Oh, honestly, especially for somebody like we know what it's like because we've done it a few times. With somebody new, you don't know what's going on.
It's nerve-wracking.
It's right. It makes you
first time you do it. Yes.
Give me my money. I'm sending you your money.
Right.
You're not even showing me where it is at the moment. So
Right.
if you currently it seems Bitcoin is very slow. It seems that like I'm paying 60 cents here, but it's in the second block, so it's not great. But at least I know where it is. And again, we could record this and see the end, and the end is pretty satisfying. It goes from broadcast to okay, your Bitcoin is sent. We're waiting for your confirmation. Now it's second step is okay, your Bitcoin anchored, meaning that your this block is going to pass from green from this bar, right? The green in the mempool over here, and all of these are anchored, the blue ones. So you'll see your transaction is here, and as soon as it's here, now Stacks is really fast, and it reads your Bitcoin transaction, and it's going to say processing. And like 5 seconds later, it's going to show confirmed and with the confetti animation, and you'll see in your portfolio you have SBTC. Just like previously I showed, in the portfolio here, I showed, this is my Pepe here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, like as soon as this is anchored and processed, this will move from 26,000 sats to 36,000 sats, because that's the amount I'm requesting in the bridge.
Fire.
Yeah, it's and honestly, like if it's going to take Bitcoin's never going to be faster. 10 minutes plus is my transaction was 15 minutes ago now, and it said it was about 10 minutes. The next block, I think, was saying 30 minutes. I'm not sure. So the next block is right now saying 20 minutes. But we know that that's not actually going to be accurate because we're already 15 minutes into with a last 10-minute block. It's that's why there's a lot of value on what Stacks brings. That's not only the value, but the first value really is you have Bitcoin security, everything that makes it worth dealing with Bitcoin being slow. But it adds the functionality of not having to deal with that, and it also brings down the transaction costs and then allows other stuff like a code guided smart contract bridge that requires a user signature like what you've built with Capsule, that can't be done the same way on any other chain.
And I must say that the visual cues, as much as I've done DeFi and bridging and all of that stuff over the last 4 years, I'm still the guy that needs a visual cue to let me know exactly what is going on and when, right? So I really, really do like that you incorporated that. You shouldn't leave like a user hanging and like guessing like, hey, when is this gonna happen? So like I love that. I need those visual cues. They make me feel more confident.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, it's horrendous. If you're sending your Bitcoin, here I'm just sending $9, but if you're sending a consequential amount,
right,
you're sweating. You don't know. Okay, there could be lots of things like that can go wrong, right? Are you on the correct URL? Is this, it could be a phishing. So you start becoming paranoid if you don't have all these cues
100%.
that take you by the hand and make sure that, hey, you're in the right place. This is HTTPS, fact.fun, that you're good. And you've got the queue. Your Bitcoin is here. You can check it, right? You can check it also in your wallet if you want to, in the Xverse wallet, but you can also check it here right away. The app is also taking you by the hand. And by the way, I have actually a demo. I did like a video. Perhaps instead of waiting for that Bitcoin block to pass, I can finish the presentation by just showing that video if you guys are.
If you want to do that, that's fine. That's fine.
All right.
Whatever works for you, brother.
All right, let me find it. View channel. So it's a video. Manage video.
Do you have it in Google Drive?
So it's a video of the runes deposit, but again, it uses the same technology with the Bitcoin deposit, right? It's from L1 to L2 is very simple. It's trustless. It uses Cloudy's ability to read Bitcoin state. Let me remove the sound. Can you guys see this video?
Yes.
All right, so you select the runes token you want to deposit, and you input the amount you want to deposit. I have 690,000 mums. I want to deposit 69. You select the priority fee. You've seen this before. And this is with Leather, so Leather was working perfectly. And here you go. You've got the same progress modal here, except of course I have to improve the logos here. Basically, I cut the video here. You can see it's going to move from, being in the mempool into a block that's anchored. So there you go. And that video doesn't show the modal, but the modal will show you the STX. The modal will still be here and show you the step 2 and then step 3. But you'll see here that in my wallet, I still have, as if that transaction doesn't happen. So what's going to happen is 69 mums is going to be deduced from my wallet, increased in my capsule balance, and then minted into my list of tokens on L2.
Very cool. So is that actually splitting it's splitting the allotment for you?
So
allotment all together, or do you have individual?
Yeah, the runes protocol is a hybrid meta protocol that uses the UTXO model as well. So it doesn't exactly split. What it does is like it sort of writes on top of UTXOs. So I'm sending a UTXO from my wallet into my capsule, and that UTXO has 69 months. And just so you see here in my L2 wallet, I don't have these 69 months. But if I refresh, as you can see in my capsule now, I have 69 mums that are locked on L1. And if I look into my L2 wallet, you'll see that obviously my wallet itself has been decreased of 69 mums, right? 690 minus 69 is 689, 931 months. And then you'll see at the bottom of this, I'll also show, oh, there you go, bam, the 69 months on L2 were minted to my wallet. Again, that mint privilege is Clarity's, meaning it's the entire process is governed by code.
Insane. No bridging. Like it's just all dictated by code.
Yeah, and as you can see, this has just anchored, right? You can see it just went from left to right, and right away I got my runes in my wallet on L2.
That's amazing, dude. Congrats on building this. This is based. This is one of the tools that we need to onboard people from L1 to L2, right? Like these, like I've seen a few different posts on the timeline about bridges lately, and they're just clunky, right? They're clunky and they're a risk, right? You're taking more risk on. So why take on more risk whenever you could go through this process, use the tools and the coding language for what it's for, and let the code do its thing. I mean, this is brilliant.
Yep. No, absolutely. I think this is really great technology. And oh, there you go. Peace, love. Your transaction has been confirmed.
Let's go. Just went through.
That's awesome. So we can see, like, if we go here, that your transaction has confirmed, and that's it. After one block, you have your STX or SBTC in this case is credited to your to your account. And your account is, so you are just like, if we go back here, peace, love, music, right? So cool thing is, if you type here peace, love, music, I'm going to sort of dox your.
I don't care. Let them all know.
Let them know
everything about me. I don't know.
So you remember how much SBTC you had, but you have more now, essentially.
Right. I have $10 more SBTC, or $9.98 or $9.97 or whatever it was, roughly more SBTC, and a little bit less BTC as well.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Sorry for doxing you a little bit.
Nah, I'm not a problem. I don't mind being the guinea pig, and
BNSs are public.
I'm comfortable being exposed. What can I say?
Same. I do everything for my GPSC.BTC wallet. Is for transparency, right? They can see our convictions.
Yeah, so very excited about this tech. Let's see how it pans out. If you are a Runes community out there and you're interested to become our launch partner, check out fact.fund/capsule, and you can you can participate in this competition. Otherwise, the other thing I'm very excited about is games. The fact.fund, and I want to help anyone who's building a game, be it via Lovable or vibe coding in somewhere else, to add that passkey way of signing into the app, so you don't need a seed phrase, and then hooking it into a smart wallet where you can manage funds on stacks just using your passkey and the best way to demo this is using a mobile device, because you'll be able to do Face ID with this, and that's pretty pleasurable, so to speak. I'm using big words here.
Biometrics. Let's go.
It's actually awesome, and I just oversaw Hero mentioning that you're willing to help people set that up in the alpha group, the Leo Alpha chat group there. Awesome stuff, and honestly, it's inspiring me to try to carve out some time to go develop a game on Lovable, and then just be like, because I think that's actually, if we have like 20 games in the ecosystem and a place where they're easily accessible.
Yes.
And, it's composable accounts through passkey, so they can, it makes things a lot very cool. And I do want to shout out what GP is working on with Crypto Dude and Cryptonauts, because it is also really interesting. It's different kind of gaming. Obviously, it's more advanced. It's more robust with Unreal Engine kind of functionality, but these are the kind of developments that are going to really onboard your mom or onboard the people that are non-crypto native, giving them experiences that they would seek out in real life, and then adding the Bitcoin or crypto layer in an abstracted way. Like, they don't really need to know that they're dealing with crypto when they're dealing with this game per se.
Yes.
Once we start adding transactional volume, like transactional stuff, that's a little bit different. We need to on ramp some fiat and make that easy for them, which I believe there are some people working on that solution as well. But this is a huge unlock.
Here's what we could do. We could have a DAO where I think that was your idea, Peace Love, where a fee is charged whenever somebody is wagering on a one-to-one multiplayer game, and that fee goes into the DAO and helps onboard new users. So the new users don't even need to on-ramp. They could play and get rewarded, or get points and then get rewarded, and end up having real SBTC flow into their passkey governed smart wallet
with a budget that's just giving them money, like giving them some free SBTC to play with.
It's the fun layer, right? It's the fun layer on top of stuff.
But that's actually that's the casino model, except for decentralized and more holistic, right? Not mob run.
Yes. So in some of these users, I have I'm not going to say who, but like brother-in-law in Turkey, right? Or another one in Belgium. So they can do it directly from their mobiles, like iPhone or even Android. And as long as the game is completely bugless, which is a bit of work, but as soon as this is, your game is solid, it's stable, you can play with anyone in the world. You create a room, you share that number with them, they join, and you're having fun, and you accrue a little bit of real SBTC into your passkey wallet without having to on-ramp at all. Like, you never had to do so. That would be pretty cool. Like, and again, anyone who's building a game, I would love to help set you up with the passkey plus smart wallet, or even guide you. Like, all these things will be open source, and working together as an ecosystem to onboard your mom or brother.
Man, it's really this is so cool. And I really love how this is all so many things coming together all at once in the space. Hero, by the way, wants us to, and he's reminding us that he hates the word DAO, and I don't necessarily disagree with him. He wants to have it deleted from the dictionary, which we know what it means. That's why we use it. It communicates the idea, but I also understand what he's saying. Like, we want to create a DAO. What we really want to create is an organization for onboarding that is funded by these games and run by the people that are facilitating and creating these games.
Yeah, the exciting part, the DAO thing, like DAO is I agree with you. It's an acronym. First of all, it's difficult to understand. A lot of them have not panned out. More like creating a code governed flywheel. So some mechanism that is automatic, that cannot be tampered by humans, and that helps anyone to participate. I think Trip and Monkey has the same idea with his protocol as well. I think that's something we should have, so that I'm building that game, I'm going to help that flywheel to take place, but there's this other game as well, and all these things can help each other, and creating value for everyone.
Actually, it doesn't even have to be games. It could be It could actually be protocol wide. Anyone that's building in the space. It could be this is again bad wording, but almost like a voluntary tax where people have the option of designating some of the income they're generating from their app towards this entity, and it's code based so they can verify what it's going to do and it can't deviate from that, and it doesn't really even have to make any decisions. It's just set up in a specific way, and then if it doesn't,
That's
if it
how
seems
companies work. Like companies provide value to the community and they extract value from it. Like there's a value exchange here. So
right,
this is very similar to how companies work, except the value itself is perhaps not exactly a service, or except there's like some sort of mechanics that help that flywheel. But one last point I'm interested is like conversion of AI and Bitcoin, and you will be able to play your game in your Chrome, in your mobile, without any apps, like without any wallet. Just your passkey. That is an idea that I think is very powerful for onboarding people. Like you just face ID and then you do something that you enjoy doing and you participate in a community. That is very powerful to me.
yeah, absolutely. So one of the biggest hurdles for crypto right now is just easy onboarding non-crypto native people. And there's two components of that. One, it needs to be easy to do. And downloading an app and writing down a seed phrase is not easy. It's a hard thing to do. It's a pain in the ass to do. It takes time. Nobody has time. So the passkey solves that. The second one is there's got to be a reason for them to even want to download a passkey, which is easy. There's got to be an enjoyable, authentic experience on the other end of that. So that's why the games or anything we can do that's creative, that would be interesting to get engagement, that would warrant having a passkey and or a wallet with the passkey. And then if we have that composable, so would it be the passkey that I haven't set it up yet because I didn't want to play with my phone on the screen and I have to scan the QR code. But for the passkey for Fact Fund for the game, will that work? Can I actually have it so that I have a different website? Like we have our DeOrganized website. Maybe we have our own games that we're hosting there, and that passkey can work in our.
Yes. So this website has obviously a backend, super base, etc., and we'll know that you've got this passkey. But what the piece that I'm going to build now is the smart wallet governed by the passkey, and that smart wallet can be that's public common goods that any app can leverage. So it's like having a wallet governed by your passkey, secured in your secured enclave in your mobile, but you can use that anywhere. The smart wallet, you control it via your passkey, via your exact device, but you can sign in on any other apps, and you can use that money that is stored in your smart wallet using your passkey, whether you're on games.factfund or Deorg Media or BoostX, any other community built, even something like Hermetica perhaps is going to leverage the passkey in one way or another. Perhaps not. Perhaps if this model becomes successful, perhaps they want to enable it. Like the smart contract itself is just when you sign with your passkey, you're allowing some amount of money to move from your smart wallet to somewhere else. So that could be anywhere on L2.
So that but it could be the same wallet that they used on Fact Fund can also be the same wallet that they're using, that they're just that it's embedded in our. Is that wallet embedded on Fact Fund?
No, it's a smart contract on Stacks that when you store money, it's like a vault where you put money, and the key to moving the money from that vault is
you signing with your passkey. And I'll be happy to come and demo this in a few weeks when it's ready, or even before that. But essentially, that vault is a stack smart contract. So we could imagine, that smart contract can do what you tell it to do. So depending on how it's written, it could integrate all of these pieces that I mentioned, right? It could integrate, receiving SIP10 tokens, SBTC, even enabling an agent. That's something, that AIBTC is working on, but they have this concept, or even Bitflow has a keeper's wallet where you're enabling an agent to act on your behalf. Obviously, you customize how and you restrict how that agent can act on your behalf. But that is the same concept of a smart contract, programmable money. But this simple concept is your money is programmed and moves based on your signature. So you could imagine anything you want. Yeah. Did I answer you simply the question, or was
so what I don't want to get into the weeds. We had a great show, and I don't want to get too deep into it. But I do have. I don't quite understand.
I want to give you like a simple answer.
So I think just start from the beginning. New person coming into Fact Fund through the games. They found a game. They're going to come in. Their friends bringing them in. They're signing in with their passkey, and so they don't have a wallet. So they're creating a wallet when they do that.
The wallet is created on their behalf on the background, but it's their wallet. Like
it's nobody their wallet.
Move the funds without their.
The wallet exists, and their access to the wallet is through the passkey, which they sign with.
Exactly.
But when they go, so now they go to another app that they can sign into that app using passkeys. They now have a wallet set up. Will that just having the passkey, the app, as long as it's this next app can determine the wallet from the passkey on the user's device. When they click login, they can log in with the passkey, and it'll seek the passkey and then derive the wallet, and then they sign in with that wallet.
Yeah, I think, the standard does not exist yet. So we're in the early innings of it. But the simple answer is yes. And to some extent, you can also, if you have a little bit of money in your smart wallet, you can send it into another wallet if you want to. And that second wallet is maybe now, if you're in another app that supports another wallet, you can simply do that. Right?
So how do I interface with that? So I've created the wallet in Fact Fund, right? I'm a new user. I'm just onboarded. I created the wallet in Fact Fund. I'm not on the Fact Fund platform anymore. All I have is a passkey.
Yeah.
So how do I engage with that wallet? How do I send funds?
So the cool thing is, like, smart contracts are trustless. So what you saw, for example, with the deposit UI, the Fact Fund backend is going to take your Bitcoin transaction, is going to transform it into some parameters, and then feed it into a contract to unlock the SBTC to your wallet, right? Wallet address. That whole interaction anyone can do. So the same applies to your passkey governed wallet. That is a smart contract on Stacks, and any provider can help you bridge the UI gap between you and your wallet. You're not attached to Fact Fund. You can exit Fact Fund whenever you want. And you can, and the cool idea is you can do this in your mobile phone without a seed phrase. That's a cool idea.
Without a seed phrase and without an application.
Yes.
All you have is a passkey. You don't have anything. You don't have a leather wallet necessarily. You don't need to go into the app to access it. You just got to find some kind of UI that can interface with your passkey, which will be developed as this becomes adopted.
I would recommend that whenever you have a portion of amount in that new wallet that is going to exist, that you at some point send it to a proper sort of a seed phrase wallet. It's still a hot wallet, but it's better, because if you lose your device where your
passkey is secured in your enclave, you lose your wallet. Whereas with your seed phrase, if you have a piece of paper or something like Writer, shout out to Louise and Marvin Jensen, like who are cheerful geniuses and are building this iPhone of seed phrase cold storage wallets. You know, when you have a large amount, by the way, when you have a larger amount of money, it's preferable that you send it to something like a Signa. Shout out to also the team there. It's a you know, multi-signature, or something like Writer, because nowadays you can be hacked really easily. Like two days ago, I was contacted by someone who was impersonating Albert from the Bitcoin Startup Lab, and I was literally one click away of.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. You were very close, and you said it was by chance.
Something money in these hot wallets, so I have to do some like frequently. I have to reshuffle and send the money out to, you know, cold storage.
Right, and that's a best practice. So, and that's stuff that you don't need to play around with a game that's a low cost, low transaction fees, and all of that stuff, because a lot of this might be sponsored by such a decentralized organization that is code based that we won't actually name because Hero hates that. But to onboard your mom, they're going to be funded. They fund onboarding so new users can come in, play with these apps with a low amount of money. When they start to get ready to engage in something where they're going to be starting to put money in and or significant amounts of money, there needs to be an effort to educate them on cold storage options, best practices, and whatnot, so that we're not, because the last thing we want to do is onboard people and then have them have bad experiences.
Yeah,
that would defeat the purpose.
One thing we could do is we could take the idea that Marvin and Louise had with, you know, the recovery system, where you have like several friends who could, you know, together help you recover your seed phrase. That could be baked into a smart wallet that uses passkeys. You could have like your mom, your father, your sister, everyone sign, and then if you lose your device, then you have a secondary way of getting your money back. Otherwise, it's locked in the smart contract forever, right? But I don't know what you say, like transactions, because these games don't require any transactions, right? Just for the reward part or the wagering part. And the cool thing is that I think I'm also interested in leverage. Yeah, go ahead.
There's got to be, at some point, there's got to be some kind of a transaction, because otherwise, why do you even need to? What do you need the blockchain for?
Sure, like for wagering, for exchange of value, for rewards.
It could actually be, actually though, it could also just be a better way to keep track of your gamer ID and your assets. Game assets could actually be part of it too, which you might earn. You don't necessarily have to buy. And then therefore you do, but then you also have transactions there. I know that's a large model of the Cryptonauts. They've been making like composable assets, and then because the assets are on the blockchain, like I could then go make a game with that leverages assets that is already in Cryptonauts. Therefore, anyone that's playing Cryptonauts is automatically getting something to come play our game. And so it leverages their community that they've already established, and so on. And so it could be, it doesn't actually have to be like transaction based with a lot high fees or even actual money.
Yeah. Can I share my screen like for another minute?
Yeah. Well, like I know GP's getting hungry. He looks like, no, I'm just kidding.
I'm right here.
All right.
It's Rafa.
All the time Rafa needs.
All right, so I just wanted to share my transaction was also confirmed. This is pretty magic, like to be able to just bridge like in less than 30 minutes, even when the Bitcoin is heavy. The other thing perhaps I wanted to share to see if the runes deposit also has worked. Let's see. Oh, that's a different account. Okay. That's in a different account. Let's see, where is it? Oh, there you go. So oh, well, this is my Bitcoin transaction. As you can see, it was processed and confirmed. So that's good news. And then if I go to also my portfolio here, yeah, there you go. Remember here there was 69,000. Now it's 70. And here it was deduced. So essentially I sent 1,000 mums from my wallet into the capsule. And if everything has worked, we should see it as well exactly here. You see 70,000. So this has worked perfectly as well. You will have also the same modal progress. So you'll see instead of Bitcoin, you'll see mums on L1 and mums on L2, or dog, right, or something else. The last thing I wanted to also share was the idea of like off-chain intent messages, which makes the UX instead of what I showed earlier with even though it was very, very quick, like just buying a transaction, this is really settling the transaction on Stacks. What you could do is just sign a message. And shout out to Rosar and also to Breeze, who are working on a little different protocols with message intent, like off-chain, a bit like Lightning. Like Breeze is working on something like he calls it pipes, which are decentralized off-chain messages. And that is really cool because there's no 5 seconds waiting at all. It's like instantaneous. It instantly is reflected, and your transaction is eventually settled later on Stacks. So you don't need to wait for the 5 seconds. And that's something that also, I think, coupled with the passkey ID, is going to interest me when it comes to games. You could wager, and automatically you'll see that, okay, I'm wagering this much, Welsh token or Leo token. And what you'll do is you'll deposit first. You'll see your balance, and then you can wager and see immediately the reflection in the app. And if you win or lose, you'll see that settlement. You'll see that settlement. Like you'll sign a message, so it'll be reflected right away, but the settlement will happen later. That UX is going to be very interesting.
Very awesome stuff, man. There's honestly it's almost like a little bit of information overload, and it's a lot of stuff I already know. But there's so many pieces here, bits and pieces. And you've been cranking on a lot of this stuff for a long time, and a lot of stuff we didn't even talk about, stuff that you've been building too. So I mean, there's really there's like stuff that you've built in the past.
The kinetic energy is like being stored and built up, and it's just gonna expand and explode. I feel it. I can feel it coming, dude.
It's popping. It's popping now. We're at the event horizon. It feels like.
Yes.
Yeah. Not only me, like the entire Stacks ecosystem is brewing. The leadership and capital markets presentation are like world class. The builders are, building apps that are, audited, that are peer reviewed, that are upgrade. We have V2 contracts for Zest protocol now. Hermetica also is going to leverage. I'm interested to see how Jacob and the team are going to leverage perhaps passkey in another way, like perhaps in double auth, or I don't know what his idea behind this, but again, like having that onboarding frictionless from the Bitcoin L1, as we just saw in this session, that you can deposit Bitcoin as low as 10,000 sats, and then above that, above $100, you use the SBTC bridge, and it's almost free to do it. And then you can either use like Stacks settlement or things like message intent and games and all the wonderful work like you guys are doing, and Hero and AI and AI BTC. This thing is about to explode.
100%, man. There's like the developer energy is fantastic. The community energy, the people that are here that have been cranking, that are like the content creators. there's so much going on, man.
The content creators are becoming developers now because of tools like Lovable. Vibe coding is accessible.
Fair. Yes. That's absolutely accurate. Bro, everyone can be a music producer now.
Yeah, it's insane.
Hero Gamer is producing like sick, radio friendly music. It's insane, and I mean it's crazy. We are in a very, very interesting time. And the people that are here that are cranking that just don't stop, and there's so many guys like Rafa, like GP, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, Hero Gamer, Blockface. Like I could just go on and on. It's incredible what's going on here. And I'm excited to be here. Rafa, I could actually talk to you all day, man. And we talk often when we're not tied up with other things. But man, it's Hero saying, "Are you saying I'm a developer?" Yeah, kind of, Hero.
Yeah.
You started making websites, and you're a music producer.
The AI is incredible. Like try and tinker with Lovable. It's so fast. Yesterday in 4 hours, I did 84 commits, and almost like it didn't require much in terms of
84 commits is crazy, Rafa.
And talk to the AI, etc. So it's like it's bum 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 bum, and then the app is forming like slowly but surely. And I'm very interested in terms of also like what 3Huna is doing with the music. Like he gave me a crash course on suno.com. You can follow me at a 3AI3. It's where I produce my AI lo-fi music. These are areas that are very interesting. And yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting because like things are so fast. Like things are so fast. Like even non-developers, I think non-developers will be better because they don't have the stigma of things have to be a certain way. We have to do this first, a Figma. We have to do that, etc. Which is fine, for like world-class applications. But like for ideas that you just want to, go ahead and see them, you want to produce them in the world right away. We need that explosion of creativity to come, and AI is funneling this and coming to our stack for sure.
It's coming. That's the thing. It's all coming. It's just a matter of we got to be patient and keep putting the work in. Just keep chipping away, as a wise man once told GPSC.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You keep chipping away, and eventually you'll break down that rock, and then you'll find another thing and another rock to break, and you'll teach people along the way. So that's the powerful part. You see more and more people start to do more and more things.
I think that's you hit on the nail on the head, GP. The magic in this ecosystem is that everyone supports each other. No one's guarding their ability. We're trying to actually spread it around and help share it and make everyone better. And that's actually the fundamental key of why this is going to work. Everything's in line except for the price action, and the price action is a result of the people outside of the ecosystem not understanding exactly what we have here.
Yeah, fundamentals only continue to get better and better, and price action is down across all alts. It's not like Stacks is like bleeding in market cap against other alts. It's just
there's a number of reasons, but one of them is a lack of understanding of what's actually going on here. Unless you're actually hanging out, unless you're actually talking to the people, you're playing around with these apps, you don't understand.
Get into the game with DeOrganized is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to follow. You're supposed to subscribe on YouTube at DeOrganized Media. You're supposed to follow on X, DeOrganized BTC. That is DeOrganized BTC. Get into the know. DeOrganized is where it's at.
Let's go. Also, don't forget to follow Rafa. If you're not following Rafa, you need to follow Rafa. It's what is it now? At Rafa Stacks.
Correct.
And then it's Rafiko. You can look him up. Rafiko. Fact Fun. It's fact.fun. I think is it at fact fun?
Correct.
Let's
go. There's the other one. You don't have one for Capsule yet, right?
Yeah, Capsule is going to be integrated into FactFun when it comes to life. I'm still working on the withdrawal piece and putting together, a mind group, like a group of potential signers, or on further understanding what can be done in terms of BitVM, because like if the standard exists, then it makes sense to have the best solution for runes, for the runes community, not just something that is great, that serves a purpose, but having the most the best solution, which is a solution that removes any human interaction or factor into it, is part of an equation where the real explosion, the real backing of one-to-one can happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure, man. Awesome. And then the bridge, you do have a Twitter account for, which is
BTC to SBTC. Simplest way to deposit Bitcoin in one Bitcoin block. There's the SBTC bridge that we will also integrate into that app, so that if you want to, you will be able to have the option to use the SBTC bridge instead, which is completely free, but is a minimum of around $100 and above. So yes, you can follow that, and it's currently implemented at fact.fun/deposit. And beyond that, I think like all the developers, all the app builders, I think will slowly but surely integrate the bridge, so that the users doesn't have to move away in a different experience, in a different app. They can deposit Bitcoin directly into the app that they're using directly. Last thing I want to say, again, like I'm insisting on this, but it's been great. 5:01 now. I'm also going to have to jump, but it's such a pleasure to have you guys and to be one of a guest. You guys are really hustlers. I agree with you. The amount of value on Stacks is underappreciated, and most people don't know about it. I see the efforts that are being done by leadership, and I think this will pan out in a way that I think will surprise everyone. That the Stacks technology is ripe for adoption by entities that understand the risks they're taking and want the best technology out there, which happens to be Stacks, in my opinion.
So Hero is putting out a PSA real quick. So during this bear market,
I don't want to step on Rafa's awesome sentiment, by the way, but Hero just said that during this bear market, he's renting himself out. If you have loneliness problems, he's here for you to rent.
You ain't right, Hero.
Hero is going
build a game, and then I'll hook up all the stuff from Stacks for you.
Let's go.
Rafa says build a game so we can generate you some income so you can stop being a gigolo.
Yes.
That's a great note to end up on, guys. It's been a long, awesome day. We've had a ton of great guests, rounding it out with our good friend and awesome dude, Rafa.
Media for the win.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Fact Fun for the win. Let's go.
Thank you all for tuning in. We'll probably have a little bit more replay content. I might replay the segment with George from Bitcoin Magazine yesterday, because it's important. This Bitcoin for corporations, with what's going on with MSCI. I'm going to let that run after we close out this segment, and then we'll end the stream for the day. You guys still do have a little bit of time to enter for the $200 the 200 stacks contests for the day. We're giving away 200 stacks for the month of December. And thank you all for tuning in today. Thank you again, Rafa, GP. Much love, you guys.
GP.
We'll see you all.
I'll come and demo the smart wallet.
Let's go.
You let us know when.
Cheers, fellas.
Right on.
Take care, Rafa.
Good night, guys. Take it easy, GP. Peace out, guys. All right, let me bring on our guest. We got Dano Ferrin in the house. Dano, what's
morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
I'll give you a brief introduction, and then I'm going to let you tell us all about whatever you want to talk about. I don't know a whole lot other than I met Dano down in Buenos Aires. a couple weeks back. He was giving a talk about quantum resistance, which is a serious issue that I think not enough people are taking seriously enough. And then in my little bit of research, after I chatted with him then about coming on the show, I did a little bit of research, which oftentimes I do no research because I want everything to be authentic when you're talking to me. But when I was doing, just kind of find out how to best present him, it seems like Dano's an OG developer in crypto and a bunch of projects. He's been around the block a little bit. He knows what he's talking about. So I'm super excited to have him here today to share his wealth of knowledge. With that, Dano, tell us about yourself. What's the most important parts of your background? Because there was too much for me to pin down.
Yeah, I've been around for quite a while. I'd say I'm early. I'm not OG, but I'm really early in some of this stuff. Before this crypto stuff, I had a previous life as a desktop developer in Java. And that's really kind of what got me into Bitcoin. I was working on, there's this thing called graph analysis where you take, dots and lines and you connect them together. And there's really fancy algorithms from this one company that I wanted to try and use to lay it out cool. Because there's this new framework called JavaFX. It was entertaining tech for me, but I needed some real data to lay out some of these graphs. And that's about the time that Bitcoin hit its $1,000 hit. And so I started reading up on some of the Bitcoin libraries and said, you know what, UTXOs, there's these acyclic directed graphs that I want to like kind of render on this graph algorithm that I've been working on. I wanted to see what it looks like. And that really just started my descent down to the rabbit hole. I generated it for a Coinbase hackathon. I used that as a forcing function to get me to finish to build something. So I built a little program where you could graph your UTXOs. I briefly thought about building a forensics company around it, but I just don't have the government contracts. And having been on both sides of the forensics bit, it's kind of creepy. It's not too comfortable. So I sold it off to someone for a chump change. And then I spent nearly 3 years at Google thinking, you know what, if I work at Google, I can get this blockchain stuff out of my system. Didn't work. At Google, every few years, you kind of like switch, unless you're like going, super staff engineer and you're going to be committed to this feature for life. Every few years, you tend to switch groups. And it was about the time that I started to need to switch groups because we had shipped our products that we needed to do. And that's when a recruiter Consensus called me up and said, hey, do you want to work on a Ethereum client? It's written in Java. And I've been following it the entire time I was at Google. And I'm like, yes, I do. So it wasn't too much of a hard sell to get me to work at Consensus. I started working there. The client I was working on, this was before it was called Hyperledger Besu. It was called Pantheon. And the idea was it was going to be an enterprise Ethereum client. And at the time, that was a great idea that needed to be explored. We needed to figure out exactly what was going on with it. So we spent a lot of time. We brought Besu up to, we named it eventually to Hyperledger Besu because Pantheon, the name was taken by some other project. And we joined the Hyperledger project, got it up to active status, got Hyperledger Besu up to fully functional, fully performant mainnet basis. And about that time is when COVID crash hit. So I had been working on some deep database layer stuff, trying to improve the speed of our performance to build this bonsai tree thing. I'm working on that database throwing in COVID. Kind of burned me out, and there are some changes going on in Consensus, and I'm like, this isn't quite my vibe. So I spent a few months at Reddit. They had an idea they were working on. Community Point, some of you older people may remember that, where they're going to take all of their Reddit karma and move it on chain. There were scaling problems at the time, like just about every crypto project. But I think the bigger problem that Reddit had at that time was they were in the process of going public. So anything that had just the whiff of legal problems got the kibosh really quick, because what was more important was that Reddit survive and go public. And that was totally the right business decision. So it was kind of a rough stay there. And then I switched over and I worked at Hedera. I spent almost 3 years there at Hedera as well, and upgraded their EVM. They had a really old version of EVM. Their focus wasn't really EVM. They had this really fancy consensus algorithm called Hashgraph that's leaderless. You don't need it's not like you need to have one person in BFT, everyone build it together. There's some really fancy math behind it, but what they needed was to improve their smart contract system. And being in Java, I worked on Java and Besu, spent time improving the EVM there, and bringing it up to standard, bringing it up to snuff, and bringing features where I could integrate their native token system to where they could then do DeFi on Hedera with native Hedera tokens. So that was my major contribution there. And then I took about a 2-year detour, part-time at Hedera, part-time on my own, trying to get this feature called EOF finished. People may have heard about that. It went the distance. It's one of those features. I think Ethereum development and research has a problem sometimes. Features kind of languish, and they don't know if they're going to ship or if they're going to get killed. So when I started working on EOF, I thought it was going to solve a lot of key problems at Hedera. And then I saw that it was really pointing to some key problems at Ethereum as far as the governance. And so I made a commitment when I left Hedera. I'm going to spend the rest of the year on this, and I'm going to bring clarity to EOF. It's either going to be shipped or it's going to be killed. And that actually leaked into 2025 because it was in the process of being shipped. But ultimately, it wound up getting killed. And I'm fine with that. And my goal was to bring clarity to it. And I think it helped Ethereum in its process of figuring out what it's trying to do. So after that, after I worked on EOF, I started looking for other things that I wanted to work on. I was briefly in a prototyping group at the Ethereum Foundation. But eventually I got contacted by Ron from Tectonic. And Tectonic is working on, we're in stealth, so I'm only going to reference what we have on our webpage, quantum secure defense tech. Working on quantum cryptography, learning a lot about the quantum threat. And this is some very important stuff that we're doing. I really want to talk about it once we go public, some of the stuff I'm working on. But quantum's really been the next rabbit hole I've been going down. There's a lot of great opportunities for it, and there's also, more importantly, some important things we need to do before we really chase the brass ring and try and do all the real fancy stuff with quantum. Probably the top level line is that quantum is on track to basically destroy elliptic curve cryptography in all ways, shapes, and forms that it's used. It's kind of scary when you think about it. So,
and it's only a matter of time, by the way, right? I mean, it's definitely happening. The only variable is when, and if it happens sooner than we expect, it's going to be it'll be catastrophic for crypto.
Right. And so, like all things quantum, there's not much certainty when it's going to ship. It forms like this bell curve. So a couple of weeks ago, one of the I think it was Scott Aronson was his name. Someone who's been in the crypto industry for a long time, not the crypto, the quantum field for a long time. And he kind of has a reputation as a timeline skeptic. Says, hey, yeah, this quantum stuff is cool and awesome and everything, but it's going to take forever to ship. We don't have the technology. A few weeks ago, he combined his change of position in a joke. He was kind of making a joke that, we don't know if there's going to be presidential elections next. So he said that we're going to have a computer implementing Shor's algorithm before the next presidential election. And he kind of hedged that and said, yeah, 2028. And that got a lot of people talking. Now, a couple of things, put some caveats in what he was saying. If we have a quantum computer that runs Shor's algorithm and it factors the number 15, that meets the standard. But even that is a huge milestone. Because the quantum computing, it was an idea that came up in the early 80s of a new way to do computation, to use quantum mechanics and all the weird fancy stuff about how quantum mechanics work together. But it took about 10 years before someone figured out an algorithm that would actually use quantum mechanics to be useful rather than being an academic curiosity. And that was Peter Shor, and he came up with Shor's algorithm. And it solves a rather difficult cryptography problem, which is how do you factor large numbers? RSA at the time that he invented this was the number one cryptography, public key encryption cryptography. And all cryptography depends on algorithms where there's an easy part and there's a hard part. And the easy part is what you do to encrypt it, and to break the encryption is the hard part. You want it to be really, really hard, as in age of the universe, heat death of the universe hard to run backwards. So you want these algorithms that run forwards quickly and run backwards really slowly. And that's what makes it cryptographic. And so in this particular case, it was factoring large numbers. And factoring a really large number to primes can be really, really difficult, like 4,000 bits is like the typical high end that they're using for some of this stuff. So Shor's algorithm can actually solve that if you have enough of these mystical things called qubits lined up together. It can solve it in an instant. Everything will just go in harmonic. It'll figure out and reinforce the correct answers, cancel out the wrong answers, and you'll get that answer. The problem is this technology didn't exist in the 90s, still doesn't quite exist today. So that's been on the radar for a lot of people. So when elliptic curve cryptography started forming and they realized that the cryptographic hard part that they were depending upon there, the discrete log problem, the thing that you run backwards is difficult, it also depended upon, it could also be cracked by Shor's algorithm. So when this came in, a lot of the cryptographers were always kind of, keeping it at a distance. And some people were making fun of them. It's like, oh no, quantum computers will never happen. And some of them are like, yeah, they will. It's a matter of time. So that brings us to one of the early quantum scientists, Dr. Michel Mosca, came up with an inequality: x plus y is greater than z. X is how long it takes to in the concept of post-quantum cryptography, and in the concept of remediations against the quantum threat. He came up with the equation x plus y is greater than z. X would be how long it takes to deploy your countermeasures for the quantum threat. How long it takes to get your post-quantum cryptography in position in all the systems you need it. Y, and the way he framed it, is how long do you need to keep your secrets. And then Z is when will a cryptographically relevant quantum computer show up. So this is a rather forward-thinking thought to be had back in the 90s, early 2000s, about when we need to worry about quantum computers. And the math kind of scared people in the mid-teens. So the amount of time the time it's going to take to deploy new cryptography, about 10 years. And if you need to keep something secret for 30 years, which for some Defense Department standards is exactly the right amount of time to keep things secret, if not forever, and you realize that you're going to have a quantum computer by 2050, you're going to backwards, and by 2010, we were already in trouble. We weren't going to be able to keep our secrets as long as we needed to do. If someone got the encrypted data streams with all our secrets, they'd be able to run it backwards before we needed to keep it secret. So in 2016, NIST launched a process to establish post-quantum cryptography standards. And that resulted in about 22. They ran through several rounds, and they came up with a few winners. Dilithium, Falcon, and Kyber were the three winners that came out of that. And a fourth one, a hashing algorithm that is standardized as SHLDSA. Dilithium got standardized as MLDSA. Kyber is MLKEM. And Falcon still hasn't been standardized yet. But those were the three cryptographic things that started showing up around 2022, and that's when people really started getting excited about post-quantum cryptography. Algorand's already got it built into their state proofing, and if you know the right stuff to run, you can actually do your transactions with Falcon on Algorand, which is kind of interesting. They're the first blockchain to actually ship a user-facing account that can be verified with a post-quantum signature. So that's kind of where we are today. And when I look at quantum, I look at Mosca's algorithm a bit differently. I look at instead of the time to implement and the time we need to keep secrets, because in top secret stuff, it's harvest now, decrypt later. You take your data streams that are given you the public, you just store them until you have the quantum computer to decrypt them and read them. It's a bit different in crypto because you need to keep your keys, your authority to act. So as long as you need to hold your coins and act on them, I call that the diffusion. So it's time to implement plus diffusion. If that's greater than when quantum computers are going to show up, you're going to lose your money. So that's the approach that I'm taking when I look at crypto in this area. There's a lot of different uses for post-quantum technology. That's the area I'm most familiar with, and that's my particular area of practice within Tectonic as cryptocurrencies. It's not the only thing that we do there, but as far as cryptocurrencies, the issue there has to do with how long is it going to take for these post-quantum signatures to diffuse across the ecosystem. And that was part of my talk at Bitcoin Builders in Buenos Aires, where I brought up that this is where the real threat to Bitcoin comes from. So we have these computers that might show up as early as 2028. I'm more of in the camp that they're going to show up and possibly be useful in 2033 or later. They're going to be room size. It's going to take a month to decrypt your key. They're going to be more interested in trying to figure out where submarines are before they start trying to crack people's cryptocurrency coins, but you never know. Performance always gets better. A lot of people are kind of surprised at how quickly that people like Google and IBM have addressed issues related to the error corrections. They've attacked that problem much quicker than they thought they were going to get to, which is what's spooking a lot to people for when these computers are going to show up. They're using techniques that I don't really understand involving things called qubits, logical qubits, decoherence. But the short answer is they can run these quantum calculations instead of in an instant. They can run it in a month to get the answers to crack these things. So the impact there comes in when you have your keys, your quantum keys, your keys that are subject to quantum attack how does that affect cryptocurrency ecosystem? And I think Bitcoin and Ethereum are the top two, and they have two very distinctly different ways that I think they're going to go about it in the next 5 years, 5 to 7 years, to address this threat. Bitcoin is famous for not changing things unless they absolutely. In that case, to persuade people that they absolutely have to change this is going to take a lot longer. But then you also got. Go ahead.
That's the conundrum, right? How do we? Until once the threat becomes apparently absolutely have to, it's too late.
Yeah.
So how do you convince these guys? We got core versus knots right now arguing, and so how do we get them?
It's 2 days before the day after tomorrow. Remember from South Park?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Welcome, Michael, Dano, Michael.
So, Dano, it sounds like there is a countdown to someone breaking into Satoshi's original Bitcoin, broadly speaking. And it could be as early as 2028. And by the way, when someone has a quantum computer and can do this, they're not going to say, hey guys, look what we built. They're just going to have it and then kind of abscond with the money as and when they choose the timing of.
So the good guys will brag about it in a scientific paper. That's not who we're worried about.
Right.
Yeah, it's the people who don't publish that we're really worried about. What I want to ask is, there's a difference between what's happening in quantum and reality and what's happening in journalism and white papers and papers used for funding. From what I understand, the major players here are players like IBM, Google, and Fujitsu for people who actually want to take advantage of their algorithms. Is that broadly true? Or are there other players I don't know about?
So there's an entire quantum industry that I'm learning about. Quantinuum's announcing a chip today that I'm going to tune into their live stream and figure out. They're a company based
Blue
in
Wave
Colorado.
was there as well, yeah.
Yeah, Blue Wave. So there's a lot of smaller companies that are producing these devices. So one argument that people might make that these are only going to be, these are going to be Defense Department computers no one's ever going to get access to. That's not the case. There's companies building billions of dollars to make these available to stock traders and people who want to forecast weather. So the retail distribution of these quantum computers is presumed. They're going to be out there. You can't just presume that it's like a nuclear secret and no one's ever going to use it. So that's one part of it.
I shared a link in the chat to one such ecosystem out of Switzerland called QAI-Ventures. And so there are entire ecosystems with capital looking to be the ecosystem in this space, because this is the level of investment at sovereign wealth, is it not? To actually do this?
Right now, probably. What is needed right now is basic level engineering. I think so. When Scott Aronson's epiphany, one of the things that he said was that there doesn't need to be more breakthroughs. It's just engineering work to grind this down and make sure we can get performance fast enough.
Sorry, does that mean that this needs to be open source in order to really happen fast? What do you think about that argument?
So that's an angle I really hadn't thought of before, because some of these computers, without a doubt, are going to have patents. There's going to be huge patents on some of these, and that's going to slow things down for open sourcing.
Right, but if you look at how Linux worked, Linux became the most secure kernel on the planet precisely because of how they developed it. If you look at what Jim Keller's doing with TensTorrent and betting on RISC-V, they're betting on open standards beating the closed patent standards. That's why I say, do you believe that for this to really move forward, it needs to be engineered in an open source way to take advantage of the speed and resilience that Linux and Ubuntu have and everyone else?
So there's a couple of parts of the industry that are going to impact this. I don't know much about the actual physical quantum computers. I'm more tuned into my particular line of work into post-quantum cryptography. And those, I think, are done without open requirement. NIST, if you're going to get your algorithm approved by the NIST to be used across defense systems everywhere, you have to sign an agreement that you're going to have a royalty-free license to distribute and share it.
Right.
And because of this, royalty-free, no cost, no charge, everyone can just build it and write it. People can come in and implement these algorithms, and they can get really solid algorithms. And that's honestly
Sorry,
The
can you
few times I've been involved.
Sorry, can you explain to the audience the significance of NIST? NIST, I think, is a big player here. Sorry.
Yeah. The National Institute of Standards and Technology is an American department, and their responsibility is to set standards for things like weights, measures, time. To have the atomic clock was developed up here in Boulder, Colorado, near where I live. You know, just things like that that make society regulated and standards. So we know a mile is this long, a kilogram is this much, and so they standardize also things like cryptography, like SHA-3. This is the definition of SHA-3. This is how you use it. This is SHA-2. They defined a whole lot of things, and some of the things they publish are FIPS, which is Federal Information Standards Practices. I don't know what the FIPS stands for, but what it really means is if you're going to work with a government system, this is the published standard of what you need to do, and this is the standard of what it looks like. So these cryptography algorithms that they brought through, or they brought 3 through, they're in the process of trying to bring more through. These are standards, FIPS standards, and this is the way that you do it. This is a clear definition. And by making them require to be royalty-free, patent-free, unencumbered, it allows a whole ecosystem of these libraries to be written, and they become stronger. The few times I've been involved in trying to get encryption precompiles through on the Ethereum network, one of the concerns coming through testing is what's the quality of the particular library we're using. And what we found is the more standardized it is, the more people that use it, the more there's a spec and utility, the stronger those particular libraries are, the more resistant they are to things like crashing and side channel attacks. And so you make it open source and free and available, and you make everyone use it. And if I come up with an improvement, like there was a patent that used to cover SECP 256K1, where there was like a 40% speed up that came just from that. So when that patent expired, Bitcoin Core immediately put it in their code. Everyone started using it, and everyone's using that code, and things just got better. So when things are uncovered and open to everyone to build it, and everyone can share their secrets, and there's the spirit and the intent that I've done an improvement. If you think it's valuable, please you use it too. You integrate it in your software, and I'll integrate yours. That sort of working together and builds a much stronger lattice, because everyone's out there trying to. Yep. Iron sharpens iron. So the open source technology and the post-quantum cryptography, I think, is really going to be valuable. The problem with quantum technology is there is clearly and definitely money to be made. And that's where things get difficult in open sourcing, like, say, a standard quantum computer. And that gets into more complications, because there's more than one way to build a quantum computer. You could use optics, you could use trapped ions, you could use superconducting, because these qubits are not necessarily a physical phenomenon. There's just ways that you express it and get the math going with these. So it's tricky there. But
can you say that part again and maybe explain these quantum qubits are not necessarily, these are just conceptions, not necessarily what's happening physically, so to speak?
Right. So the theory of what we call classical computation resolves on bits. Bits have 2 states, true or false. And you put them together, you put 8 of them together with these true and false states, you can represent a number between 0 and 256. And all our computers are based upon these classical bits that are either true or false. They're either on or off. You switch logic based on this. It's clear, it's defined, there is no ambiguity in it. Qubits have essentially 3 states. There is 0, 1, and then there's a superposition. And even the superposition is multiple states within that. Because in that superposition, you got to say how close it is to 0 and 1. You need to know what the phase is. Some of these states involve complex numbers. Huh?
Is that the qubit trilemma, where you have on, off, and both on and off?
Yeah, in a superposition. And to call it superposition is to paper over a whole lot of the complexity that makes quantum mechanics work in quantum computation.
So the language we use isn't necessarily reflecting of what's happening at a scientific level. These are just abstractions we use in settings like this. Gotcha.
Right. So the superposition covers a whole lot of fancy stuff of how the entanglement works and how these qubits interact with each other. So the idea is, if you make these, and there's another complex thing with quantum mechanics, in the superposition state, you never observe the superposition state. When you measure it, it collapses either to 0 or 1 based on some probabilistic function of the superposition. So it's like you got this bell curve that's in multiple complex expressions and phases, and it's people get PhDs on this stuff. It's that complex. It's so powerful.
You're kind of describing like there's 2 points and a sine curve between the two, but every time we look, we only see the result of one of the 2 points, not the sine curve that actually is there.
Yeah. So
I'm
yeah,
gonna
this
stop
is exactly
interrupting,
that.
But thank you. This is very interesting. I apologize for interrupting.
Oh no, it's great. It's great to dive into this. And it's not just a sine curve; it could be any curve. The shape of the probability is actually what makes it work.
The
So you might
topography.
get, yeah. So there's ways to get these qubits to interact and sometimes they entangle, sometimes they don't, but they interact with each other. And so you get these probability curves and you superimpose all of them. And what happens is the correct answers get magnified and the incorrect answers get canceled. So that's why when you get 3,000 of these working together, you can suddenly just shake out a 256-bit encryption key for RSA or
It's kind
ECDS.
of like a decision tree that gets pruned in the end.
Right, except it's really fancy math and it's really hard to grok.
Gotcha.
But the math proves that it shakes out in the end. I mean, this is like if quantum mechanics is to calculus as calculus is to arithmetic. It's probably the way I would take an approach. I don't really understand much of the quantum mechanics. So
Say that one more time. Those levels.
there's arithmetic, there's calculus, and then there's quantum mechanics, and like the levels of logic to go in there and abstraction. It's not something that I understand. I think the math I topped out in engineering school was differential equations, and even that made me scratch my head. It's like, how on earth is this working? But
I'm still
does.
trying to understand what a partial differential is, and I'm learning category theory right now. So yeah, I feel like
I never made it to category theory.
I'm struggling my way through the monad and other Leibniz's ideas.
Yeah. But what's interesting, I mean, talk about math. I learned all this advanced calculus. And I think I actually have used some advanced math. I actually had to use linear equations to do a 3D transformation, a pinch and zoom transformation. So like the one class that I thought I would never use, that I thought it was boring, that I hated the teacher in college, was the one class that I actually needed to use professionally. Never had to use calculus as a software word.
Is it because of the consistent scaling? Ha ha ha! It's the rate of change is what a pinch zoom is.
It's the 3x3 matrix. So you do, and in that you can say what the tilt is, what the focus point is, and what the zoom is.
3D object, not a flat thing. It's not 2D. It's really 3D.
It's 2D. It's 2D, but you need a 3x3 matrix because of the way the math works. And I give probably a good example of the quantum mechanics. Even though we see the 1 and the 0, there's hidden variables that very much impact and influence the way the mechanics work, even though we only ever observe a 0 or a 1 when we measure it.
Which brings in
the magic.
Which brings in this whole idea of sometimes the truths that we think are truths are simply truths from the perspective of one of a myriad of observers.
Right. And that's the thing, is like sometimes when you observe these systems, you might think it's the exact same state, and they'll collapse to something different. So it's the measurements destroys a lot of the data. Yeah, and in fact, that property, that property where you observe it and it resolves one way or the other and destroys the information. This is some of the more exciting stuff of quantum mechanics that like 5-10 years off before we could actually use it. You use that feature of the state being destroyed and a measurement happening, and you can create a cryptographic key with quantum technology and classical technology, so that you can create a signature that I can prove that I've signed once and I can never sign again. So this is called a one-shot signature. One of our advisors submitted a paper of the year, Crypto 2025, on that.
Wow.
About one-shot signatures. One-shot
signatures?
His name's on our website, Omri.
Okay.
Yeah, I only know first names. All our names are first names. Omri Shmuli.
Okay. The reason I ask all of this is because I've had the opportunity to talk to 2 people that have graduated with masters from Cambridge from my travels to Buenos Aires and San Francisco and whatnot. So I've talked to them about this and what Fujitsu's doing and the difference between journalism and actual production ready systems. And the last thing I would say is I understand there's a gulf between the qubits we can operationalize today and the qubits we need to operationalize this and manifest reality. And a lot of people are debating on how quickly we're going to get to this gulf of the qubits we need. Is that broadly right?
Yeah, that's probably right. There's people who think that we're just going to hammer right through this and we're going to figure it all out by 2028. And then there's people that think, this is going to take us to 2040. It's harder than it looks.
Correct.
So that's why there's like a range of estimates that we don't know when quantum computers are going to land. Because we're not actually putting 3,000 qubits and entangling them. That's something that's beyond our ability. We're entangling like 2 or 3 qubits together, and we're running like millions of these with like 9 digits of error correction on it. And from that, we're estimating what, from these gate operations, what the full qubit farm would have looked like if it would have shaken out. There's still a lot of classical computing that goes along with this quantum computing.
So you're saying that we're limited by the amount of decimals we have with the mantissa that we're currently using?
No, that's the error correction rate. We need we need some like millions and billions percentage of correctness. We need to be correct that much of the time. We need to have an error like 1 out of 1 quadrillion measurements. We can have an error for this to work is kind of what we're saying. And that I think is where most of the advances from what I've been reading. I'm not a PhD, I'm not deep into it. I just really got into quantum a few months ago, but all the papers I've been reading is a lot of the advancements and a lot of the excitement comes around this improvements in the error correction rate. So that is what some people thought the hurdle was going to be.
So the Thomas Edison light bulb moment is reducing the amount of errors that these algorithms produce in their solutions,
right? And doing it at scale.
Ciao.
Yeah, and one of the critics' papers that I read, they said, "Great, we can do this, but the number of qubits you're going to need is that going to fit on a chip that you can cool? Because you've seen these quantum computers are these chandeliers. The chip's actually at the bottom. It's fancy cooling stuff to bring the bottom flare down nearly to absolute zero, and the number of qubits that they think they're going to need to solve some of these in a reasonable time, can we get that many on that chip that we bring to zero? So these are, there's no real scientific breakthroughs needed. It's all engineering for how do we get that chip bigger? How do we get more qubits onto that chip? How do we get more chips cooler and get them to interact? These are, that's I think where the real vibe shift has happened is people realize it's purely an engineering problem now, a really hard engineering problem, but an engineering problem.
Nonetheless,
this could be 2 to 3 years away where they realize this, though.
Right, it could be 2 to 3
as early as
15.
Yes, it could be as early as 2028. So the question I have is, do we really have the solutions available and the capacity to implement them between now and then to avoid the worst case scenario?
It's the willpower, isn't it?
Yeah, so we have the solution for Bitcoin. It's called BIP360. They post a new thing, post a quant secure hash. I can't remember what Hunter Beast called it, but you basically take these NIST algorithms and you make them eligible to do public key signing. I think MLDSA and SHLDSA are the standardized ones that would go in the spec, and that's what would go into Bitcoin. There's also some talk about some of the hash-based signatures that are looking at standardizing. But if we needed to flip it on today, we could easily get those written and integrated into the next version of Bitcoin. But writing the PR is the easy part.
Does it automatically change everybody's wallet addresses? So it's not it's a big problem because you got to get, how do you get Satoshi's wallet to not be exposed? Because it's exposed now.
Right.
So you essentially have to transfer all of those funds to a new wallet address.
Right. And that's where where my phrasing of Moscow's inequality is the time to implement plus the diffusion across the ecosystem. How many people are going to move their coins to a quantum secure address? And as he pointed out, some of them might never, because it's based on some accounts, Satoshi has lost the keys to those, or if he hasn't lost them, he's letting that rumor spread around quite a bit, assuming Satoshi's still with us.
Exists, right?
Shamir stuff,
yeah. Around.
Yeah.
So
and these keys, go ahead.
That's why I say in the beginning, there is now a countdown to who's going to abscond with Satoshi's money.
Right. Or there could be a governance breakthrough, and another option, one is to see who's going to steal the money and just say code is law. But another option is to set a date, set a red flag date, and after this date, all Bitcoin nodes are going to disrespect ECDSA signatures. You're never going to see another ECDSA signature on chain, and that will effectively burn Satoshi's coins and burn everyone's coins who hasn't brought them forward. So that's why it's controversial. But if you set this date like 4 or 5 years in advance, it should be enough warning for people to move them if they want to keep them or if they want to burn it.
Software companies do that when they say, look, we're sunsetting support on Oracle 8.11, so we have to move to 9.I by 2027.
Right.
Well,
it's the only way I see to secure the network. Otherwise, because if the Satoshi wallets get drained, that's going to have a huge detrimental effect on the entire network because of the price impact. Like it just won't, so it has to be. There's no other way around it, is there?
It depends on who gets the coins. So there's the possibility that has not been completely disproven is that Satoshi has his addresses, he has his keys, and he'll just move them. That's like the absolute best case scenario. But there's a lot of people and there's a lot of credible reasons to believe that those keys are gone and never going to be retrieved. And I could see him burning it for the good of the network, thinking that this will never be a problem, and never thinking that quantum computers would actually be relevant in time to crash the system. But when he was doing stuff out to 2198 to say how long the curve was the payouts was gonna come, you surely would have to think that he was thinking longer term with that. I don't think he would burn the keys intentionally. But he could have lost them in a server upgrade.
It's it'll be curious to see how this goes, but because of the worst case scenario prediction, it seems like this is really an imminent problem that we need to get resolved sooner than later.
Yeah, it's something that needs to have a discussion. So as far as the deadline, quantumdoomclock.com, that's run by some people at Quip Network, who's running a wallet that's kind of one of our competitors, kind of not. We're still trying to figure out the field. But quantumdoomclock.com tracks what the earliest credible date would be. But that's just the earliest possibility that it could show up. I personally am in the camp that this is going to happen after 2030. But we need to prepare for the disaster scenario of what happens if it happens earlier. It could happen in 28. You can't discount that. But I do think that we have 5 years to figure this out instead of flag date. So that's I think that's the earliest credible time that this could happen. Now there's also the way it's phrased, it's cryptographically relevant. So we may have something that could factor the number 15, but the question is, can it factor Ethereum addresses 0? Well, that's behind a hash. But could it factor some of these other addresses that were meant to be single-use keys? That's going to be the real question. And can they steal Satoshi's keys? And we need to get the value I see in pushing this is to get us to do the first part, which is to get what is possible before we spend our time on the diffusion step, the hybrid step, where both post-quantum and elliptic curve cryptography is still in use, and we can encourage people to do an orderly and deliberate move over to it. Now, one of the problems with these post-quantum keys is they're large. They're like, the smallest signature is Falcon at 666 bytes, and that comes with an 897 byte public key. So you got like 1,500 bytes that you got to store for a Falcon signature. For MLDSA, I think it's 3,700 bytes on that order. So the arguments and concerns that the Bitcoin crew are having relating to the size of the chain and the stuff that they're putting in these inscriptions and all that is just going to be magnified in this debate because these signatures are going to take up more space. Bitcoin needs more space for these post-quantum signatures, but at the same time, they're having all sorts of concerns about putting junk data on there. But we need more data. This probably isn't going to land in the main chain. This is going to be on the witness that's going to land, but still the witness is getting large, and they want to limit the size of the witness.
Very interesting. So it's a problem. There's a lot of people that know that there's a problem. There is a solution, but who do we need to scare the shit out of to get them to really to make this happen? That's really, I think, the bottom line.
So I think the right people are already scared. You got the NAST that created the standards and started the standards process in 2016. You have the Department of Defense. Their standard communication says by 2030 you have to have post-quantum cryptography available and use those in all your suites. And in 2035 you can't use elliptic cryptography. The EU has a similar mandate, and that by 2030 you need to have a post-quantum solution deployed, and by 2035 you have to stop using your elliptic keys. And there's been indication that U.S. financial regulators are on a similar path. So any of these chains that have had real financial interest from traditional finance are going to start feeling that pressure to move over, or risk losing their TradFi customers and the people at retail who want to use it. And chains that are really interested in this, they will respond very well to this kind of pressure. But then you have, some chains like Bitcoin and some of the Ethereum purists who say this is cypherpunk. We don't care. We're going to do what's right because of what's doing right, not because of what some regulator says. So it's going to be an interesting thing to watch. But I think some of the right pressure is coming from the right place, and the traditional finance is going to be forced to do this post-quantum migration, have it in place and usable by 2030, and ban elliptic curves by 2035. I think is the typical vibe that a lot of these regulators are going along. So the right people, I think, who have the power to use power to force this, I think, are doing it. And it's just the communities where you need to congeal a community action are the ones that we really need to activate and get consolidated around this. And Bitcoin's one example. We need to convince people that having these zombie coins suddenly liquidate in the market and be sold off is bad for the ecosystem, to overcome the people that are saying, well, basically we're setting a date that we're going to steal their coins and burn them. I mean, that's like, this is the good old trolley problem. Do we ruin it for everyone, or do we burn a few people's coins? And that's classic. And the people whose coins could be burned could just as easily move their coins to a safe address, and they don't have to have them burnt. This is the ethical dilemma that's going to rage through, and it's just got potential to be as big as the block size wars. But honestly, I think it's just as existential a threat to Bitcoin as to what they're going to do with these lost coins when it comes time to activate a quantum computer that's cryptographically relevant.
It's a dilemma, but I mean, at the same time, you have to do what you have to do to protect the network, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe instead of burning those coins, maybe there's a way to put them into a fund that can help maybe support. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess you're getting
maybe into minor rewards, or I don't know.
Yeah, like something that actually helps the network rather than just burning them. I mean, burning them obviously helps everyone else that's holding, right? Because it increases the value of your coins. But I don't know that eliminating a huge percentage of the coins in the ecosystem is really, that'll have other impacts too that we are maybe not just price impacts,
Because I'm sure someone's going to pitch. People are concerned about the schedule, the emissions schedule for mining, and I'm sure somebody's going to make a serious pitch about this. Well, let's just, after that flag date, we steal all the coins and we put them back in mining, and so we change the curve of the mining so that the number of Bitcoins that are out there is still constant. And I don't think they're going to win, but I think there's some people who can be able to make a serious, legitimate argument that you should take those coins and return them to miners through mining. And just supplement the mining.
Spend the mining. You can actually even just spend the sunset on mining rewards.
Right. You could extend it. You could bump it up. You could send it back 4 years. There's all sorts of things that you could do with it. But that's going to be one of the things I think they're ultimately going to lose with it. I think if I had to make a prediction, either they won't be locked out, or they'll just be disrespected and they won't be able to be moved past a certain date. So they'll either be functionally burnt, or they will be, people transfer them out. That's what I think is going to happen. There's one possibility though that I think is unique, is the possibility of zero knowledge proofs. If you can have something else that you can prove it rather than simply the key, then you can use a zero knowledge proof to recover it. This is Ethereum's current emergency escape plan, is that they would have you submit a zero knowledge proof that your HD derivation key, and that you can point to your address, and you can produce the key from that, and you post a zero knowledge proof that you have the information to do that. So your 12, 18, 24 word seed phrase, that's your secret. And if you can prove your secret that it can produce the public key from that, then you can post a zero knowledge proof, and you can move your funds to a new address. So something like that could also be an opportunity for Bitcoin. I mean, you kind of got that with pay to script hash.
So having the secret rather than the actual private key.
Right. But that only works if you generated your private key from like a HD wallet or some derivation seed. And it would only work for the derivation seeds that they have ZK proofs for.
So you're talking about not your average user having the capacity to do this. Oh man, this is a.
But your average user still has their keys, and the solution for them is simple: move your coins.
Right. Well, but even just communicating to people is a challenge sometimes. Dano, I could talk to you about this forever, man. It's really awesome stuff. We actually have a segment that we segue into usually about 10 minutes ago. We have the Game Master. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault listen, it's my show. We do it whatever I want to do it. And it was a great conversation. And I didn't prepare you for this. So we do a game show segment. You're absolutely welcome to stay. Do not feel obligated to stay. Super respectful of your time. But we are going to transition to a game segment where we have the Game Master come on. We do a Find2Earn thing where we utilize Google Maps, and we're sponsored by some of the Stacks meme tokens, and people have an opportunity to win. We'd love it if you did hang out to play, but I don't want you to feel obligated. But we'll be back with the Game Master in just a minute. Real quick, I want to just everyone follow at Shemnon. Dano Farron knows what's up, and he's working at Tectonic XYZ. That's at Tectonic XYZ. And they also are trying to solve this big problem that we have coming up. So make sure you give them a follow. And Dano, what else? We'll have you on again, man. Sometime.
I have to say, I love your bio. And the McDonald's crew. Let's go, dude. Everybody's on the McDonald's.
Oh, you must know Hero Gamer.
You must know Hero.
It's that.
What's it say?
Hold on, don't put it down yet.
This is my badge from when I used to work at McDonald's.
Solid, dude. Let's go.
It's like faded out right here. This is legit. You got the little circles here that you would put your service awards, because I never stuck around long enough in the store to work at service awards.
Very solid, dude.
Awesome stuff, man.
Never trust. Always verify.
Hero says you guys are buddies. Also, I wanted to just earlier in the chat, I didn't want to interrupt, but Hero said if we check out Hunter Beast's X account, he is the one that authored BIP 360. So there might be some more information there for you guys to grab. And we will have Dano on again for sure. Dano, awesome stuff. We're going to transition, guys. Stay tuned. We're going to go get into Find2Earn rounds momentarily after a quick word from our sponsor. We'll be right back, and the Game Master will be with us soon.
We can just play them on. We can do you share your screen and play one, then I'll share my screen and play one, then you share your screen and play one. We'll play 4. We'll each play 2.
Oh yeah.
I'll let you go first.
Oh, you want me to go first?
You know what? I'll let you decide. Do you want me to go first, or do you want to go first?
Rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, I think 3 wants to go first.
Let's go. I'm sharing my screen now. Is my screen showing?
Hold on. Let me shut this music off here. And yes, you're ready.
Okay.
Find it, earn it, stack it up. Quest for Bitcoin, never give up. Stacks on chain, we light it up. Find to earn, yeah, we level up. Find it, earn it, stack it high. Play the game, let your score multiply. Send it trons, well, you know the vibe. Bitcoin energy, stacks for life. Drums hit heavy bass lines insane. Guitar shred through the blockchain range. GBSC drop codes, fans go wild. Peace, love, music with the energy style. Stack your wins, unlock the loot. Quest complete, now earn that proof. Every clue leads to digital gold. Bitcoin mission, brave and bold. Find it, earn it, yeah. Send it, tron, turn it. Stack the Bitcoin, burn it. Whole squad, confirm it. Lasers, power-ups, flashing lights. Game night in the metaverse heights. Find it, earn it, stack it up. Quest for Bitcoin, never give up. Stacks on chain, we light it up. Find to earn, yeah, we level up. Dust blow, drums crash big. Crowd chants echo like arena gigs. Bitcoin stacks, the gang's all here. Find to earn, the future's clear. Find to earn. Find to earn. Stack your wins. Stack your wins. Bring that speed. Game Master Senatron. Let's begin.
I like it. That was really good. That was good. That was
Nice. Incredible. How do you get so many changes?
Oh yeah, I told you that I need.
I need to go to a Suno class with you guys. We talked about Suno like a month
You have
ago.
to.
And then like a month later, you guys, I remember the first time I showed 300 Suno, I saw the tweet where he's like, if I win a Grammy, you're going to buy me a Lambo. I'm going to keep you to that. But like,
Definitely.
there's
the
a
yellow
lot of
Lambo.
changes there. There were like, what? I came halfway through the song and
3.
there were 7 changes. How do you do that?
I
You
told you
gotta-
that I need a rock, dubstep, and a trap. So it mixed all the 3. So I put on the lyrics and I aligned that. I need the rock part to be this type, this segment of the lyrics, and I need the trap part, and I need the dubstep part. So yeah,
Look, you know how I've been teaching you guys like vibe coding and shit? You need to teach me what this magic.
We will. We showed Hero last week, and he
It's
made
time
like
for me to be the
awesome
beginner
script.
again.
There's
Yeah.
there's a Suno episode where we just did nothing but like breaking down how to put in like bridges and like
Oh,
chorus and
man.
all of that.
All right, are you guys ready for my first entry here? We
Yeah,
got.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm rooting for you, peace.
Maps up, game on, coordinates flash, let's go. Let's go. The crib, the drops go light, and the show is loud. No cap, DeOrganized on the flow. Find on the rush, only legends in the know. Why are we on the hunt again? Thousands drop, can you find and win? Locked in life, fair play, no turn. If you ain't tuned in, you'll never learn. Skull coin signal, boost stacks fire. Stacks that's higher while the crowd gets wired. Clues in the code, GPS desire. Heart rate climbing, stakes get higher. Why are we on the hunt again? Senatron lit piece got the spin. DeOrganized worldwide, no concern. If you ain't playing, you'll crash and burn. No scripts, no cheats, all proof of skill. Bitcoin layers, stacking for real. Encrypt, compete, and seal the deal. Runner forever, that's the thrill. Winners rise, maps fade to black. Fair game, live stream, never look back. Skull coin legend, track to track. Find out, yeah,
That beat was kind of sick. I ain't gonna lie.
That was the best one of like
That's incredible.
But there's another one that
Wow.
I saved a different one. It's a little bit longer, but Hana, I actually think Hana's was more dynamic, to be honest.
I agree.
Hannah's
You
was
cool,
more
bro. I like
related to Skullcoin, or at least
You're the founder, so I believe you won. You know? I'm trying to get a DeOrganized grant over here, you know what I'm saying? So, you're the leader. I think you won.
Yeah. So are we ready for the second one? Or you still?
Let's do the second one. Let's do the second one.
How many minutes should I play this? Because this one is long.
Play it all. We no one's stopping us.
Run that.
Find2Earn.
You have until 10.
Welcome to the Game Masters world. Built on stacks. Powered by Bitcoin. Let's go. Plug in, log on, like flash in your mind. DeOrganized media where legends align. Xing the trend, watching, testing your brain. One wrong move, you're lost in the chain. Digital thunder, the data ignites. Every clue coded deep in the night. We don't play safe, we play to discern. This is your mission, find to earn. Find to earn, keep your focus, learn. Don't get lost, you got to earn. Raw Bitcoin powered. Pay attention, feel that burn. Share the tweet, light it up. I wanna find a word. I wanna find a word. Every block is a test, every clue's in the feed. Retweet for the alpha, attention is the key. Signals and riddles decode the scene. We the hunters in this crypto dream. Game masters throne electric crown. One slip up, system shuts you down. But the wise ones ride the lightning turn. Victory belongs to those who learn. Is the code divine? Stacks in motion, time to shine. DeOrganized energy, global flame. Bitcoin's heartbeat in the game. Wherever to find to win. Stay awake, don't you blink or you'll break. Stacks on check, power surge. Share the tweet, feel the urge. Stay awake, don't you blink or you'll break. Stacks on chain, power surge. Share the tweet, feel the urge. Find2Earn. Built on stacks. Powered by Bitcoin. Do not get lost. Pay attention.
Oh yeah, that was a
That
mix
was
of dubstep,
sick.
trap, and rock.
That was dope, man. Very dope.
The build up was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was good. I actually like your first one better. I did like your first one better. So far, your first one, in my opinion, is the best one. You guys ready for this?
Most def.
This goes hard. Club banger made swagger a battle. Trash, trash tricks. I'm a swagger a battle. Trash, club banger made swagger a battle. Trash, 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 hard. Club banger, 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 banger. This goes higher. Maps up, game on, coordinates slash, let's go. Decrypt the drop, skull light in the show. It's live, no cap, organized on the flow. Find earns the rush, only legends in the know. Find earn, we on the hunt again. Thousands drop, can you find and win? Locked in live, fair play, no turn. If you ain't tuned in, you'll never learn. Scroll coin signal, boost stacks fire. Stack sets higher while the crowd gets wired. Clues in the code, GPS desire. Heart rate climbing, stakes get higher. Find we on a hunt again. Cinetron lit, peace got to spin. The organized worldwide, no concern. If you ain't playing, you'll crash and burn. No scripts, no cheats, all proof of skill. Bitcoin layer, stacking for real. Decrypt, compete, and seal the deal. Find out forever, that's the thrill. Winners rise, maps fade to black. Fair game, live stream, never look back. Score coin legend, track to track. Find yeah, we on that stack. Music, this goes money. Please love music. DeOrganized.
Wow. Dope.
Fire.
Blockface left because he didn't want to say that Hunter won.
Yo, I liked the lyrics in Peace Love Music's. You know, it was very. It seems like the lyrics were kind of like almost like focused on, whereas like in like Hana's music, it was like the structure of the music, how it was like had little different changes, and I really dig the beats. The beat drop was sick on Hana's second song, as well as like the first one was really well rounded. Had a lot of, it was very dynamic. So I'd have to say Hana took the cake on this one.
Orange.
I have to do it to you, Peace. 301.
Let's go.
Let's go. No, that's not. Listen, you're not doing anything to me, man. We're just here to have fun. I don't want people to like. We have. Where are we? Wow.
The change.
10K views now.
Cook the change.
Let's go. That's good. Maybe we have to do the format differently.
Yeah. Another. So the next battle. What's the topic? So the judges are going to choose the topic.
The judges will choose the topic, and we'll figure it out from there, I guess.
Yeah, I think that doing something surrounding like GameFi, getting ready for Cryptonauts, maybe like something like that, and streaming gaming, DeFi, how they all, I don't know, how DeOrganized can cover all bases.
Yeah,
we could do that.
Encompassing all aspects of the blockchain technology on which we build.
I like it.
Hey, Peace, is there a possibility that I can get the instrumental of the last song that you played? Because that beat
Yeah, definitely.
is
I'll get the stems for you. So that last one, by the way, so like part of my prompt for all of these was like after, as I'm iterating, I'll add things in the prompt and I'll be like, so like where it's, I put like this goes hard and like this is a club banger, that kind of thing in the style section on Suno. And it brought out, only one time did it actually put that into the lyrics. I don't know why. Like I had that in a prompt over and over again, and then just one time it was like, put that in the lyrics. So that last song I played had 1 minute and 10 seconds of, this goes hard, something about being in a battle, and club banger and all of that. Had nothing to do with Find2Earn. So I was like, but that beat actually was the one that goes like that beat was bananas. Like I couldn't, so I was just like, to be honest with you, how easy is it though to make like 6 songs? You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Can make whole albums within a day.
Yeah, exactly.
In a day about whatever subject you want.
Just all of it, all in one, through prompting. It's insane how powerful Suno is shaking up the game. And there's a couple different ones that do the same thing, like a couple different AIs that can cook you out a whole song in less than 5 minutes. But yes, it's crazy how Suno is changing the game.
It's nuts.
Yeah, and also it's changing the game for people like me who are facing these legal issues with producers. They sending copyrights of the songs that I already did back in the days. So yeah, imagine what I did over the weekend. I managed to write like 3 songs using Suno. I made the beats and I told the type of beat that I want and then the style that I want, and then it makes me the beat, write the lyrics, record, then ship it to iTunes without even fear of getting copyright claims.
Yeah, and that's the like you can ship these out. You can make playlists. You can really do some real stuff, and it's crazy, but it's amazing what we can do with this stuff. So I do have a hard stop in about 30 minutes, and I haven't done the news yet. And I screwed up the news post, by the way. Like I didn't do that all exactly right. I'm a little bit off today.
Love you, dude, man. It's all right, Steve. Man. Dude.
Somehow we got 11,000, 12,000 viewers now. Thank you, everybody. By the way, those that are watching and tuning in, welcome to DeOrganized Media, where we play games and have fun as often as we can, while also informing you about what's going on in Bitcoin and crypto. And what's going on in the world to the best of our ability. You know what I'm going to do with the news today? We talked about doing this, and we never did it.
Yeah, dude.
I'm going to do the news stories with you guys.
Let's do it.
We'll do the news stories here. I'm going to read the stories out live, and then we'll have a little bit of a conversation on it, and it should take us through the rest of the half an hour. And then after that, we'll play some content from last week, some of the highlights. Stuff we had going on, and we'll have some carriage throughout the day, and then we'll go from there. So let me get into the news here.
Let's go. And all that good energy.
Some interesting stuff happening for sure today. Our first story today: Elon Musk. Oh, let me actually hold on. Let me get our. And get our groove back on a little bit. All right. So Elon Musk says America can't solve its debt crisis. Elon Musk warned that America is on the verge of bankruptcy, arguing there's no way to resolve the nation's soaring debt without massive systemic change. His comments sparked fresh macro anxiety as investors weighing rising deficits, ballooning interest payments, and waning global confidence in the dollar. Markets opened the week under pressure as the debt-themed theme re-entered the mainstream conversation around Bitcoin's role as a hedge against fiscal management. So this has been a problem that people have been talking about my whole life. The debt is growing. It's going to be too much. We can't possibly maintain this level of debt.
50 years later, we can't possibly.
We can't possibly keep doing this. But
100 years later.
Yeah, I mean, I am 48. I mean, it's as long as I've been aware of them talking about this.
1,000 years later. Won't this be an issue in 1,000 years, right?
Well, here's the thing. Inflation gets us out of the problem temporarily, but they got to keep spending in order to make inflation.
Look, we did the same thing at Stacks to spur on the economy. Step 31 is quantitative easing on the blockchain to spur on, the achievement of nation state or network state objectives.
SIP 31 is kind of actually an equivalent of quantitative easing. I can't really argue against that.
Yeah. I'm supposed to be the CMO. I'm not supposed to talk about the truth like this, but yeah.
Well, I don't think that that's a exclusive role. I don't think that's a role or a capacity exclusive to the role of CMO, to be honest about things. In fact, I would prefer the CMO be brutally honest and set the ship right rather than lie while we're heading towards that iceberg. You know what I mean?
I find I'm better at the honest part than steering the ship right.
No, that might also be
half of the job.
That might be my skill set as well.
Hey, Hyundai, Toyota, and Sonata.
Hey, honey, in the house.
Yourself, Lamborghini,
MGM,
Ferrari.
Hi everyone, how are you? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
I heard you woke up late.
And early.
It wasn't really late. They changed the clocks on us.
I like the fact that Africa is like, you know what? Nah.
I wish we could all do that, to be honest.
I think we can, right?
And also Halloween.
It's like decentralized time.
The problem is I can't start doing the show any earlier than I do.
Hey guys, how do we decentralize time? Sorry. Continue with the news.
In other news, October's crypto flash crash. Did market makers make it worse? Yeah, probably they did. Benzinga reports that October's steep market drop may have been magnified by market makers and thin liquidity conditions. Analysts say forced liquidations triggered a cascade of automated sell orders, driving a temporary disconnect between spot and derivatives pricing. Despite the shock, on-chain data shows long-term holders continued accumulating Bitcoin, underscoring how the L2 ecosystem is absorbing volatility even as speculative flows reset. So yes, in the short answer, yes, I do think that the market makers kind of made the situation worse, especially with things shutting down the way they did and people couldn't get access to markets. Long-term holders continued to accumulate Bitcoin during the process if they could. Part of the problem was people couldn't actually get in to buy the dip, and I think that's why the dip went so severely like it did.
I heard that recruiting is about buying the deep.
Maybe.
You know, like the Punjabi coder.
No, I don't. I didn't understand what you were saying. I still don't quite get it.
It's okay.
Only that it had to be some kind of Punjabi joke.
Yes, a lot of Punjabi names end in Jeep, like Jagdeep.
Oh, Sandeep.
Sandeep, right?
Yeah,
So,
okay.
You know, Deep Seek is a Punjabi doing research, you know, in India.
It is?
No, but it could be.
Like, what? I missed that entirely.
Did you know there was an Indian AI startup that just had Indians giving the answers? You hear about that?
No.
You think I'm joking?
Tell me that. Wait.
There's an AI company that just hired Indians to answer instead of AI.
They didn't create an AI. They went to the call centers that were no longer hiring people. They're like, you guys all have Chat GPT. Just answer these questions.
So the joke is DeepSeek is DeepSikh. Continue with the news. This must be some sort of affliction, autism or something. Continue.
Balancer. This is actually a crazy one. Balancer faces $70 million exploit. Staked ETH drained. That's DeFi platform Balancer is probing a suspected $70 million exploit involving staked Ethereum that was moved to a new wallet over the weekend. The incident renewed concerns about smart contract vulnerabilities and cross-protocol risk as attackers target yield strategies linked to Ethereum staking. Balancer paused affected pools while security teams traced the funds. Another reminder that trustless DeFi still requires vigilance and rapid incident response. Even more vigilance, I would say, actually. Trustless means you have to verify. That's the whole point. If it's trustless, that means you do not trust it. You have to make sure you know what you're getting into, and if you don't, you're risking your assets.
I like that. Risking your asset.
Yeah, you're risking your ass. That.
You know what they call an Indian on a tightrope? Balancing. Continue.
Balancing. Scott Besant praises. Michael, you're going to give me a racial.
All right.
Scott Besant praises Bitcoin. Macro investor and former Soros Fund CIO Scott Besant described Bitcoin as a global reserve grade asset that could anchor the next monetary cycle. He praised its finite supply and decentralized security model while contrasting it with governments running record deficits. Besant's endorsement adds institutional credibility to Bitcoin's long-term case and signals growing acceptance of digital hard money within macro finance circles.
I trust anyone with a neck like that.
What?
Look at his neck.
Oh, block face, come on.
You're setting
I
me
go
up.
the other way. If I see a neck like that, usually anything that looks kind of like that, I'm a little sus.
That, you know how much money that neck has?
I just don't know how it earned that money, is really what.
That neck has some stories.
And like sideways. Like he's got two mouths. What's going on there?
That's incredible. It looks like he has the Unilever logo in his neck. I have to stop.
He loves Ben and Jerry's. What do you want?
Ah, nice. Teeters.
Standard Chartered CEO, all transactions moving to blockchain. Yeah, I tend to agree with this one too. Excuse me, guys. Standard Chartered CEO Bill Winters said he expects virtually all financial transactions to migrate to blockchain in coming years. Driven by efficiency and transparency demands, the bank has already run pilot projects with tokenized settlements and cross-border payments. His comments highlight the continuing shift from experimental Web3 integration to mainstream financial infrastructure, a trend that supports stacks and Bitcoin L2 adoption momentum. I think it's only a matter of time, right? All of us here are expecting that all transactions are going to end up being on chain eventually. Do you guys agree? Disagree? What do you
I agree. I mean, it's a ledger. It's a public ledger. You could go. It makes things easier to kind of track, right? And you can't go in there and mince the data.
Oh, this bank is still operating.
What's that? Standard Chartered? Hunter? What were you saying? Did I freeze up?
No, you're good.
Yeah.
So, do you guys disagree that pretty much every financial transaction will be on chain eventually? Or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that they will be, depending on like I don't know which blockchain it will be used, but like I do agree that they will be on chain. Everything's gonna be on chain. It makes things transparent, and you can't spoof shit if it's on chain.
It's true. I mean, really. So that wraps up the news. I went through all the news stories. What do you guys have going on today?
So I got a new activity schedule for Zest and Stacking DAO dropping in a little bit. I'm gonna select the content contest winners as well as like a few other things, send out some prizes, stuff like that. We have a new participant in the Zest meme coin sprint. The Nakamoto Droid team is joining the sprint. So big shout out to the Nakamoto One crew. You want to follow them at Nakamoto and the number 1. And the ticker is Droid. So that's a huge one. Big shout out to Jerry for setting that up. And big shout out to Jovez and the Lunar Crush team.
Very nice. Very nice
stuff.
Take it.
And I want to take a look at these hoodies. I've been waiting to do this unboxing for X Inc. Big shout out to Eric from X Inc. I can't wait to check out these hoodies. I'm going to do a little refill. Also, taking a look at Nova. We launched a bounty on Zero Authority. So I'm going to go into the Discord and the Stacking DAO Discord and, take a look at the entries today. You can also submit entries from the Discord as well with a couple slash functions. So I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, just getting November started off on the right foot, getting things kind of solidified and getting mobilized, man. It's been a good start so far. Hanging with you guys.
Yeah, for sure. So far, it's been a decent start to the month. Aside from being a little bit under the weather, had a great day yesterday with my boys. A really interesting show this morning. A little bit of a different. So, what do you guys think? Do we want to maybe do Find2Earn earlier? Does that make sense?
I don't know. I mean, like it does seem like tuning straight into the games and then doing the news together could be a feasible format. I like being able to kind of discuss what's going on in the space with you. I don't think it's a bad idea at all. I think it'd be a lot of fun for people to just tune in. The first thing that they get to do is play some games, and then we have our our hunters ready for the rest of the show. So I mean, I don't think that it's a bad idea.
All right. Well, you know what? We'll try it this week. We'll do it for the week. We'll keep it at so.
So we are keeping we're keeping the same time, same format like we did today, right?
We did today, except for the news will actually probably come closer to 9 o'clock instead of 9:30 because we won't have the battle every day.
Um, you know, we will definitely do that again, though. You know, and I will definitely come harder next time.
Sheesh.
Bring it on, bring it on. Always here. But yeah, I like your beats more. So yeah, make sure if you get that instrumental right now,
I will
I managed to
download
make
this. I'll download the stems and send you all of them.
awesome. So yeah, I managed to make my monitors working because I had some cables missing because of the renovations. Everything was just all over the place. So I managed to find the cable. So now I'm able to mix and master professionally using my monitor speakers. So yeah, we good to.
Awesome. I haven't actually even gotten into my DAW. That was all just the AI, by the way. I didn't do anything with those beats. I just made them. And then I picked the ones I thought were the best too. Actually, I couldn't pick between the two that I had because they were both different kinds of. Yeah, Eric, I will absolutely be rocking mine tomorrow, for sure. I have just some stuff I got to get through to get to the end of the day today, and then I should have that open. I must come harder next time.
Soundbite.
Let's go.
Isn't that what we're all working on? Coming harder next time.
Damn, son. Where'd you find that?
Oh, damn, son. Where you find this? This should be played at high volume.
All right.
Do some
So
cooking.
for everyone in the know, for everyone to understand, we go live at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time. At that time, we open up the weekly giveaway entries, and then we play some content from earlier in the week, and or some content about some of our marketing partners and other projects in the ecosystem, letting people know, making sure everyone's aware of what we're doing in the ecosystem. And then how does
Blame it on the Jameson. Blame it on the Jameson. Yeah. Yeah.
I'll
Blame
blame
it
that-
on the Jameson. Yeah. New format because Jameson. Yeah. We just blame it on the Jameson.
That's a good hook, though. We could probably sell that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, bro. We can do that. Blame it on the Jameson. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So we'll go live at 7:30 a.m. like we've been doing. At 8:30, instead of the news, we'll play Find2Earn rounds, which is the same time for most of the hunters anyway. And then when we're done with Find2Earn, we'll go into the news, and then we'll bring on any guests or anything after that.
That sounds like a plan, dude. Sounds fantastic.
All right. With that, I actually have like meetings for the next like 4.5 hours.
Forever.
I'm in meetings until tomorrow. Yes, we do. Hannah, yes.
So we have to check with the time of CAT because most of the guys will be
Right,
CAT.
probably an hour later than you guys are using.
Yeah.
So it's not it's not in like 45 minutes. It's in like an hour and 45 minutes. Our meeting. So I will just I'm gonna figure out some content to throw on for a little while. You guys stay tuned. Keep tuning in. By the way, if you have anything going on in the ecosystem today, you got a space, you got a show, you got some content you produced, you got a contest, you got a mint coming down the line, drop it in the comments below this live stream. It's pinned to the DeOrganized page. If you're not following DeOrganized, it's at DeOrganized BTC. The pinned post is the live stream, and the comments under the live stream have anything you want going on in the ecosystem today. You go in there, drop it underneath the live stream, and let us know what you got going on in the ecosystem, and we'll get you shared out. GP's showing you
Oh, GP, this is exactly what. So GP's got his screen share going on. Share it out, and we'll put it on the stream. We'll put it on the screen. So make sure you get over. Wait, what are you sharing out there?
So I had a little giveaway over this past week. I'm giving away a memo bot.
Nice.
V2. So I'll be selecting a winner today. So I'll be closing this out here in a little bit, but I'll leave it open for just a little while so others can go in here and get their entries in. We got quite a few already, so go get your entries in and drop your SDX ID, tag 3, like and repost, normal stuff for the giveaways, and a chance to win 2 different NFTs from the Gigaverse. So let's go. And all I did, guys, was I went to this post and I clicked the URL, the link, grab the link, and then you go over to DeOrganized, just like Peace Love said. Click on this pinned post here, boom, and you just drop it right underneath the comments in a comment here. You scroll down, you can see I have this here, and it'll be covered on the live. So if you need exposure to anything, this is a very easy way to get it up there on DeOrganized, guys. Go share what you need us to amplify, and we will do that. So yes, all the peace and love to you.
Very good, very good. And whoops, hold on a minute. Didn't want to do that just yet. Sorry. So guys, make sure you go. If you're not following GP, if you're not following Orange, you're not following 300, you're missing out. Make sure you go like and enter into GP's contest. You're getting some OG art on Stacks NFT stuff that you should definitely be getting some. Where's that top hat come from, by the way? That looks kind of familiar.
That top hat, little asset that I found online. I was like, hey, I like this top hat. I think I might have used this top hat. This top hat looks
like it.
It's a magic hat. That one.
Reminds me a little bit of this guy's top hat.
Oh, look at that guy's top hat.
Oh,
in the building.
You got it 3D printed?
Yeah, like I paid way too much money for it too, like 2 years ago.
Dude, it went so bad. And then I was looking at like heat presses and stuff like that for like Lolo was looking for heat presses for shirts and like cups and stuff like that over the weekend too. Just taking a look at what's out there on the marketplace, and I mean, I think that we should do some merch. We should do some merch drops.
Word, bro, you're getting into the field that we're in with Wi-Fi, and that's a good trade. You gotta have like a laser, 3D printer, heat press, Mac press, bro. You're good. You'll be good.
Oh yeah, dude.
I dig it. Guys, I do gotta kind of transition to the next segment because I gotta get the show roll. I got to get the content rolling. There's a little bit of Jesus for your day. I love you guys. I really do.
Awesome. And
we have way too much fun on this show, but it's if it's not fun, why do it? As Ben and Jerry's once said. That's 2 times we mentioned Ben and Jerry's today.
Damn, I gotta eat some Ben and Jerry's. Let's go.
Let's go. And GP, just know that I caught some wins for you on the finals. Against Crypto Dude, bro.
Let's go.
I was cooking yesterday. Yes, sir.
Let's go, dude. Congrats, dude. Working on the gameplay. We gotta do some streaming for that. But yeah, peace. I shall see you in the meeting. And
yeah, I'll see you guys in the meeting. I'll catch you guys later. Orange, much love, man. Good to see you back. Don't
Yes,
be
sir.
here. Make sure you keep coming. We love you. And,
Always coming.
I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday, bringing you the news, some fun, some entertainment, hopefully some education and entertainment. Never financial advice. Always do your research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. And with that, we are out. Catch you later. Stay tuned throughout the day. All right, guys, we are going to be live with the BFF Army boot camp number 1 for DeOrganized and yours truly, Peace Love Music. We're going to go through the HODLMM platform that is launching soon. We're pre-launch right now. Concentrated liquidity market maker on Stacks, presented by Bitflow, and the Bitflow boys will be joining us as well. And let me just get that screen on there. All right, Diego, what's up? We got Big Mac. What's up, Kenny? Thank you for joining us today. Guys, today we are going to go through the BFF Army, where it's a community-powered education hub for Bitcoin DeFi and the HODLMM on Bitflow. We're going to walk you through the platform, walk you through the project, and show you how to qualify to get your badge and your rank or your role in the BFF Army. Welcome, Diego. How you doing today, man?
I am good. Pleasure to be here. Get this kicked off. Get this started. It's a big launch for the whole ecosystem. This is a pre-launch bootcamp, which means if you're watching, participating, it's just a chance to get ahead of the launch and get ready for a concentrated liquidity engine for Bitcoin on Bitflow, powered by Stacks as well. So happy to be here. Peace.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because I think if you flipping through, as you click next or click on each lesson, it'll open a new tab for you, so then it won't be on the screen that you were on before. For the
Yep, this is good. Exactly, and this brings beneficial benefits to both the LPs, like you mentioned, but also the traders, right? Because each of these price points, as we call bins, we're going to go over. As long as there's enough liquidity within that price range in an order book style. So if I'm willing to sell stacks for 25 cents and I added that, as long as there's enough liquidity, when you do a swap, you're going to get 25 cents, no slippage, zero slippage for traders as well. So that's also a benefit because each of these price points are considered, bins, but they're treating them as an order book. So if I'm literally putting on the contract and I'm willing to sell stacks at 26, I'm willing to sell stacks at 27, 28, 29. Or the other AMM, the legacy ones, uses 0 to infinity, right? So you can have a very deep bin with the specific price range. And that allows for very large trades with low slippage and low fees as well. So that deep liquidity is beneficial to everyone, right? And like you said, on the other side, as an LP, you can kind of choose the different strategies that we're going to go over and also concentrate liquidity where activity is actually happening. I think that's the biggest change between the two. And it's the reason concentrated liquidity became such a popular AMM. Yeah, Cool. I think you scroll down under quick links, you may have it, but maybe not. It's all good. I think we can play the video and then I'll jump in it as well. Yep. And just to make sure you're sharing, yeah, you are sharing the right one. Yep. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I think you can pause it every screen. I think it'll make a little. If you can make this full screen, that'll be awesome. Peace. If you can click. Yeah. There we go. I think the main difference with bins, yeah, you can start with that, is you're gonna have three types of bins, right? You're gonna have a bin with token X, a bin with token Y. In an AMM, it's the same thing, A and B. You have two tokens. The active bin, which is where the price is happening, is where you have both tokens. This is where the swap is happening, right? So the difference between an AMM and this is that liquidity is now distributed across bins with the fixed width, spacing between them, and a price, right? So token X and token Y are swapped at a fixed price in the active bin. So like I said, if the active bin is stacks at 27 cents, that is the exchange rate that you're getting, right? So as long as there's enough liquidity within one bin, you're getting zero slippage, because the liquidity provider is basically saying, I am willing to sell stacks at 27 cents, and you said I'm willing to buy it at 27 cents. Done deal, right? So every bin, I like to think of them as micro pools, but every bin represents a single price point. And the difference between these bins is what we call a bin step. So it's just like, does it go from $1.01, $1.02, $1.03? Think of these as individual bins with different prices, right? So just kind of like an order book. So in this example here, let's just say that Bitcoin is at 94K. The bin step, every pool is going to have different bin step, but the bin step is 10 basis points, right? So the difference from one bin to the other is 0.10%. We would have, I think you can press play, we would have this example here of bins, right? So you can see that one side is all Bitcoin, the other side is all USDC. And if you can pause here, you would have a bin at 94,000, then a bin at 94,094. And then you would have another bin with 94,188, then 94,282. So these are different bins that have liquidity set at that price, right? So this allows the liquidity provider to say, I'm willing to buy or sell my token at this price, and I'm willing to provide liquidity at this price. And you, as a trader, you also get the benefit that if there's enough liquidity with that bin, you're paying zero slippage, because the price is already set, right? So the AMM is moving through bins as opposed to moving through the whole liquidity everybody added. So if you added 3 million liquidity to the legacy pools right now, everyone's liquidity is in the same curve. In this case, it depends on how much liquidity is in each bin, right? So that gives us more precision as a liquidity provider, but also gives benefit to the trader as well. So, and then the active bin is going to have both. That's the tokens that are getting swapped. Once that swap is complete, then it all becomes Bitcoin or all becomes USDC, depending on, the demand of the market, right? So as the price moves in and out, the bins change and get swapped over for the other asset, right? Exactly. Yeah, and also the slippage will also be lower, right? So it depends how much as much, yeah. Depending on how many bins you're getting, that's how many, then the slippage would also change. But the less bins it's using, the lower the slippage as well. So. Yeah, I think we can do hands-on. Reminder that everything that we're covering here and more is on the BFF Army self-guided, which is the one that Peace here is following. So I think if we show, it's a little bit easier, but every step of how to open a position, how to manage an active position, how to close the position, it's all here. yeah, you got a lot of positions there, Beast. And a reminder that this is in beta, so you will mint test tokens to continue testing this out. If you haven't already, if you're not in beta already, just there's a link which is waitlist.biflo.finance that's being shared here, and then you'll be able to have access to the beta right away and get that early start playing around with beta before HODL comes out live. You would increase the range of your position, increase the liquidity depth of your position, but you would still have, it's still one position, right? No. Exactly. Just add it to it. Yeah. So if you scroll down, you can kind of see your positions, and maybe you want to do 1% there on the corner just to zoom in a little bit more. Yep. And then, yeah, exactly. Perfect. So you can kind of see that you have, if you hover over these bins, you can kind of see what these bins are, right? So on top of the price, you have, in this case, USDC, and it shows you how much liquidity you have in each of those bins. Below the price, you have the other token, token B, which in this case is going to be BTC, right? So you can kind of see that you have a little bit more of USDC than BTC in this pool, either because it got swapped or because you added more USDC. The main thing is that one of the key things is also the flexibility. You're able to add liquidity to both sides, to one side, any amount of liquidity on any side. So that's also very, very beneficial. Just add TBTC, exactly. Yep. Yep. And if you click pool liquidity as well, you can kind of see the whole pool liquidity on that tab. Yep, exactly. So you can kind of see that there is more USDC liquidity in the pool. so than BTC, which is also part of the pool composition, right? This, yes, that is an indication. Think exactly like an order book. You're basically seeing a bunch of orders or a bunch of people adding liquidity at a certain price range that they're willing to swap for BTC, right? So they're willing to, to swap their USDC for BTC at that specific range. If you click on pool stats, I think you can see you should be able to see the pool, the current balance of the pool. Yeah, all the way up top where you see your pool liquidity. Yeah, if you click on pool stats on the first one, so you see that there's 80% USDC in that pool and 19% BTC in the pool, right? So the price is defined by the composition as well and the market demand. That's what moves the price up and down. That big bin that you see in the middle, that's the active bin. That's the white bin. That's the bin that has both tokens. As you can see, when you hover over, you see that there's 112,000 USDC and about 10.10, 0.11 BTC, right? That's where the swap is happening. That's where the activity is happening. Anything above is one token, anything below is one token. As this amount, let's say the 10 TBTC gets swapped, that whole bin becomes green. In this case, it becomes USDC, and then it goes to the next bin, right? And then once that bin gets swapped, it goes to the next bin. It goes up or down depending on which way or which direction of the swap. If you're swapping USDC for BTC or if you're swapping BTC for USDC. So each of those bins are working together, but individually they're providing the liquidity. And if it's a wide range, if you're trying to swap 200, 300,000, it's probably going to get 2 or 3 bins at the same time. Yep, exactly. Yep, I can jump in on managing active liquidities. I think I have a couple that are out of range. If I can share screen, I can jump in and show you. Awesome. All right, let me see here. Let me know when you guys are seeing my screen. All right, cool. So same thing, I have my positions here. If it's green, it means that I'm within range, and I'm going to explain that in a little bit. But with a concentrated liquidity, because you're choosing the bins and the price ranges where you're adding liquidity, you may be out of range or within range depending on the price that you're providing, right? So that's where it requires managing, right? Because maybe you added liquidity for stacks at 36 cents, but the price is at 24. So that's where the activity in the swap is happening. So you may be out of range, right? You may not be making any fees at that point. Or maybe that is your strategy. Maybe, your strategy is to wait for the prices to go up and start providing liquidity at a certain range. And then when you see this notice here, for example, with the dog and BTC pool, it says I'm out of range. There's a little yellow sign that basically says my position is out of range. And all this means is that it means that the liquidity that I added, does not match the current price range, right? I have very little liquidity. It's probably outside of this range. And therefore I am not not making any fees at that moment, right? But if I go to, let's say I go to my stacks in USDC pool, you can see my beta tokens here, like Peace. I do not have 69,000 in this pool. You can see the price range, right? So I chose to provide liquidity between 34.29 and 36.37. That is the range of liquidity price that I added. You can see my earnings and then also the 7-day or 1-day or 30 days TVL, which is a way to measure sort of your return on it. You can see the pool stats here. So there's about 37% stacks to 62% USDC. And when you zoom in this position, let's zoom in the position here, pool liquidity, you can kind of see the price moving up and down, right? And that's where you as a liquidity provider, you would say, okay, based on this price, based on how the token is moving, I want to provide a liquidity in these bins or this bin, right? So as you can see, there's just a little bit of stacks in USDC here. When this liquidity is over, swapped for one to the other, it's going to go over to the next bin. And then the next bin is going to have 2 tokens as well, and so forth, right? So how to manage the liquidity. So looking at, this is a good pool, I guess. So you can always add more liquidity on top of your existing liquidity, okay? So let's go to my positions. Let's zoom out a little bit. As you can see, I have a very wide range of liquidity, right? But the price of stacks has been hovering around, what, 35 and 35.7, right? So I have a lot of liquidity here and a lot of liquidity here that either got swapped at a lower price or because you as a user, you added a very wide range, right? So what I could do is I could come in and remove liquidity, right? And I can remove any amount. I can remove 100% of my liquidity, or I could remove 75%, and I could remove full, meaning from the whole pool, or I can do custom the same way. The same way I add liquidity, I have the flexibility to also remove liquidity in a specific range, right? So let me zoom in here a little bit. So as we can see, most of the liquidity, most of the trading activity is happening within this range. So maybe, I can come in and say, you know what, I'm going to remove liquidity from these bins. I can remove 100% from those bins, right? Because there's not a lot of activity happening here. I'm going to get some USDC back, and then I can add it back. So basically, I'm removing 100% of liquidity from bins 34.3 to 35.5, which are these bins right here. So I have that flexibility. I can also remove both. I can remove one side. I can remove any amount. I can remove 50%, 75%. As you can see, 50% is going to cut it right in half. So you can kind of see your bins and your liquidity in a visual way. So because there's not a lot of activity, or maybe because I don't believe stacks is going to go drop below 35 cents anymore, I can just come in here and say, you know what, I'm going to remove 100% of the liquidity from this price range to this price range. And then I'm going to get my USDC back. Type in my password here. All right, I'm also confirming in my wallet, so you can see transaction pending here. And then I can also remove liquidity from this side, okay? So I can remove liquidity from this side of the pool. And then from that point on, you as the pool LP, only you can remove and add liquidity, okay? And from that point on, I can come in and be like, okay, you know what? I'd like to add more liquidity closer to the range, right? And let's say I'm going to add another 45,000. So you can kind of see my positions there, and I can change the shape as well. So the dark one is the new one, and the orange is the previous position that I had, right? So you can kind of see how it stacks up, right? I'm adding more liquidity to the bin, therefore the bin is becoming deeper. I can look at the pool liquidity and say, you know what? I noticed that there's not a lot of people providing liquidity in this range right here. So I'm going to be even more precise. And I'm also going to add a little bit of USDC, maybe a little bit more. So if I zoom in, you can kind of see, like, I'm providing liquidity in those 7 bins. I can see my positions. I can see what the active price is. But I can also see that there's not a lot of liquidity in the pool. So that gives me an opportunity to say, you know what? There's a bunch of liquidity here, a bunch of liquidity below, but I'm going to add within this price range. So that's going to be between 35 and 5, 36, 7 bins. You can drag and drop, or you can use the price range is here. It doesn't matter, or you can type the price. That's okay as well. It all adds up to the same. And then the distribution volatility strategy is basically how you're distributing liquidity across those bins, right? Is it going to be a spot where it's equal? Every bin receives the same amount. Is it going to be curve where I'm adding more liquidity closer to the price range and less liquidity as I move far out? And then also bid ask, which is the opposite. I'm providing less liquidity closer to the price range and more liquidity as I move out. So if I think that there's going to be a lot of volatility, maybe this is a good example of it. Just going to do a simple spot, as you can see here. Let me do, yeah. So I'm going to do simple spot liquidity, and then I'm adding more liquidity on top of it. So I removed from one side and added to the other, right? So that's how you start managing your liquidity. Transaction confirmed. You can also go to activity here and kind of see, like, I added liquidity. I removed the liquidity, how much I removed. All these transactions are on chain, of course. And then I added an additional liquidity, right? So now that's how you manage your position. And you can do that for various reasons, you know, because maybe once you added single-sided, all your tokens got swapped. So now you're ready to get some USDC back. Or maybe prices moved very fast and you're out of range and you want to bring it within range again. So whatever the strategy may be, right? With tokens let's go USDC to BTC, for example. Let's see how the liquidity is. So let's see pool liquidity. So you can kind of see this. It's very clear that there's a concentration. There's a lot of USDC just around this area, right? And you can see the price ranges as well. Let's go to USDC. Okay, so you can see how there's where liquidity kind of stands, which also gives, like you said, Peace, it gives like where's the market sentiment is, right? Is the market willing to provide more liquidity here, and so forth. So right off the bat, I see that there's a lot of liquidity USDC for Bitcoin under, you know, what is that, between 92.5 and 93. There's a lot of liquidity there, and not enough below. But then also there's a little bit of Bitcoin here on this side, right? So not a lot of Bitcoin either. So that means that it's very thin type of liquidity, and it's going to go to the next bin as soon as it gets swapped. So when I look at my positions, I have a pretty much balanced spot, right? I have basically 7,000 USDC on one side and almost 7,000 TBTC, if you want to say so, on both sides. So I'm within range, right? But I could always remove it. I could always say, you know what? I want to remove it 50%. From a specific range, and I could do that, and I could remove it, you know, from both sides, or I could just go in and remove just Bitcoin, or I can remove just USDC in this case as well. So you can see here how it changes, you know. Now I'm getting my TBTC back, or I'm getting both back. So that's the flexibility. And you can add and remove liquidity at any given moment. Of course, you can always close your liquidity 100%, remove it full, and you get both of your tokens back, right? So there's a couple strategies with that, which I'll cover quickly. But let's say you only have stacks, right? And you want to add single-sided liquidity. What you could do is you can say, I'm willing to sell my stacks, but only between 38 and 40 cents, right? So let's just say here, so I'm willing to sell it for that range, right? So if we zoom out, we can kind of see what the price is, right? The pool liquidity is. But I'm saying, like, I'm willing to sell it just when it hits this amount, right? Between 36 cents and 37 cents, right? Or the other way around, I'm willing to buy it right? Let's say I'm willing to buy between, 34 and 33. So that's also a way to do single-sided liquidity, but you're also doing a limit order basically, because you're saying, I'm willing to provide liquidity. I have some stacks, but I'm willing to provide it only at this range. So what's going to happen once the price moves, your tokens are going to get swapped A for B. And that's also a way to do a limit order and get paid while you swap, right? So it's a good strategy as well. And once it hits that price range, then you start also accumulating fees. So there's a bunch of stuff that you could do in like shaping your strategy, but I think the flexibility can be used in many creative ways. So it's the bootcamp recruit. That's the first role. Yep, and for those in the live boot camps, we have a form where we will airdrop some stacks tokens so you guys can test this out. I see Bethel asking, where do I get my stacks wallet? If you go to the BFF.army and you click the self-guided, okay, there's going to be a resource here which has the official links, but also the basics of downloading an Xverse or Leather wallet, understanding fees. So that's always make sure you're following the official links. Download the Leather wallet, save your seed phrase, do all that good stuff, and you can submit that form. So ideally, this guide, you can do it at your own pace. We want to see how many people can graduate, go over through the sections and the courses, and then graduate. And then by graduating and finishing the theory test, you get this role and access to a private channel on Discord where people are going to be sharing strategies and tips and all of that good stuff, as well as weekly giveaways for those that have completed the boot camp and have graduated. And we are going to have advanced and intermediate boot camps as well. This is the first one. This is the pre-launch in beta, but we're going to have a weekly boot camps as well. So you're going to find them all here under the BFF Army calendar. We're going to have a bunch of guides that's created by the community. So if you want to participate, stay tuned. There's also other zero authority bounties coming up. But there's going to be specific courses, everything from how to swap, how to DCA, different strategies using these different shapes and formulas, and all you need to really get up to speed on how concentrated liquidity works. And again, we are open to feedback. And this is just, again, one of the boot camps. We're going to be hosting 2, 3, 4 a week, maybe more. And we hope you guys get the value and get a head start before HODL is on mainnet with real tokens. So in real yield, exactly.
Yeah. I just want to say thank you so much for sharing your insights. We would also go learn on our own too. Thank you so much.
Muted. That's a good feedback, good improvements. We do have a contact us. You can kind of click become a contributor, and it will take you to a form. You can definitely use that as a feedback, but good idea. I think we do need that as for people can submit questions and stuff. So reminder that within our live app, so we have our live app, okay, where you can do swaps, you can do DCA, you can provide liquidity in those pools. We have a support desk here as well. You can just click here, support desk, open a ticket, or search for specific content as well, including the HODLMM. So if you have any questions regarding that, that is also available. You can just click support. So there's a bunch of articles there. And then if you do need help, you can just open a ticket and the team will help you out as well. So there's a bunch of HODLMM guides here as well. Early access, if you're testing the beta, there's a testing guide here for the beta. So yeah, it's all here. I think the BFF Army is a good place to start. And then from that point on, make sure you guys are following, and there's a lot of content coming, a lot of new boot camps as well. Peace is going to be hosting more. So this is just the beginning. You got Help Center here. I'll DeFi terminology as well. I know we cover a lot. We said a lot of maybe new terms that you haven't heard about it. You got all of them here on the left. What are market makers? What are bins, right? All of that good stuff. And then you got the resources here. You got the Help Center here. The official links of the HODL beta, the home, the BitFlow socials, need any help. So yeah, I think the BFF Army is a good place to start. Appreciate it. Right on time, 6 p.m. Thank you everyone for joining, and stay tuned for more. We also have in Portuguese and Spanish, and if you want to contribute or collaborate, also contact us. We'll be open to it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you guys. Bye-bye.
All right, goodbye, everyone. Bye.
Oh, and there you have it. That was our first BFF Army boot camp. a little bit lower turnout than the people that registered. So we got to get more of you guys exposed, but at least we have this on the live stream as well. It's out there for you guys to watch. And again, bff.army is where you get started on your journey to becoming a more advanced participant in the DeFi ecosystem. I'm Peace Love Music. It's been a great show. I'm going to wrap the stream here at 6 p.m. We've been going since 7:30 a.m. You all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
The afternoon session is about to begin. We are going to go through the Hacker House demos. We are getting started in 2 minutes. Please begin to make your way to your seats.
They're watching that live. Yeah.
You guys may notice that lunch sign at the top.
All right.
That was a great lunch.
Time for section number 2. 2 minutes goes fast. 3 minutes goes fast. That's how much time each of the projects that you guys are about to see, that's how much time each of them gets. So really quickly, what you're about to see is coming from multiple days of these builders spending day in, day out, working on their projects at the Stacks Hacker House over the course of the last week. So this has been a very fun and enjoyable experience where several of these projects have won some sort of Stacks builder competition previously. This was a campaign that started back in late September, early October. And so every project that you're about to see has had the opportunity and earned their spots to win a hackathon and earn their way into the Stacks Hacker House. This was a 4 or 5 day long hacker house with different workshops, different times where they're just spending every minute of the hour working on their projects. And now they're going to be put into this very high pressure, stressful environment of giving their demos across in 3 minutes. So we have 11 projects that you are about to see. Yes. So in this order, I'm going to quickly go through everyone. Up first, we have Reparito. Second is Bitcoin University. 3 is Big Market. 4 is HyperInsure. 5 is Stacks Machines. Then X402 Stacks, followed by Certificores, followed by CV Chain, Rather Strategy, and then B2 Picks. We're going to get through all of those, one project, 3 minutes at a time. Let's hear it for our first presenter. Right here. Let's hear it for Reparito.
Let's go.
Hello. Thank you for being here. It's a beautiful sunny day. So I am Omar. I am the creator and founder of Reparito. Reparito is the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. So I have been doing freelancer for a long time, especially here in Latin America. That is really important for this part of the world. But there is something that is really painful. Most of the time, freelancing is lonely. It's hard to do the work. It's hard to find clients. It's hard to, do all the networking. I mean, it's really hard. You have to do everything yourself. So thousands of Web3 talents don't have the opportunity to be discovered. When I entered the industry, I realized this. So thousands of freelancers worldwide are wondering, what's next? How can I get a client? How can I get a new project? How can I be part of something new, to be part of a new project? So
I think this can be different. What if there was a platform where you can find your next freelancer project by help of people you trust? Enter Referido. Referido is a decentralized talent platform for Web3, built stacks and secured by Bitcoin. We align incentives between freelancers, talent scouts, and clients through smart contracts to ensure that everyone involved receives their fair share. So, Referido is focused on link referrals. So, the whole system allows the users to connect to each other. You can see here a little sample of this. So, this platform allows the freelancers to set their commissions, to also, with blockchain, be sure that everybody will receive the automatic commission distribution. So, and the best part is that everybody can be a talent scout for all the users. So I'm going to show you a little demo here. All right, this is how it works. So a user enters to our platform, connect their wallet. So the user set the profile and can, decide how much profit, commission fee can give to someone to find a job for him. And he can actually search for other users and connect and get a referral link. With this referral link, they can actually connect with other users. There was a transfer happening in the blockchain. So you can see the platform is working really well. We are working in doing some little stuff to prove it. So yeah, this is Referido. So we are building the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. So with Referido, freelancers set their own referral commissions, talent scout, and automatically the blockchain enforce who gets paid by automatic commission distribution. So if you want to join this project, there is our link to our Telegram. You can take a picture. So with Referido, we are starting the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. Thank you.
Great work, great work. All right, we're getting right into the next one. So speaker number 2, Bitcoin University, please start making your way up to the stage. Woo! Here for Bitcoin University. Buenos dias, Buenos Aires. I'm so excited to be here and share with you guys why I'm here and what I'm building. So my daughter, I'm building for my daughter. She's my biggest inspiration. I'm building Bitcoin University for her. I missed her birthday to be here. And so I just, I told her I was going to be here for a reason. And that reason is that I believe education can unlock sovereignty and opportunity for the next generation. That's why BTCU exists, to create a pathway to financial freedom and meaningful work in the Bitcoin economy. The world has changed and is still changing. People worldwide are fleeing weak fiat currency, seeking stability and control over their wealth. Bitcoin offers global, borderless, sovereign money, accessible by anybody with an internet connection. But we still have an education gap. Traditional education systems haven't evolved to teach people how to participate in this new economy. Traditional universities are failing the next generation of learners and workers. It's too expensive. The curriculum is outdated. People aren't graduating and getting jobs in the field that they're studying. And they're graduating with debt. People need skills, not diplomas, and they need income, not debt. That's where crypto comes in. It provides an opportunity.
The Bitcoin and stacks economy is rapidly expanding, but there's no talent pipeline to fill these critical roles. Companies are hiring and opportunities are abundant, but beginners have no clear way in. The real problem is that wallets are confusing and seed phrases are scary. Educational resources are scattered across the ecosystem and fragmented. Career paths are unclear and people don't know which skills lead to real jobs in the crypto economy. That's where Bitcoin University comes in. A friendlier, simpler, modern way to learn Bitcoin and enter the global crypto economy. BTCU removes every barrier between curiosity and capability. We're building the front door to the Bitcoin economy, designed for absolute beginners with real opportunities. So we're designing beginner-friendly courses for anybody, regardless of technical background. We have a mobile-first UX design so that you can learn anywhere, anytime from your mobile phone. And we're using AI to personalize instruction that adapts to your personal learning style. We are going to connect you with peers in the space that you can learn with, and also mentors to help you guide you through your journey. After completing courses, you will receive on-chain credentials. And we know all of the companies in the Stacks and Bitcoin ecosystem that are building on Bitcoin, so we can connect you directly to companies that are hiring talent. So frictionless onboarding. We partnered with Turnkey and developed a way for you to create a wallet with your biometrics, so Face ID or fingerprint. And so there's no passwords, no complexity. You get an instant wallet and you can jump straight into your first lesson in under 30 seconds. So by limiting friction at the entry point, we ensure that nobody is left behind. So as you can see, it's very simple. You log in, you sign up with passkey, your seed phrases are stored on your device, and you can instantly get access to course content and resources. And when you're finished, you can mint your NFT certificate. Bitcoin University, let's build a future for our children. Thank you.
Well done, Bitcoin University. Moving on to our next project. Come on up, Big Market.
Yeah, of course. Hello, and good afternoon to everybody. My name is Antonio. I'm representing Big Market, and let me tell you about what Big Market is today. So Big Market is a prediction market, and for those who don't know, prediction market is like a platform that helps us predict future. For example, will it rain tomorrow? So we build a prediction market around one certain problem. And the problem is that information does not necessarily always means that that is truth. And truth, we believed in the past, that leads to wisdom and power. So we are overwhelmed with misinformation around us in today's world. And the question is like, what can we trust? So basically, one of the basic problems that is facing humanity today is like, how do we distinguish that signal from noise? everything in the media. We are bombarded with like untruthful information. Libra here happened in Argentina. Can we trust governments? Can we trust politicians? Like, what can we actually trust? And the notional prediction market exists for quite some time, but we have built big market completely different. We have built big market around a concept of DAO, and we have made it like severely or radically decentralized. Participation, anybody who participates on the platform basically gives signals for that truth discovery. Accuracy, if you are the person that has insider knowledge or information, will it rain tomorrow, will basically make you earn more reputation because information that you're providing to the platform is more accurate. Resolution on the platform, where other platforms are lacking in terms of the speed and trustworthiness, we have a triple layer system, and basically AI, oracles, and humans are working together to resolve the markets, will it rain tomorrow, on the fastest possible way, which leads us to the multiple applications in DeFi around our platform. There is a saying, when you come into the casino, house always wins, right? Because big market is built around concept of DAO, we have built it on a way that we build the house and we invite everybody to join in just by participating. You don't need to stake money, put money, just come there, leave a comment, and you immediately receive in our ecosystem something which is called soulbound token, like something that is very tied to you, and your soulbound token, soulbound reputation token cannot be traded on, cannot be traded or exchanged for anything else except for the big market ideal token, meaning that everybody can participation, take part into the protocol. Speed matters because triple layer system makes market cycle through very fast, which allows multiple applications in different industries.
Insure, come on up, Hyper Insure. Okay. I check. Yeah. I've been sure. So we are protecting institutional Bitcoin transactions. Imagine this, you have a massive arbitrage opportunity, agents has been placed, counterparties aligned, millions of liquidity has been posted, and suddenly your transaction or your trade doesn't go through. That's gonna be suck. People have been posting about it on X, and these are like some of the real numbers here, like approximately 1,000 transactions, which are of very high value, didn't go through. Like 18% of failure rate because of the massive spike at a network congestion level. If you ask me, protocol risk is very real. It could be related to, not paying the enough amount, mempool congestion at a Bitcoin level, or every missed block impacts on the liquidity that you are holding. So you wouldn't want that when you're dealing with that level or that volume of trade. So here comes hyperinsure. What you have to do is, before
putting that high volume of transaction at a network just by one of the insurance policy at our platform. And we take care of everything from network congestion to network monitoring from mempool. And we make sure like your transaction goes through. And if it doesn't, and if your claim is legitimate, you will receive the payout. So ready to eliminate the protocol risk? I'm going to show you a small demo how it works. All you have to do is just connect your Leather wallet. Simply, as soon as your wallet is loaded, just select one of the package. Now what it does is like, here you have like standard packages. Just have to make sure like, okay, I'm okay with this much amount of delay time. Just enter the amount, purchase the policy, perfect. Now once you have the policy set, all you have to do is, submit the claim. If your claim is legitimate, you will receive the payouts. Everything is, done by automation, smart contract. So the payout and everything is automated. And guys, what? We are live with HyperInsure. Just scan this, test out the whole platform, and there you go. So that's HyperInsure for you. Woo!
Nice job, HyperInsure. Okay, next we have Stacks Machines. Come on up, Stacks Machines. Time for you to take the stage. Here we go. Yay, Stacks Machines.
Oh. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Jan Alarcon. So I'm gonna present about Stacks Machine. So the problems that we realize is like we want to help developers and we want to help founders, and we realize that these two important people face two problems. First, developers, they need more, assistant or tools for them to keep and develop fast. And founders, they need to show their idea, their product in a better way, in a way like this idea is almost production ready release. So that's why we have Stacks Machine, this tool, AI tool that will give to you a high quality smart contract. It means with this tool, you can get almost production ready clarity contracts, and you can show and you can keep shipping. Also, with this tool, is especially for developers, so we can onboard thousands of developers that we have here. And the idea is to accelerate, to boost. For example, in this case, we can achieve very high speed. So how does it work? So we will collect so this is the architecture, sorry. So basically the user or the developer is gonna ask any kind of question related to clarity or stacks on our environment. It can be Visual Studio Code or Cursor. And we'll have an internal server that will handle all of these queries that we have. But before that, we have to ingest all of this knowledge data into our database, so the MCP or the tool can actually retrieve this data to the users. So this is the main flow. So here I want to show a bit more, but it's not showing. How is it? It's not showing my slide, but anyway. So yeah, happy to partner with us. So the idea is to scale this. For example, this is a project on early stage. We are just a POC. So, but the idea at the end is to scale this to production, to have this tool that can provide a much better response, a much faster response, and can provide an answer or can reply this developer's question in a fast way. Yeah, that's basically it. So with this tool, we can achieve what Stack is needing to build BTC BTC-Fi projects. So anyone can easily just come, log in, register, and start building the projects that is gonna leverage BTC-Fi into the next level. This is my QR code, so happy to connect. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you, Stacks Machines. For our next presenter, come on up. Let's hear it for X402 Stacks.
Sí, gracias. Hey everyone, great to be here. My name is Antonio, and you guys can see the screen, but basically this is a cloud interaction. I was trying to get Cloud to use an API, and he says it's not possible. Why? Because internet payments are made for the old use. What is that flow? So for example, let's say you want to interact with an API. You need to go sign up, get an API key. And once you have that API key, now you can start using that API. But there's a problem. Basically, agents don't have a credit card. They want to pay for a service. If they want to pay for a API, for anything, they cannot pay. But they still need to get some resources. That's why I want to introduce you to X402 on Stacks, the native Bitcoin payment protocol. But first of all, what is X402? So whenever you guys go to the internet, you're going to get a response on the browser, on your mobile device. Whenever you try to go to the internet, you're going to get a status code. That represents the action. So for example, if everything is okay, you're going to get a 200. If you cannot find a resource, you're going to get a 404. You know, like the one in the ground with the dinosaur. So those are the status code. We also have the 402 status code, which represents payment required. In the past, we were not able to use this status code because there was no way to have micropayments. You won't pay with your credit card. You know, like it's more expensive to pay with a credit card 1 cent than actually doing something else, right? So we were not able to use this status code correctly. But now with Bitcoin and micropayments, we can add the payment details to that response. So this is the basic flow of how X402 works. So we have a client, let's say your AI agent. That AI agent wants to consume one resource, maybe an API to get a TikTok video, whatever. So it goes to that API, and the API will respond with 402. That's their normal flow. Actually, that works right now. But instead of only responding with 402, now the backend is going to send also the payment details, my wallet, and also the amount of SBTC that I want to receive for that resource. So once I get that information on the client, your agent will send that amount of SBTC to the backend. The backend will verify, the facilitator will verify the transaction. And once the verification is done, you are going to get the resource you were looking at, X402. So what this means for the industry. So basically, now every content creator, like if you are posting something on your blog and maybe an LLM is scrapping your blog for that information, instead of only get scrapped, now you can charge and get paid on Bitcoin for that resource. All right, another content creation. Something important I want to touch here is that yesterday, 30% of all the base transactions were made by X402 protocol. 20% on base. That's a lot, and that's a huge opportunity for the Bitcoin ecosystem. So I have a quick demo here. I think I'm going to skip it because I cannot see it here. But basically, I was trying to get information from that TikTok video. That's the cloud example I was showing at the beginning. So I couldn't do it. But with X402 on the stacks, now I can get paid with SBTC, with Bitcoin, and get that resource. I'm going to skip the video because we cannot see anything. But, well,
let me introduce you to the team. So my co-founder and CTO, Cladco, he's really good at AI, at coding. And me, Antonio, I've been founder many times before. I did Y Combinator a few years ago and also launched the first crypto credit card in Mexico. And well, if you guys want to start Stacks X402, you can scan this QR code. It's ready. It's now ready on TypeScript. And if you're gonna connect, my DMs are open. So thank you so much, guys. Woo!
Well done, X402 Stacks. Let's bring up our next presenter, Certificors. You are up. Take the stage. It is your time. Let's hear it, everyone, for Certificors. Come on up, Christian.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
I need more muscle. Hold this right here. Hold on. It's gonna fall down.
Sorry.
It's not gonna work. Oh, there we go. There we go. We got it. We got it. Ooh. Yay! Look at that muscle. All right. Mike's looking like fun.
Delante justo con el otro compañero.
All right, so quick pivots. We are going to bring up a different project, and you will go after the next person. And we will give out headsets.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
So, my mistake, everybody. Our next project is actually going to be Move Your Wallet. Move Your Wallet. Let's hear it for Move Your Wallet. Come on stage. Woo! After Move Your Wallet, then we will do Certificors. Certificors presentation is going to be in Spanish, so the production team will be handing out headsets. If you need a translation to English, just raise your hand when they come out, and they will give you a headset. But for now, we're going to go to Move Your Wallet.
Este nomás. Hello, everyone. My name is Manuel Elias. I'm the CEO and founder of Movia Wallet. But before I talk about my project, let's imagine that we are out and ask a random person if he can send us one USDC. Do you think that it's possible? Most likely not. And how many time it will take to teach that person how to create a wallet, save the seed phrase, have the token for the gas, and a lot of basic concepts and a lot of time. That's why I created Movia Wallet. It's a smart wallet for everyone, but focus on web to persons, where you don't need to understand blockchain concepts, have the network token for the gas, or sign the transaction, because it's gasless and signless. You just need to connect your Gmail and send messages for help transactions. That's all. And now I will show you a demo. Right now, we connected already our Gmail, and we are on the dashboard. We added pounds, and we just need to go to a chat write the same 0.1 STX to the person. Let's wait a little. The agent is saying, would you like to confirm? Yes, and you just need to wait. Here you can see the transaction, the hash, then we have the history. And another thing, another feature that we have is that we can add a contact. Not only this, not only transactions, you can make swaps, just sending messages. It's like this. So the person that you went out to talk, now, yes, he can send you money just with one transaction. What's Movia different from the other wallets? Simple access to your wallet and the integrate AI assistant for transaction and swaps. This wallet is self-custodial. All the data will be stored in your phone, so we won't have your seed phrase or your private key, nothing. You have it. Our roadmap, we have 5 stages. We are right now in the second one, building the MVP. Next, we would like to have at least 1,000 users from Bolivia, Argentina, all Latin America. Then we would like to add all the feedback that we received, add new features, and finally have a pre-seed investment secure. This is the business model. We have 3 models. The first is commission for swaps, 0.5% for each swap. Then if you have a pro account, of course, you have to pay a monthly fee. The commission will be less for the swaps and priority super. And finally, the
Well done, Move Your Wallet.
Standing up so long, crazy man. In the heat.
So for our next demo, we are going to be bringing up Sebastian from Rather Strategy to give us our next demo. So let's hear it for Rather Strategy. No, Antes lo probamos. Antes de uno más. Okay. Thank you very much. There we go. My name is Sebastian Rosenberg. My name is Sebastian Rosenberg. I'm project manager. I'm part of the growth team at Rather Labs. Rather Labs is a local software company. We work with different foundations like Arbitrum Foundation, Near Foundation, Multiverse, among many others. And this is our first approach into tax and clarity. So we are really excited. And what we built is the Rather Strategy Protocol, which is about automated token strategies on tax. So this strategy is trend. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's a hot topic right now across different ecosystems. It was following the Michael Saylor's MicroStrategy, which is selling a token in order to, a stock in that case, in order to buy another asset, Bitcoin in that case. So the first one in this case was Punk Strategy, who launched a token called Punkster in order to buy CryptoPunks. They currently hold over 34, I think, CryptoPunks, which is huge, and the market cap is over $35 million in this dip. The week before it was like 9 figures. And
beside this, it's happening with different NFT collections. And another example I added is Node Strategy, which is a token trading node monks, which is a Bitcoin ordinals collection. And also is a way to prove that this works and made the collection bump over at 70%. But there is a problem with Bitcoin ordinal. These strategies are not automated, are run by a centralized team. So we are aiming to solve that too. So how this automated token strategy works, just to make it short, basically someone launches a token and a liquidity pool to trade that token. That liquidity pool generates a trading fee. It can be set up by the creator, 5%, for example. So each time anyone buys or sells the token, it generates a fee that goes into a treasury. That treasury has an automated token strategy, and when it reaches the floor price of a particular NFT collection, it buys and releases it on profit with a premium, let's say, for example, 20%. So when that NFT gets sold, all the proceeds are used to buy and burn the strategy token. This way, the strategy token helps the NFT collection, and the NFT collection helps the NFT token because it buys and burns it. So it generates a perpetual flywheel between both. And again, it's proven that it helps a lot the collections. So this is how it works. Next one. And we have built, I don't know if with the sun you can see the front end. The main developer behind this was Mauro Coco, who's present here. And we built a proof of concept, an MVP, to show this can be done on Clarity on stacks. We did 4 smart contracts, one for the token interacting with LP, another one for the marketplace, another one for the NFTs, and for the trading strategy. So this works. We can see the other one. Here you can see the treasury balance of the trading fees. The floor price of the NFT collection is trading, so now it's ready to buy and release it on top. And the amount of the strategy tokens that have been bought and burned, it's a fixed supply token. So again, we want to bring this proven tool to the Stacks ecosystem and also solve this clear pain point on ordinals. So thank you for your time. You can connect here and we shall.
Well done, Sebastian. You're good. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So for our next presenter, we're now going to bring certificators back up on stage. Christian, are you with us? Yeah. All right. So while we're waiting for Christian's going to come up now. After Christian, we have Beta Picks. We're going to finish up with Hawk. So, Lisa? Let's hear it for Christian, everybody. Woo!
¿That's okay? Perfecto. Hola, bueno, mi nombre es Cristian, fundador de Certificate, y hoy les hablaré porque el fraude de diplomas hoy en día es una industria que mueve más de 7.000 millones de dólares cada año. Sí, así es una industria. Esto les está costando a las compañías miles de millones en malas contrataciones y asuntos legales. A los estudiantes no logran comprobar su verdadero valor y las instituciones ven dañada su reputación. El sistema actual es lento, caro y basado en la confianza, no en la verificación. Ahora iremos desde los sistemas obsoletos a un futuro de verificación instantánea, inmutable y universalmente certificable. Somos Certificate. Somos Certificate, la fuente oficial para la nueva validación de certificados académicos. Usamos la blockchain de Stack para lograr crear una verificación en segundos, proteger marcas de instituciones y una verificación instantánea de certificados. Nuestra plataforma crea valor para todos, las compañías, reclutadores, estudiantes e instituciones. Nuestro modelo de negocio es B2B SaaS. Compañías y reclutadores pagan una suscripción anual por nuestro sistema para poder verificar certificados. Ya tenemos un MVP trabajando. Dentro de los siguientes meses planeamos lanzar nuestro piloto con al menos 2 escuelas e-learning. Ahora veremos la demo, donde solamente ingresando el correo pueden encontrar la wallet y ingresando el nombre del curso certificamos en la blockchain de Stack. Aquí podemos ver cómo se genera el ID y está registrado en la blockchain de Stack sin ningún problema. Luego, como estudiante, pueden ver todos sus certificados listados y dentro de una certificación tendremos un ID que nos llevará a validar el certificado de manera inmediata sin ningún problema. También tenemos un explorador público donde con el correo podemos buscar todos los certificados de un usuario, los datos de una academia y más información sobre un certificado particular. Si buscan Real Talento Certificates, hoy los certificará. Muchas gracias.
Well done, Christian. Well done. Let's hear it one more time for Christian. Great job. All right, so moving into our next speaker, we are down to our final 2 projects. Our next presenter, pointing to you, Ronell. Come on up, B2Pix. It's your time. Take the stage. Let's hear it for B2Pix, everybody.
But I did everything and made everything awful. Like keep it more good feeling 4 days, but what did you do with where did you have the people understand from your program is like what you've done what you it's just going to be so far so good.
I'm not sure every so often I lose connectivity. And I'm not sure if GP is accidentally hitting buttons and switching cameras.
I'm over the field. I'm the founder of B2P. We are bringing Bitcoin self-custody for over 200 million of Brazilians. I worked over 15 years as a software engineer. During this time, I met Bitcoin. That was designed to be B2B, right? But B2B trading with fiat currency has several issues. We become a place full of scam and long negotiations, so we surrendered to the centralized exchange. We get our custody, our privacy for convenience. But if we could make B2B trading more secure and faster. Well, in Brazil, we have PIX. PIX is a standard payment system created by the central bank. Everyone there uses PIX to transfer money, to make purchase, any kind of payment. That's very popular. So what if we connect PIX with Bitcoin? This is what B2Pix did. B2Pix let anyone buy Bitcoin as easy as buying a cup of coffee. We took very seriously the simplicity and security. To buy Bitcoin, you just come to our website, create your wallet if you don't have one with your passkey, without the need to install any app. So choose an offer, pay with Pix. In a few instances, the system will verify in the seller's bank account if the payment was confirmed. So it will release in the smart contract
the Bitcoin for the wallet, the buyer's wallet. We built it in the Stacks blockchain that can confirm the transaction in a few seconds and have the Bitcoin finality. Also, we use both protocol. Both protocol enable you pay the transaction fee with Bitcoin. So it avoids the dual token that it provides the best user experience like a Web2 experience. We already live on the mainnet, and we are open gradually. So you're welcome to access our website and join our waiting list. Thank you.
All right, you solved your piece. You solved your piece. Let's go.
Well done, Beatrix. Okay, so we're down to our last presenter. So let's go ahead and get into it for our next presenter. Muy especial, feliz cumpleaños a ti, Pablo. Let's hear it. Thank you. Wait, that's my double.
Thank you. Made it.
Take your time.
So thanks, my ass. Just need to copy what they're doing. Franchise, people will have to buy them. No. Can I rent you? Yeah, whenever you need it. You don't need to own stuff. Just like these spaces so you can move free wherever you want. It's like picking up, I don't know, this, you don't need to own stuff. What if we like co-own it? You know what?
If that boat only go down in value.
Exactly. And you want to change the boat, and now you need a smaller boat. Then you're going to move from, I don't know, Ibiza to, let's say, France. It's expensive, takes time. Yeah, but how did I finance it to begin with? I loaned out my Bitcoin, right? My Bitcoin's going to go. Yeah, the big business actually wants to be paid. Oh. Goods and services, I guess. So don't own the boat. Never own a boat. Own a small fishing boat. I own a small fishing boat. Well, but then you're monetizing. Huh? Then you're monetizing. I just fish with it, but that's like a small fishing boat. But like for the bigger boats, so different. You don't need to be more on the boat.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Hola.
Hola.
Muchas gracias por venir. Bienvenidos a Buenos Aires. We're not in Buenos Aires, right? Yeah. I want to know who I'm referring to. First, I follow hacks. I've been developing since a lot of years, like more than 7, and also researching Bitcoin since late 2018, and going to very networks on in the digital sphere. And now I'm building on Stacks since more than 1 year. Also studying for being a Bitcoin core developer here in Argentina. I'm gonna go back to the Amazon where is my origin the next year. And right now I'm very, very grateful to be part of this project. You did check that name, right? You understand what is that about. It's the legacy industry of the music, communities are pretty messed up. We are seeing a lot of applications that didn't got really the fair compensation for the artists. So I'm as a musician and as a programmer and as a 3D modeler even, I'm really pissed off about that. So I building with our DAO here also in Latin America is cross countries. Sumac, that means belleza, beauty in Quechua. It's a software universal music art kernel. Basically, it's a protocol for people to share music, art on the Bitcoin to stacks. It's so easily to just share what you are making on.
about the flow of these processes, practically making a contract, charging a fee for all the entities that are the artist, curator, buyer, or remixer that can use your work. So we already have the first song minted on Bitcoin-powered DEX, that is Cholo. Is now driving also the band. Yolo Cholo is the first album. So how to earn Satoshi really? That's what people ask, right? Not just how to buy it on the floor or whatever. It's like how to really only as an artist. We have Satoshi from SBTC, this network that is really strong. I really believe in that. I want to test it. You just have to meet, list, launch, and earn and repeat. That's what you need to do on this ecosystem. So practically I'm doing this for open source. All my work is open source. You can check it on GitHub, anywhere. On my site, that is hacks.pe. So we stand for a right to play. I invite you to check sumac.app. Maybe you can get a little bit of fun over there. I follow hacks. You can follow me on Nostr or whatever. Do what you want. Okay? Thanks.
Well done, Pablo. Let's hear it one more time for Sumac. Let's hear it for all the presenters, everybody. All the demos, your house. We're really happy to see the final projects. Really pleased with everything. So we're going to keep moving along with our agenda. So up next, we're going to have Kenny Rogers from Stacks Labs come up and give an overview, a workshop into Stacks and Clarity. So I love this energy that we have in the audience. Let's just keep that energy high. Let's do it nice. Round of applause. Welcome to Kenny Rogers.
Yeah.
While Kenny gets set up, what the rest of the afternoon looks like is after Kenny, we're going to hear from the Stacks Latam team. If you're here at the beginning of the morning, I gave an overview as to why we are here, why we are in Buenos Aires. The Stacks Latam team is going to give some context as to why that is. After the Stacks Latam team talks, we're going to hear from Eric Choi from Stacks Labs, who's going to talk about bridging Bitcoin with SBTC. And we're going to round off our last speaker with Raphael, so from Hero. And so Raphael will be talking about how to build real applications using Stacks and chain hooks.
You baby. Wow. Well, yeah.
That's enough.
Or another criminal.
Hello, everybody. I just got to say real quick before I get started, I've been with all these builders for the past week watching them build their projects, and we could just do another real quick big round of applause because watching them go through all of this. Crazy crowd, all of them, super cool. This is probably one of the coolest events I've ever been a part of. Honored to have been able to be with them during this journey. And I'm also going to put Ileana on the spot and give her a big round of applause. So with that, I'd like to welcome you all to the nerd portion of today's programming. We're going to be kind of digging into how Stacks works. We've been talking a lot about some of the opportunities. We've been looking at some of the people that are building things on it. And now we're going to kind of get into the how it actually works. And I was up vibe coding a little something last night. So you guys pay attention. We're going to play a game at the end, and the winner is going to get 100 SDX. So if anybody not paying attention, get out here and let's do this. So one of the things that I think is super important when we're talking about all this stuff is we looked at the opportunities for why we should be interested in kind of this whole idea of activating the Bitcoin economy and building on Bitcoin and everything, but where does Stacks actually come into play in helping us to do that? And really, I think this is
Bitcoin kind of serves as two things. Most people understand that Bitcoin operates as money. I think that part's pretty well understood. But the other piece of Bitcoin that I think is maybe a little bit underappreciated or less understood is its ability to operate as sort of this foundational layer for a new, better kind of internet with the same concept as what it does for money. And that concept, I think, really comes down to ownership. What Bitcoin does is it allows people to own their money. And what I really like about Stacks is Stacks builds the piping that allows developers to come in and then build the systems that money runs through and have that same concept of ownership be built in. If you look around the internet today, it really runs on like a rental model. Very few businesses really own their entire stack from beginning to end. And so we may have the good money, but the pipes that money is flowing through they're still centralized. We still don't own them. They can still be taken over, shut down by somebody that's not us. That's not the one that owns the business. And so the vision for the future that I have with Stacks is, can we get those pipes that the money runs through to have this same ethos of decentralization and ownership and freedom and everything. So we're going to look a little bit today at how Stacks approaches that. And so I have open right here the Stacks docs. We're not going to do any slides or anything today. I'm just going to run through and we're going to kind of walk through a couple things together. So we've got the Stacks docs up here, and I find that the best way to kind of help people get their head around how Stacks works is to go through each of the components. We're going to kind of go through these one at a time, but if you're a developer and you go here to the Stacks documentation, that's really the best place to start to kind of get your head around what all these different pieces are. And so we're going to kind of go through some of these in order. We're actually going to start right here. Do you guys read those? Probably not. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit here. There we go. So this is kind of what I would say almost like what you might call the transaction journey of how somebody's going to interact with Stacks and how that's going to flow from when the user first initiates an action and how it's going to flow through the whole system and ultimately settle onto Bitcoin. It's another term that we throw around a lot. Stacks helps things settle on Bitcoin. So today we're going to kind of look at the path that actually goes down. And the first thing is obviously the user acts. So this might be a wallet, this might be a DeFi protocol, whatever. This is really going to be the first point of interaction. And usually what's going to happen is that when a user uses their wallet to call a transaction, behind the scenes, that's going to be using a JavaScript library called Stacks.js. So real quick, how many people are developers out here? Okay, so like half and half about. So if you've ever built on Solidity, Stacks.js can be thought of as like Web3.js or Ethers.js, but it's really going to be the interaction layer between the user and the Clarity smart contracts. So that's kind of where the journey is going to start from the user perspective. They're going to interact with an AMP. That's going to use a Stacks.js function to then call a Clarity contract. And Clarity is kind of the lifeblood of the Stacks ecosystem because that's the language the smart contracts are actually written in. And so what we're going to do right now is I'm going to have some audience participation. If that's okay with everybody. We can't see this one either, can we? Okay.
A little bit.
How about if I...
Oh, we can't.
This may not work. We can't see this, but that's okay. We're going to wait. All right. What this was supposed to look like was a nice, beautiful little set of templates for what we actually want our contract to do. But basically what we're going to do right now is we're going to build, it's called a multiplayer counter contract. Super simple. The goal is we're going to maintain accounts and anybody could initiate a transaction to add on to the account. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to call out what we need to add next, and you guys are going to help me kind of put together this Clarity contract so we can kind of get introduced to some of the concepts. So what I want you to do is I want you to look over here on the right. We've got a collection of a bunch of different elements of Clarity functions and contracts that we need to put together in the right order to write our contract. And so the first little block that we have over here that you guys can't see, the first thing that we have to do is define a storage map. So I'm going to start calling on everybody to shout out. If we need to define a storage map, which one of these do you think that we need to use? And I'll give you a little bit of a clue. The pink ones are the ones where we need to define something, so create something new. The yellow ones are where we need to call a function. And then the blue ones are going to be variables, so they're going to hold some values. The orange ones are going to be different data types, and the green ones are going to be the actual data itself. So if we want to define a storage map, which one of these are we going to grab?
Define map.
Let me say it. Define map. Hey, We want to name it counters. Which one?
Counters, the blue.
Yep. Now, we want it to be keyed by the user. And what that means is a map is basically a data structure where you have a piece of data that has an identifier. And so what we're saying here is we want the data here to be able to be identified by a user. How do we identify users in crypto?
Principal.
Addresses. So in stacks, an address is called a principal. So if we remember that the orange is the type that we want to put here, and we need it to be an identifier for a person or a principal, then that means we're going to put what here?
Principal.
Principal. And we want them to be storing a type of a number, but it's a specific kind of number called an unsigned integer, which basically means a positive number. So if we say unsigned integer and it needs to be this same type of data, which one are we going to want to throw there?
Uint.
Uint. Now we just need to end. I'm not going to make you guys guess that one. Next, we need to define a read-only function. Which one's that going to be?
Find read only.
Read only. Nice. If you can pick up on what I'm doing here, I'm trying to highlight how readable clarity is, because you can basically just pick and choose for the thing that you need to do, and there's going to be a function that's going to be named similarly to that. So we want this function to be named getCount. And the yellow ones are function definitions. There's two different ones here. So which one do you think we're going to want to use here if we're just trying to define the function name?
GetCount.
Right? Now what we need to do here is we need to define the argument that we're going to pass to this getCount function. And we're going to call that argument to, and it's going to be a principal type. So we're going to want to do which one there?
At the bottom.